Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
The crease and bowls to complete the over. Back to it, caught and bowled. Wow. Brilliant from the captain. Cummins in his follow through. He's made an art form of that. Cummins bowls. Barber bowled. Cummins got right through him. The prize scalp is taken in spectacular style. Pat Cummins has imposed himself on Pakistan.
Well, when you need to change the game, you look to your best players, and well, that's the perfect ball, isn't it? The top of off stump.
Yeah, it's a dream ball. That's what you try and bowl most balls, but it's rare that it comes off.
Over the wicket, bowls to Salman, who's chasing it, he's edging it, and it's into the gloves of Carey. Cummins has got 3. He has shaped things to his skill and his will.
He's just cracked this test match wide open here this afternoon at the MCG.
It is truly said Pat Cummins is his own best weapon. Again, the captain proves himself the team's decisive strike bowler to break the Boxing Day test open and put Australia in a commanding position. Bowls, Carey drives, he's edged it, and Rizwan's taken a very fine catch, leaping away to his right. Hamza bowling to Marsh, who tries to drive expansively out to point. Great field position, he's gone.
They're catching him.
Bouncer, line goes after it, down to fine leg, caught. Great catch again. Flying around the wicket, Masood advances, goes the aerial route, down the ground and into the stands for 6. Shafiq is on 47. He flashes beautifully at a ball through points, and it'll bring up the 50 in style. Forward and caught at second slip. He's on the move. He sliced the ball up into the air, and Masood will be out. Hazelwood bowls. He's knocked him over.
To have him 6 down overnight, still a fair way behind, puts us in a good position. I think the wicket's going to get better and better. So obviously, it sets up nicely for the morning. We've got to start well. But really happy with that last session.
Pakistan had its best day of the series thus far, rectifying its foibles in the field and taking the attack to Australia with the bats. But a final session collapse leaves the tourists' tail exposed. Josh Hazlewood joins us before play.
What was clear is that it's non-partisan, apolitical, non-religious, that he's a real passionate believer in human rights, and he'll continue to advocate over his own channels, and we fully support that.
And the debate for the modern-day player stretches far beyond the field of play. Chief Executive of the Cricketers Association, Todd Greenberg, joins us. This is SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Australia's lead is 124. Pakistan has 4 wickets in hand. It does set up nicely for day 3, but we have had a morning of drizzle in Melbourne, and it's a bleaker scene than was forecast. The full covers are on, and there's no ground staff in attendance, although perhaps the worst has passed. We're an hour away, theoretically, from the first ball of the day. We'll all cross our fingers that if it's not 10 o'clock, it won't be too soon thereafter. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes at Build with Confidence. Gerard Whateley with you. It's a morning for hardcore bowlology. Hello to you, Damien Fleming.
Yeah, give me the ball. I'm ready to go. I'm not that worried. The radar doesn't look too bad, is it? It's just a little drizzle, so it's going to be overcast the whole day, and it's not freezing cold. So once again, I think the Kookaburra ball is going to swing and seam all day. So if Australia, get a lead of around 100, it never bodes well for the team when they're minus 100 batting in the second innings. Reflecting yesterday, well, first off, the big one was that Pakistan caught everything. That's probably the biggest shock, even a bigger shock than the ball that Cummins bowled Babar Azam out, wasn't it? So I don't know what they did in the warm-up yesterday, but keep doing it, Pakistan. Because then the bowlers, you could see that they thought they got it fuller and thought, well, if I get an edge, it's most likely going to get caught here. But Captain Pat again. So we've never had this. We've never had a full-time Australian captain who can, and he's done it numerous times in his stint as captain. We need a breakthrough here. All right, I'm going to grab the ball and I'm just going to get us back into the game. And then I think it's been a sign, even as an 18-year-old, that 6 for in South Africa, knocking over Smith, working Callis over, unbelievable, and getting him out. He is one of those players like Dennis Illy and Shane Warne where they go, and Glenn McGrath, I want to get the best player of the opposition out. Yep. I'm going to send a statement for my team. It used to be Virat Kohli a lot. It's Joe Root a lot. And now it's Babar Azam.
For generations, Australia's batters just ran a regime of leadership discriminating against fast bowlers.
They were.
And all it's done is deny us this joy throughout. Simon Katich, you're a part of this regime. Hello to you, Simon.
I wasn't part of the hierarchy, Gerard. I was just playing my role.
But you meekly supported batting captains. You.
How? I had nothing to do with the decision.
Well, I don't remember any statement that, Glenn McGrath should be captain, Dougie Bollinger should be captain. You never helped.
I never said anything about Shane Warne. Played under him at Hampshire.
I'm talking about fast bowlers.
Oh, okay. But what, spinners don't included?
Nah.
Oh,
no.
Come on, mate.
They lose patience.
What a joy
you get bored.
Pat Cummins as the national leader.
Oh, he's an absolute legend because I think, as Flemo rightly said, and we've seen it over a number of years now, and I was fortunate to see it firsthand last year in Pakistan when I went there for the first time and saw Australia play there for the first time in 20-odd years. He just gets the ball to leave the wicket quicker than most guys do, and whether that's just with his skill, with his seam position, but I just think on no matter what surface it is, he makes it talk and do something special. And yesterday was another example of that. And the other part of it too is his athleticism. I mean, most quicks wouldn't be able to take that return catch off Abdullah Shafiq yesterday because he's got 0.62 of a second, which is quick. And Shafiq got a decent piece of it. It's down relatively low, and he's been able to wrap his mitt around it and then acrobatically get to the ground without spilling it. And you see a lot of those go down. So even that in itself, to take that second wicket, then got Nathan Lyon in the game to get Masood out. So just little things like that he does. I thought he rotated his bowlers nicely yesterday. The only thing you can say Pat Cummins got wrong yesterday was the over rate.
Yeah, which we'll get to as we go. The ball to dismiss Babar Azam. So the science in behind it, the mystery in behind it. It was so interesting to hear Pat talk last night. It's not swing for him. It's seam. Yep. And he does set up for this could go either way. And if I don't know, he doesn't know either.
No, he definitely works on that theory. And when you think of classic bowl, Terry Alderman outswinger and Warney flipper, batsman characteristics, Ponting, hook, Simon Katich just nudging it behind square. Cummins, it's the nip-backer, isn't it? The nip-backer. And he might not know which way it's going. There was one classic one. He knocked over Kohli at Adelaide when they made 36, and he got it to go the other way. And he said he was walking back, and I texted him later that night going, "Are you serious? Did you seriously do?" He looked at the replay because they were all nipping in, and he just went, "Oh, what happens if I angle the seam to second slip?" So that's all he did, same length, same line, angle set, and then instead of going in, it just nipped away and hit the top off. And I'm going, mate, you're insane to be able to do that. Because Babar Azam, I know he hasn't had a big 2023. He's a gun player, and he would have been up for, scoring 100 here at the MCG. And in some ways, I think him and Hazelwood, they deserve a bag. They've bowled so well in these two test matches, a lot of playing misses, but they don't get disgruntled, do they? They just keep backing themselves to bowl the best ball every ball. But yeah, I mean, Cummins is the special one, and as you sort of said, Cato, I'm surprised because he's not, he's saying it's in the 130 kilometres an hour, but the batsmen are always surprised, aren't they? They come on a lot quicker. So there's something in his action. I did something on Channel 7 a few years ago about Bumrah, who releases the ball 30 centimetres in front of the popping crease. But Cummins was 19 centimetres. So that's 19. The pitch is 19 centimetres shorter than... And the average was about 5 or 6 centimetres. Yep. So when you talk about heavy ball and rushing, I think that's it. That with a bit of hyperextension, a little bit of delayed and lag. But if you're releasing the ball that far in front of the popping crease, well, you are going to be a little bit quicker because you're releasing the ball from a different point than most fast bowlers.
Well, and the other thing too that ties into the batting mindset is that because he gets that ball to hit the seam regularly and nip both ways, what then happens is batsmen know that before they go out to bat, like Babar Azam, and they're a little bit more tentative with their footwork. So then it's that double whammy. Against him, you've actually got to go the other way and be really decisive and just go, right, overcommit and be prepared to maybe nick one that you shouldn't play at, because you're actually going to get yourself in better positions against him than being hesitant like a lot of guys are based on his reputation and his skill.
And he might be just about the most accurate fast bowler of all time. I'd assume, without knowing the pitch maps, McGrath equal accuracy, but I think McGrath was a bit shorter. Ambrose a bit shorter. So the only one I can think is maybe Richard Hadley. Hadley and Cummins are the most accurate fast bowlers of all time, and it's that fraction fuller, that ugly length that you're always caught between, playing back, but you want to go forward. Maybe on occasions, McGrath and Ambrose, your batsman could play back, but I think you feel like you've got to come forward because you don't want to get that nip back through the gate. So amazing accuracy, unrelenting hostility. Thank God he's on our side.
Yes.
Well, we talked yesterday about the fact that there was 10 court dismissals in Australia's innings, and we talked about the fact that Pakistan probably hadn't bowled a full enough length in those conditions. Pat Cummins, the ball that got Babar Azam yesterday was at the 4.5 metre mark, which was the fullest of the balls, top of the stumps, and then Hazelwood was, I think, around just over 5 metres, and that hit the top of the stumps of Shaquille. So just highlights that length that they're able to hit, which is fractionally fuller than the rest of the bowlers in this test match.
I'd say around 6 metres, we'd think that, that's pretty full. But, on a pitch like this, you've got to be a little bit fuller. So to be able to adjust that, people think that's easy, but you sort of have a natural stock ball. So whether you're looking at something or it's a feel thing, how you get it up there. And Hazelwood's not far off, is he? His stock ball for a big, tall man is nice and full. And he does have an outswinger. Pat has a big in-swinger, but he certainly doesn't shape the ball away. But every bowler's got different skills in their armoury. They're just absolute guns.
So modern bowlerology, is it a modern phenomenon, the wobble seam, the scrambled seam, the experimentation with the seam, or is it just spoken about more than in previous generations?
I think it is at the modern era, the covered wickets. Reading old cricket books, and there was English seamers who deliberately knew which way they were seaming, uncovered wickets, so they were always moving. And I'm going, I know myself, sometimes you bowl an out, you hit the seam and go in, they go, oh, great, in-seamer from Fleming. I had no idea.
Right. Yeah.
There was no control of that. So on covered wickets, I felt like it was more cutters. Dennis Lilly bowled a fast leg cutter, because the problem with bowling cutters is you're going to lose pace to some degree. They're like fast spinners. So generally, besides Dennis Lilly and a couple of others, generally the cutters are working in subcontinent conditions, the old Adelaide, certainly in Sydney, but it's a lesser pace. But the one thing I love about wobbled seam, it's the same pace. And it's moving. So I think most guys, talking out the back, Glenn McGrath, Stuart Clark, Mervyn Hughes not so much, because he bowled 80% bounces. But the rest of us who tried to hit the stumps, we're all going, why didn't we bowl the wobbled seam?
Yeah.
And so good on them. So as much as Sarfraz Nawaz and Imran, because of the conditions in Pakistan, and generally the quicks were there to just mess up the ball for the spinners. They come up with reverse swing to actually bowl to get more overs. Wobbled seam is keeping the quicks, even giving them more skills. And maybe it's a bit of T20 as well. How do we fight back? Batsmen are hitting 360. They bring it, often bring that into Test match cricket. So what T20 skills can come into Test match cricket?
It's a terrific evolution in the game that we're seeing at the moment. Damien, Fleming and Simon Katich, part of our expert team for in-place living. creating homes for people to create memories. The ground staff are setting about preparing things for the start of play, so the covers have been removed for the run-ups, and now the main covers will be lifted as well. It's not nearly as bleak as it was half an hour ago, so we'll start to get a guide towards when play might begin. At the state of the game, so you like Australia's position, 124 lead. This tail is long for Pakistan. The one rider to that is Mohammad Rizwan, who's 29, and a bit like Rishabh Pant, 90 sprightly minutes of Rizwan could really change the equation, Simon.
It could. I think we saw Jamal come out last night and he held his own too. So if he's capable enough to hang around with him and win that first 20 minutes to half an hour, then Pakistan will be buoyed by that. And, you know, I mentioned it yesterday, they'd be aiming, if they can string 4 20-run partnerships together with Rizwan and he does the bulk of the scoring in those and the others chip in with, 5, 10 each, then they might be able to shave another 60, 80 runs off this total or the lead. So I think if they can get it down to around 50, they've done well, which is another 74 runs. That's a big effort, but Australia would expect they'd come back today and clean them up and have a lead of around sort of 90 to 100.
It's massive, isn't it? The stats don't help teams that are 100 plus behind. They'll fall away quickly. With only 50 runs, there's a bit of incentive. I really like the way that Shafiq played yesterday. I know you're a big rap for him. He did look the best player. And one shot that I'd like the other Pakistan players to think about playing in Australia is just the back foot punch. Because you're playing it with a vertical bat. You can drop your hands. You can actually generate a bit more power. There's too much collapsing, too much falling around while they're trying to play the shots or cutting too close to your body. Just play that back foot punch. Shafiq did it beautifully. If he can get set, I think he'll get a big score before the series is over. And there's enough batting around, but probably need Babar Azam to get going. But there's enough batting around to build reasonable totals in Australia.
Yeah, even with Shan Masood's dismissal yesterday, I mean, I think the way he went about it was great. He wants to play that aggressively, and that's fine. I'd be encouraging him to say, if you're going to take Line on, take him over deep mid-off. He's out there for a reason. Line puts him out there to stop him hitting it there. So he wants him to go across the line, which is exactly what he forced him to do. And then that led to his downfall. If I was in that Pakistan camp, so, mate, take on deep mid-off, and if you hole out there, I'm fine with that because at least you're playing the percentages. And he probably would have, if he tried to hit it over mid-off, he probably would end up hitting it over cover anyway and been safe. So he looked good as well. And that's the thing. They've got some class players in their top 4. They just need one of them to be able to go on and get 100 plus.
So the fractious nature of Pakistan cricket plays a role. Shan Masood has not really anchored down his place in the team, so he's a vulnerable number 3. He's talking about he wants Pakistan to play in a Bazball way. There's no evidence that anyone's going with him. He's doing it. So he goes for line 3 times. He hits a 4, a 6, and then he gets out. I wonder what that looks like internally. Do they view it, well, you threw it away and we're not doing that? Or so he's in, it's an unenviable position to be in, I suspect, when you're the vulnerable batter in the lineup and you're the captain and you're trying to run this mantra that nobody's really doing except you, and it cost you. You got to 50, but it cost you your wicket.
Yeah, unenviable is definitely the right word for that because he is the most vulnerable in that batting lineup, really, when you look at it. I mean, we saw Rizwan come back in the test team and he looks like he's a proper test batsman at 6, and yet he's playing the dual role. And then Shakil's had a great start to his test. That was his first single-digit score in his test career so far, Shakil. So, but he's looked like he's been exposed a little bit on our wickets. But the top 4, as I mentioned before, it's a class top 4. They can all play. But Shan Masood's got the biggest dilemma because his test numbers aren't brilliant, averaging under 30, and he's trying to play an aggressive style of cricket, which isn't easy to do against this Australian attack in these conditions. I think he'll be able to do it in Pakistan. I've got no doubt he can do it there. He'll be able to destroy some teams in those conditions because he looks a good player and he's got a sound technique. And when we saw him get going yesterday, I mean, a couple of those shots off Nathan Lyon were beautiful, straight back over his head. And that's what I mean. Mid-off, they've suckered him into hitting in an area that they want him to hit, and it's brought about his downfall. So it's great tactics from Australia, all because you've just dropped one field about. I'm saying, well, take it on. And if you hole out there, so be it. But at least you're playing the percentages.
Yeah, for me, I don't think he's a number 3. with that technique. I like the attitude. You see Travis Head batting at 5. I'd like to see Masood there. I'll tell you what, Rizwan's a very good player. I was wondering whether they'd play Rizwan and Sarfraz in the same team in that first test. If that was to happen, I reckon Rizwan could bat 3.
Yep.
He's just got a good technique. He's a fighter. He's scored runs in all 3 formats.
Well, I know it's a totally different format, the white ball, but he does open for Pakistan. So he's used to facing new ball. I know it's a different game, but you get used to facing pace bowlers early on with the new ball. You can adapt to Test cricket.
Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, working hard since 1982. Josh Hazlewood is going to join us from inside the Australian camp shortly to ponder the bowling side of things. The ground and weather conditions for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. So it is going to be overcast all day. The drizzle that we had really wasn't forecast, but it stopped. The skies are higher and brighter than the clouds that were in a little bit earlier on. And we're about to see the pitch for the first time in the next sort of 5 minutes as the ground staff lifts the covers. And I think that's the unknowable. We don't know what this pitch will do days 3 and 4, given that it is significantly different in grass cover and colour to what we've had for the past 3 or 4 test matches.
Yeah, and there was times when just it was blue skies and sun yesterday. The ball didn't seem to be doing as much and it come on pretty well. But this is the beauty of cricket, different conditions overhead, coolness around the pitch, does generally lend itself to a bit more movement in the air and off the seam. And there seemed like there was still enough green patches on this pitch that will keep the ball new. Even yesterday, the Aussie ball looked reasonably new. So I think it's going to be tough work batting. You got to watch your driving. No one seemed comfortable driving throughout this test match. And if even the Pakistan bowlers have learned a bit to bowl fuller, it's not going to be easy for Australia either. None of them, the top 4 really battled hard, the experienced players. A younger team might have got knocked over by Pakistan day 1. Probably Warner's the one that if he gets going, that could accelerate the test match. But, Usman, Marnus and Smithy, for what, we've been talking about them for 2 tests now. They're just not in form. They're just not in rhythm. That's the basics of it. Why? It can change in one shot. You can play one shot and go, wow, that feels good. Everything's right now. But, they're battling guys averaging over 50 in test match cricket.
All right, we'll see if someone can get down and sneak a look at this pitch when they remove the covers. And we'll talk to you at 10 o'clock, Kat, if you do get down there. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, hard-working since 1982. Josh Hazlewood to join Colo and Bharat in a moment's time. Then Todd Greenberg will be with us in the box ahead of day 3 at the MCG. So the covers are being removed. The Australians are out and starting to warm up, so it's not a forlorn hope that the first ball will be sent down at 10 o'clock. We'll see. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan will be 6 for 194, trailing by 124 when play does begin.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Having a New Year's Eve party? Shop Lombard. Open every day to 2024. Shop costumes, balloons, hats, blowouts and poppers in store now. Lombard.com.au.
Delays inbound on the Westgate Freeway from before Williamstown Road due to only 2 lanes being open on top of the Westgate Bridge for annual maintenance works. And if you're outbound on the Westgate, watch out for a crash at the end of the Millers Road off-ramp. Got emergency services on scene. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Sexyland's Boxing Day sale. Get up to 70% off in-store or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. The Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event on now. Certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles, now from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event on now until 5 p.m. Saturday. Just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
Say hey to CopyBet from Dabble.
So someone else does all the form and you can just copy them.
Someone else does all the form and you can just copy them.
I mean, you could do all the work yourself. Then maybe people would copy you. Heath, you'd be an influencer, like me.
Download now and have a dabble.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Hi, Rodney Jane here with great getaway deals at Bob Jane T-Marts. Want a free Falcon, Bridgestone, Yokohama, Dunlop or Kumho tyre? Buy 3 and the 4th tyre's free. Plus up to $200 instant cash back on selected tyres. With tyres from just $69, we won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Open 27 to 30 December. Hours may differ. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
Step up to the next generation of professional power tools with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. Makita's XGT offers limitless professional power, reliability and runtime. XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
When they're galloping to the gates, there's only one place to bet. Top Sport, the home of horse racing. Whether you're a sprinter or a stayer or just a fashion-conscious player, go the distance with bigger bet limits and top odds on every race, every time. Download the app for a faster, easier betting experience. Top Sport. Feel the excitement. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for Spitwater. Tools, not toys. Made in Australia since 1982.
It chases one of these frustrating mornings. The covers have been returned with the next wave of drizzle coming through. The players have ducked back down into the basement. So things are on hold and we won't see the first ball at 10 o'clock. Our pre-match is for Spitwater, Tools, not toys. Working hard since 1982. Pakistan 6 for 194. Rizwan is 29. Jamal is 2. The deficit is 124. On the Australian side of things, Pat Cummins took 3 for 37. Nathan Lyon 2 for 48. Josh Hazlewood 1 for 29. The wicket that Hazlewood took was splendid. Back through Saad Shakil, who thought he was leaving and then realised too late that he needed to be defending. So down in the basement, everybody's ducked down there. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sunderasen as well. They are alongside Josh Hazlewood thanks to Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au.
Josh Hazlewood here in the basement of the MCG because it's drizzling at the moment. Thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket.
No worries, thank you.
Likely to be different conditions today than what they were yesterday, but I suppose good for you guys to get out there, finish the job and maybe batting by lunch.
Yeah, that'd be the nice plan. Hopefully it goes that way. A little bit of cloud cover. Hopefully the sort of wicket and the grass sort of can stand up being under covers and we get a little bit out of it. When that sun came out yesterday, it sort of just seemed a little bit flattened out, a little bit less seam movement, a little bit less swing. So, hopefully it's under covers and that grass can just stand up a little bit.
What a great atmosphere yesterday when the sun did come out. Australia taking wickets, a little bit of a collapse, cheering on Mitch Marsh the way the Melbourne crowd didn't 5 years ago. That must have been fantastic.
Yeah, I think it was great for Bice and obviously Hetty out there as well. That crowd there at sort of Bay 13 just shifted a little bit with the deck over sort of Bay 17 now, I think. But yeah, they were providing some good atmosphere out there and it was good fun.
You guys got just over 300, but a lot of the Aussies have said that could well be like 400 on this pitch. So what have you made of the pitch overall?
I think it's just flattened out a little bit yesterday as the sun came out, but there's still enough there. It's probably a good toss to win and have a bowl. It would have been nice, but as we saw first morning, there's a lot of swing, a lot of seam, and that's sort of just deteriorated as the game's gone on. So it'll be interesting to see how we go with a little bit cooler conditions, I guess, a little bit more cloud maybe the next few days. I think there'll still be enough there to take 20 wickets.
Josh, there's already this compilation of Pat Cummins special deliveries in Test cricket. He added one more yesterday. He called it a dream ball. I mean, just from a bowler's perspective, what is it that's so special about him, and why does he keep producing those deliveries?
I think he's just there or thereabouts all day. You see those spells that he bowls in all formats of the game, in particular probably Test cricket, ever since he's came back in all those years ago. So he just sort of nags away at the top of off stump. He's got a great bouncer. I think he can sort of go up and down the gears really nicely. He senses those situations when you need a big spell or a big couple of overs and grab those key wickets, and he does it more often than not. So yeah, it's a real cricket sense as well as just nagging away there at the top of off stump.
He said last night he didn't know which way that ball would deck. I suppose that's the classic wobble seam approach, which you've used to great effect as well. How that's changed the game for modern seamers, being able to let the ball go that way and have that natural variation? Yeah,
definitely. I think he's sort of the way the ball comes out of his hand, it's never really bowled up right. Maybe for an in-swinger to the right-hander he can get it perfect, but he's sort of out-swinger and that nibble, the seam's just nibbling down there. There's not much spin on the ball, so it just feels like it can go either way. And that one went in and lucky enough to clip the top of off.
Of course, you had one of those top of off moments yesterday as well with Saud Shakil late in the day. Set him up, pushed him back through the gate. That must have been very satisfying.
Yeah, it was. His numbers since coming in Test cricket are enormous, so always good to see the back of him. That middle order is sort of pretty dangerous if they can get on a roll, so to have most of them back in the shed is satisfying.
Just the three of you together, you, Mitch and Pat, you spoke about how you guys are in there. I know there's so much talk of Lance Morris and others coming in. You keep getting asked this all the time. Like, how special is it to be part of that trio and with Nathan Lyon also to the mix?
Yeah, it's very special. I think there's obviously we're all pretty comfortable with each other. High level of trust in each other. We're all a little bit different, so there's a lot of aspects there that sort of add up and I guess create a nice little bond between us, and seems to work out in the field more often than not. I think you just know that the person who's got the ball in hand is going to do their best and bowl a good spell and jump on the back of that. So I think it just comes over playing so much together and having that experience.
And I suppose for you personally, having missed so much Test cricket at home the last couple of years through injury, you just want to squeeze the sponge as much as you can, right?
Yeah, exactly right. I guess it can freshen you up in ways when you miss those. You take the positives and freshen up approach sort of mentally and physically a little bit, but yeah, it's been disappointing the last sort of couple of years to miss some home Test matches, some big home Test matches as well. So always good playing in front of the home fans at these great stadiums. So hopefully it continues.
Do you guys talk about that and sense it between the four of you that you've got something very special going on? It won't last forever, but just enjoying being in each other's company, out there doing your thing.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's sort of the numbers is only mid-20s Test matches together, so that's how hard it is to get four bowlers on the park for that period of time. It never happened before in world cricket, so it's tough to get four, in particular probably three quicks on the field together so often, including Gaz. So yeah, every time we play together it's special, and we probably know that we've done more than what's coming up, so there's not too many times left, so we'll enjoy it.
Just on those two, I have to ask you this about the IPL auction. I mean, big personal milestone coming up, and I guess comes down to availability. How did you view the auction for them, but also for you at this point going on? So,
when as planned. I was happy not to get picked up. Sort of the way I was heading, obviously with only being available for maybe maybe a month, including finals. So not ideally, but hopefully a quick or two go down, sort of halfway through, and can open up a little window for me to play a part in any team's sort of last few weeks. So, but for the other two, it went as I thought it would go.
Josh Hazlewood, well bowled yesterday. Thanks for coming over for a chat on SEN Test Cricket, and good luck today.
No worries. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Josh Hazlewood with Adam Collins, Bharat, Sunderasen there, thanks to Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. 4 wickets to take from an Australian perspective. See what lead can be retained. It stands at 124 at the moment. Our pre-match is for Spitwater, tools not toys, Australian-made since 1982. They're going to have another go at fiddling with the covers at least. There's the lightest of drizzle falling at the MCG, so we'll just keep a watch there as the ground staff are pretty watchful at the edge of the square. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
The King Living Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed indoor and outdoor furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King Living showroom today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Ensure your ultimate driving machine is in ultimate condition this summer at Berwick BMW. Berwick BMW offers convenient mobility options when booking in your vehicle for service. This includes subsidised Uber service, complimentary BMW loan vehicles, and pick-up and delivery to meet your needs. Servicing your BMW at Berwick BMW has never been easier. Book your service online today at berwickbmw.com.au and save on your total invoice cost. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
When they're galloping to the gates, there's only one place to bet. Top Sport, the home of horse racing. Whether you're a sprinter or a stayer or just a fashion-conscious player, go the distance with bigger bet limits and top odds on every race, every time. Download the app for a faster, easier betting experience. Top Sport. Feel the excitement. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, all wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world, delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Delays for the Westgate Freeway heading city-bound from Staff to Millers Road in towards the top of the Westgate Bridge. Also very heavy is Footscray Road heading through Footscray, Buckley Street as well, carrying a lot of extra traffic to avoid the delays on the Westgate. Win over $1 billion in today's USA Power Lotto. Get more zeros in your life with Australia's own lotteryoffers.com.au. Hurry, draw closes in less than 3 hours. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
With ChaseBet, there's no gimmicks and no tricks. It's just you, the racing and sports you love to bet on. That's ChaseBet. ChaseBet offers a comprehensive betting experience for horse racing, greyhound racing, harness racing and A to Z sports. ChaseBet thrives on innovation by leading the way with unique promotions, stronger markets and better pricing. It's just you, the racing and sports you love to bet on. That's ChaseBet. Visit chasebet.com.au or download the ChaseBet app today. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Play has formally been delayed, so we won't see the first ball at 10 o'clock. The gates are open. There are a smattering of fans who have made their way in. No one's terribly fussed by the rain that is falling. It is light drizzle, but light drizzle means we can't get underway and the ground staff have the full covers laid down. Our pre-match is for Spitwater, Tools Not Toys, working hard since 1982. Day 3 of each test match in our pre-game. We have the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, Todd Greenberg, with us. Todd, great to see you in the box.
Good morning. Hopefully I can help you pass a bit of time as the covers sit, sadly, in the middle of the MCG.
Just with the festive season, out of curiosity, where are we with the BBL? So no game Christmas Eve. Are there still any active conversations around a Christmas night game?
I wouldn't call them active, but I genuinely get a sense it's a conversation we've got to keep having. We've never closed the door on it. I think I've said this here before. We know what business we're in. We're in the entertainment business. So if there's merit to a conversation that says we can get big crowds and big ratings and good returns for both the game and the players, then we're up for it. But, you know, it's not just about the players on this one. And I mean, people like yourselves have to work Christmas Day as well, ground staff and venues, and there's a big ecosystem of cricket.
So the two NBL games have gone really well, super attendances. And then just watching what happened in the States. So culturally, they're a bit further advanced on that.
Yeah.
3 NFL games, 5 NBA games. One of the NFL games broke all viewing records.
Yeah.
So it feels like there's an untapped possibility, and I've always been of the view the perfect product is a BBL game.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the numbers are strong because, let's face it, everyone's sitting at home, and at that time of the day, you probably turn the TV on to watch something. So, I mean, we've always thought, you know, our previous position on this has been if you could play a derby in the same city, it would then reduce the travel because when you think about it, it's not just the day of, it's that preparation for performance. And so if you can limit travel, maybe play a derby game, and hopefully that doesn't take away from what the derby game would be. Maybe it's accretive. So I think it's a conversation worth having. And, you know, the world evolves. If you'd said this maybe 15, 20 years ago, it would have been sacrilege to play on these dates. But I think you're right. Other models and other sports are making it work, so why wouldn't we open our eyes to it?
Do you know what so each individual will have a different view?
Absolutely.
Do you know what the critical mass of your players feels?
No, it's not something we've surveyed on. But you know, I heard Jordan Silk talking a couple of days ago saying he'd be open to it. And most of my conversations with players, and you're right, it's not a universal approach, but most of my conversations with players are they want to know the reasons why. And if you can take them through the logical reasons of why and almost establish in their eyes a business case for this is good and it's good for players and it's good for the game, they'll listen intently and most of them will lean in. So there'll be people who won't want to play on Christmas Day, like there'll be people who work in your industry who won't want to work on Christmas Day. But I get a sense that people are open to the conversation, and if you can explain to them the benefits and articulate those benefits, and, you know, with players it's why, if you do those things, then the conversation gets easier.
Do you think there will be a Christmas Day in the not too distant future where we have a go at it?
Well, I mean, we're in the middle of a broadcast deal now, so I'd be interested to talk to both broadcasters and Cricket Australia on the benefits of it. But I do think that anything you do in the middle of a deal creates value for the next deal. So you're always trying to make sure you're creating more value for the next conversation. So players are part of that. You know, I've said this to you on a number of occasions. We're in a revenue share arrangement, which means we lean in heavily for opportunities, as we should. So this is exactly one of them. But you'd have to be able to demonstrate that you get those really good outcomes that you've just talked about. And I suppose you never know till you try, right?
Yep.
Usman Khawaja was in the headlines again before the
I'm
Boxing
surprised
Day
you asked me
Test
that question.
Yeah, it was always going to come up.
Yeah,
to it.
of course.
The term he used before this test was hypocrisy, that he feels that there have been sort of rules for some at different junctures, and he cited Marnus Labuschagne and the eagle that he has on his back with the Bible verse and his own situation. I mean, do you share that view with Usman Khawaja that there has been a degree of hypocrisy shown here?
Yeah, I mean, if you sit in his shoes, you can completely understand why he's frustrated that there would appear to be rules for some and others for others. And that's how Uzi feels, genuinely. He's upset about it. And if you sit with Usman one-on-one, he is upset about this, personally upset. And I use the word upset because, you know, this has affected him deeply and personally, and he's tried to use his platform for good. And we've tried to help him find a way to use that platform for good. And it's been denied. So I was surprised that he was denied, given what I thought was a common sense approach. And we've tried to take out as much emotion in that approach as possible and create a message of goodwill. But like anything on the field, you have to accept the umpire's decision. And that's what Uzi has done. And I admire him a lot because, you know, he's preparing for a test match. He's creating some controversy, and he's tried his very best to portray that message, but he's accepted that decision and he now gets on and plays the test match.
In terms of the ICC piece to this, I mean, we sort of think of it as this nebulous idea sometimes, don't we? Technocrats sitting in Dubai, but is there any feedback? I mean, at the end of the day, it is a federation, right? It's a body of its members. Has there been feedback as to how they've arrived at this decision from the executive or from the board?
Well, I think that's a little bit of frustration for the players in that they haven't heard that.
Right.
I certainly haven't. I'm not sure if anyone from the ICC has been on your program to talk about it openly, but I've only read what you've read in the newspapers, and that's all that Uzi's received as well. So there is that level of frustration, I think, about the transparency and also the other examples that we've all cited and seen that are different. And that's hard for people to understand. It's hard for me to understand.
The nature of a protest is to go against authority. Have you counselled him at all about not going ahead in direct breach of an instructive not to have the Doves stick up?
Yeah, we have had those conversations. I mean, you know, there were conversations before the test match. It's, you know, well, I'll do it anyway. And I'm not suggesting that Uzi would have done it anyway, but there was those conversations. And I think where Uzi has put himself in a really good, measured leadership role is that he's created what he wanted to do. He's been told he can't by the rules, and he's accepted that. And that's a level of maturity. And we've had those conversations. As I said, I'm very proud of the way he's handled himself on what's a very emotive issue for lots of people for a variety of different reasons. You know, Uzi's a very, very bright guy. He wants to use his profile and platform for good, like a lot of our players do. And sometimes that creates some controversy because not everyone agrees. But that's the pure nature of standing up for what you believe in sometimes.
Do you keep any tabs on any prevailing public sentiment toward him and what he's trying to do? He wouldn't, but do you on his behalf?
Yeah, and I think that's part of our role is to guide and inform him and others, whether it's the public sentiment on Dave Warner and those public comments with Mitch Johnson a couple of weeks ago, or it's on these sorts of issues with Uzi, or it's, you know, on what the view is on Pat on climate change. I think a part of my realistic briefings to players is to explain to them the broader nature of some of the things that they do. You know, players live in a bubble. They live in almost a vortex, and they surround themselves with a lot of people who tell them what they want to hear, and my job's to give them a much broader perspective.
Was CA right to cancel Mitch Johnson's formal appearances during the Perth Test, given how volatile that was?
It was one of those, I think, lose-lose. Yeah. You know, if they continue with it, they're going to cop some criticism. If they don't, they'll also cop criticism. So I think it was the lesser of two evils by the sound of things.
During the week, we've seen Tom Curran in strife for running up to the crease with the umpire in his way, and he copped a fairly big whack, 4-game ban. He challenged it. The Sixers challenged it as well. I mean, what was your perspective on that, acknowledging that umpires come under your broader remit as well?
Yeah, I mean, when I first saw it, I didn't like what I saw, and I think most cricket people would say that. I'm really pleased that he's accepted the outcome and also acknowledged his role in it. So there was some contrition showed by the player. I think that's important. I understand the concept of the appeal because you always want to challenge, you always want to use the rules and regulations to the best of your advantage. But I think on reflection, he'll want that period of time over again. And it's another demonstration that our players are human beings. They're going to make mistakes from time to time. Like all of us. Guaranteed, as good as you both are, you'll make a mistake today. And it's just the level sometimes of those mistakes are big, and when you're in the public eye, they're bigger. And he made a mistake, and he now pays a very significant price for that mistake.
What's the process like, do you think? So in the NRL and the AFL, there are open tribunal hearings, so we all hear the evidence, and it either justifies or not the penalty. In cricket, it is all done behind closed doors. Do you have a view whether that's the appropriate way?
Well, when I was in rugby league, I was always a firm believer in getting as much transparency into those processes as possible, because the more that they're behind closed doors, the more people are looking for something sinister in the process, when quite often there's not. And so in rugby league, we used to open them up, and they are some of the most boring nights in history, having to sit through a judiciary process. So I get a sense transparency is your friend, not your foe. And ultimately, there are rules and regulations which people abide by. So, the behind closed doors thing for me creates some level of privacy, but ultimately, I think there's a level of transparency which stops a lot of the questions being asked.
Yeah. The IPL mini auction that was held, so the two headlines were obviously Stark and Cummins. I felt like the most interesting case study maybe we've ever had in Australian cricket is Spencer Johnson.
Yeah.
So red ball contract with the Saka Heat BBL contract. This is far beyond anything he's ever dreamt of earning in Australia. Sort of as the microcosm of what this might be, how significant a moment is 1.78 million for Spencer Johnson?
Oh, it's enormous. The numbers are enormous, but then, as you've just articulated nicely, the numbers are enormous in comparison to what you can earn domestically. And whilst we're really pleased for players to do that, it puts huge pressure on the domestic system. It puts huge pressure on boards both here and abroad to continue the traditional bilateral concept of cricket, where players will commit to it. Now, we're in an era now where all of our best players want to play red ball cricket. They want to wear a baggy green, male and female, by the way. And we can't take that for granted, though, because the next generation of player probably won't think like that. And I think that's a real challenge. And that challenge is upon us right now, in my view. And we've got to make sure we understand those challenges and compete, because it's getting away from us.
So what do you think, just give me round figures, right? What would a stock standard contract with the Saka be for a summer, do you reckon?
If you're playing both formats, if you're playing a BBL format over the course of summer and you're playing in a domestic system and you're playing some Shield cricket, you're probably talking 300,000.
Yeah. So this is where my mind goes. If you're anywhere near Spencer Johnson or him himself, it's almost your professional obligation now to go, okay, so my principal earn is this 8 weeks. And if I make that work, then beyond that, there are 5 or 6 other contractual possibilities. I'm not sure why I would sign a contract to play any red ball cricket ever again. And I can still represent Australia. Because the more I play in the IPL and like contracts, the further up the list I go to represent Australia in white ball cricket.
And you've just demonstrated the challenge that I was just trying to articulate, which is exactly that, is, he'll still want to play for his country, as we all would want him to, but there will be a push and pull element which is hard to get away from. And who in their right mind in any vocation, whether it's sport or industry, wouldn't take that option either? You can't begrudge the players for finding the best commercial outcome, because one, they've got a limited lifespan, and two, quite often, they don't choose their own demise at the end of their career. It's chosen for them. So you've really got to cash in while you can. And there are opportunities for these players to genuinely cash in, as we've seen. And I think those opportunities are growing. As you've just said, if you shine in that league, you will find other leagues of which to ply your trade. Now, these are all good things for players, but it puts pressure back on the systems that we've generated over a long period of time, revenue share systems and domestic cricket and pathways, which we have to almost reinvent or reinvigorate.
Yeah. I mean, you'd love to know what cricket looked like in 20 years so that you could make the decision. It's not how it works, is it?
Yeah.
It's somewhere in a drawer, do you have a document that forecasts, well, this is probably where these trends will take us, and these are going to be the flex points and the real tension moments along the way?
Yeah, well, we're certainly looking well in advance of where we are now and trying to predict what that looks like. The hard thing to do is if we go back 10 years, we would never have predicted where we're sitting right now. So I'd love to tell you I've got that crystal ball, but what I can say with some certainty is that the T20 leagues around the world are growing. They're growing commercially, and they've got much more private investment in them than they've ever had, which means that earning opportunities for players will increase, which will put more pressure on the system domestically here and will put more pressure on bilateral cricket here. And when I say here, I don't just mean in Australia, I mean every competing nation in world cricket. And we're already seeing the West Indies, New Zealand, South Africa being challenged by this, and I saw recently South African cricket were telling their players not to tour in a test match series in New Zealand, but to stay and play T20 cricket. Now, if I'd said that to both of you 10 years ago, you would have laughed me out of the room. But that's happening today. So I don't think that we can turn our attention away from that and think it won't happen here, because it will. In my view, it's a matter of when.
Feels a bit dystopian, doesn't it, when you kind of say it like that? But it is the direction of travel. And the other commonality with a lot of these leagues that are popping up is they're owned by, broadly speaking, the same group of people out of the IPL and so on. There was chat through the middle of this year about the prospect of 12-month deals with IPL clubs that will extend to other competitions around the world, and where there'll be a reverse of what we currently have, where it won't be an NOC being sought to play a domestic league. It'll be, well, can we have permission to have our superstar player back to turn out in a test match? Do you think it'll get that bad?
Well, I'll share this with you. When I saw you recently at the Ashes in the UK, I spent some time with a gentleman who's my counterpart in the EPL. His name's Maheta Malongo. He doesn't know anything about cricket, but he's responsible for the players who play in the EPL. Now, his first question to me was, how long are you here for? How long are your players here for? And when I explained to him the length of time we were at the Ashes, the next question was, he said, well, geez, their clubs will be unhappy about that, being released to their countries for that long. And when I tried to explain to him that they were actually here being centrally contracted from their countries, he basically said to me, well, that's not going to last much longer. Now, that's from someone who's completely outside the sport, who lives in a very different world. And it's hard. These are hard things to talk about, particularly for people who've been entrenched in cricket all their life and have seen it in one way. But my view is we've got to embrace change, and we've got to be prepared to talk about it, because it's coming. So it might not be the terrible demise of the game that some people think. It might actually be a growth opportunity for the game if we get it right. I still want our players playing for their country, but it just might be in a different way.
One man who's not going to be playing Test cricket for much longer is David Warner. There's been a lot of speculation through the year about how he might move into T20 franchise comps in a more wholehearted way. Of course, he's played in the IPL for years, but the IL T20 is coming up, and I know he's got a deal with the Capitals through the IPL. He's got a deal with the IL T20 as a marketing czar or something like that on a press release a couple of weeks ago. Looking at the dates, it'll clash with the end of the Big Bash, and it will clash with some Australian white ball cricket against the West Indies. Is it your expectation that Warner will seek an NOC for that tournament? And if so, might it be that it is at the expense of some BBL or indeed some Australian white ball internationals?
I think the short answer to that is probably yes. I know he's pretty committed to the BBL, and we've had this conversation, Dave and I, about the importance of, and you heard me say this on this exact program last year, about the importance of our best players playing in the BBL. And there's a reason for that, because if we've got our best players playing here, we're a big chance to create the biggest revenues, and the biggest revenues for domestic players means everyone shares in those revenues. And that's sort of incumbent on our best players to try to play. And I've had that conversation with Dave and others, but there's no doubt in the next phase of Dave's life, he's going to be looking to ply his trade where he gets the best return on his investment. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In fact, I'm encouraging him to do that. And there will be times where he'll be looking to miss certain games or tours, and that's the sort of flexibility I think we've got to get our heads around. Some people won't like that, but that's the modern world of which we're living in, and I think we have to embrace it.
Last one is Nick Hockley was here yesterday and he gave the greatest hope we've heard around a women's test series for the premium product, Australia, England, Australia, India. Is that reflective of what you would know behind the scenes, or is that an advancement of the hope that Elisa Healy expressed in the aftermath of the Indian one-off test?
Well, I'm pleased that he said that because, we've been banging on for a long time, the players, about ensuring our female cricketers have the same opportunities to play red ball cricket. There's a step behind that which is equally important, which is the pathways for our girls to play red ball cricket on the way through to test match cricket. Because let's face it, sadly, there's some girls who are getting into red ball cricket playing a test match that have never played with a red ball before. So we've got to make sure we build the system below that as well. But I agree, we've been advocating for a long time about red ball cricket for our female athletes, particularly against India and England. It was a great test match. I want Australia to win every test match, but it was good to see it so competitive. And that would have really stung our girls to lose. I'm sure they wanted to play another test match straight away, and they didn't get that.
That was the point. It was crying out for the next test match and the one after that, because as we've seen with the men, is going into India, you just need a little bit of time to settle and see how you go the next time around.
And our girls will be so much better for the experience in those conditions. So I'm pleased that he said that. And the challenge for us and the game and the players is to commercialise those events and make sure that they can contribute to the broader system. So, yeah, we've been advocates for a long time, and I'm pleased that the governing body is equally supportive.
Todd, good to see you. We'll chat again in Sydney.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Todd Greenberg is the Chief Executive of the ACA. Skies are much brighter again at the MCG. Whether this is just the wave that we'll go through, I reckon they'll have a go at lifting the next set of covers in the coming minutes. The umpires are out chatting with the ground staff at the moment, and we'll tap into a little bit of Fox cricket next and bring you the latest from ground level. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools, not toys, working hard since 1982, when play does resume. Pakistan 6 for 194. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Get a Nissan Navara Dual Cab SL 4x4 Auto from $49,990 drive away. Plus up to $2,000 of Nissan genuine accessories. See nissan.com.au for T's and C's.
Yeah, g'day. Got some delays through Footscray this morning after a 4.3 metre high truck tried to go under a 4.1 metre bridge. That's on Buckley Street, Napier Street. Delays continue for the Westgate Freeway from Millers Road through to the top of the bridge due to annual maintenance. Only 2 city-bound lanes are open until January 4. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale is now on, and Kogan.com are tearing up the prices so you can tear into boxes. Don't miss out. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Where do you go for really good advice on renting trucks?
I'd start with the biggest. They've got to know a bit.
And who are the biggest?
Budget. Budget are the biggest. They're the specialists.
And the prices?
Jump on the website. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
So, a fair price plus good advice.
That's a poem, that is. Fair price, good advice. Nice.
Head to budgettrucks.com.au or just drop into your local budget for a chat.
There's one over there.
We know.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in-store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on
all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick, so go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Where do you find Australia's fastest speedway action this Christmas? Play Per View, your place to watch all the greatest speedway events live or on demand. With over 15 massive events from Boxing Day to New Year's, including Sprint Car Speed Week, USA v WA Speed Week, the Late Model USA Summer Speed Week, and the Ultimate Sedan Weekend. Watch all the speedway action from the American Invasion this Christmas week live on clayperview.com or download the Clay Per View app today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event on now. Certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles now from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event on now until 5pm Saturday. Just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
It has the markers of a very frustrating morning, so we are in delay now, 5 minutes beyond where the first ball has been bowled. The ground staff has attempted to lift the covers again, and the rain just intensified, or the drizzle intensified. I don't want to overstate what's falling. So we're in a holding pattern. The Australians are going through their warm-ups, and I'm sure Pakistan have had their net sessions. So there'll be a desire as soon as the rain stops to get out there, and some of this you'll be able to play through. It's just you can't start in it. So our pre-match extends. It's for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, working hard since 1982. The scoreboard 6 for 194 Pakistan. Just before we delve any further, let's hear from Matt Page, who's just been on Fox Cricket.
What's happening? You've got better radars than all of us.
We look off the same stuff you guys are looking off, so there's not much on the radar at the moment, which is, I mean, it is what it is. It's just a wait and see for us at the moment. Boys are roping the ground at the moment, so as soon as we get a clear spell, then we'll get them off and try and get play underway as soon as we can.
How long does the process take, do you reckon?
Well, it just depends on how much more rain we get and how long this goes for. So umpires will come out probably in the next 20 minutes, have a look, see where they're at, and we'll go from there.
Just before we let you go, obviously the MCG's transformed under your stewardship. Congratulations in the last 5 years. Alistair Cook was here and made all those runs, and there was talk about the pitch being changed. You've done a wonderful job. Are you happy with what you've got at the moment? Seems to be a good balance, and you still saw the ball swinging and seaming yesterday, 60, 70 overs in.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've come a long way, and it's not just from my part. I guess it's from a whole organisation. Look, we sat down, I guess, after that Ashes series and said, look, where do we want to go? And we wanted to be renowned for, I guess, producing exciting Test match cricket. Boxing Day is one of the biggest Test matches around the year, around. So we want to produce pitches that I guess provide a contest or exciting to watch, but also give everyone a chance. And had a bit of spin yesterday for Nathan Lyon, which is really encouraging for us. So look, happy with where we're at, but we're still looking to, I guess, continue to improve and get better as the game changes as well.
The curator, Matt Page, here at the MCG on Fox Cricket a couple of minutes ago. Simon Katich is back with me, and Chris Rogers as well. Welcome back, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard, Buck, and all our listeners.
Hello, guys.
Little bit frustrating, but we should get a run at it shortly, I reckon.
It is frustrating. It's good to hear from Matt Page. He's a Wanneroo boy from Perth, and he's come over here to do the MCG these Test matches, and he has done a great job. He's been able to as how we said, transform this pitch into what is a good contest, and it has been. And we're lucky enough to see runs and wickets. I mean, it actually went at that last session yesterday. It went at 4 runs and over, and it was very exciting, wasn't it?
No, it has been lively cricket throughout yesterday, and it promises to be that way today with the atmospherics, if we can just get out there. So we need about a half-hour spell without any drizzle, and then once we're out there, you can play through a bit.
Yeah, and it's just really fine at the moment. It was just down on the ground about 15 minutes ago, and I think if you'd already started, you'd probably stay out there in it. So it's just the timing of it. The ground is relatively dry. The shower this morning wasn't too bad, but they're roping it at the moment. So hopefully play will start pretty soon.
What does roping the ground do?
Oh, it's a good question.
Does it just lift the water up and then drops back down?
Yep.
Yeah. What's the chatter down at ground level?
I didn't get a chance to get around to both teams and see anyone, but I think given the overheads and what we saw on day one with the swing and seam that was around for Pakistan, it feels like I feel like things could move forward today, particularly if the ball stays dry enough. If this drizzle doesn't come back and the ground dries out and the overheads stay the way they are, it's very cloudy. Albeit it's cool. It's probably not as humid as day one, so that's the only thing, whether it swings as much given the cooler conditions.
We had a proper bowlology session at the start of the day. Damien Fleming's not within earshot. You're both batters. Are you a sceptic on the science of bowling, Buck?
In what respect?
Do you think we're being sold a certain mysticism around what's happening in the modern era?
About this wobble seam stuff. I was just saying to you guys beforehand. I mean, I don't know. I reckon that was happening back in county cricket in the early 2000s. It wasn't like it wasn't happening. Guys would, sometimes it would swing too much, so they would purposely tilt the seam and just try to get it to wobble down and hit the seam instead. So it has come into vogue, hasn't it? This kind of idea of what they do. But the other thing too is, you talk about guys who are swing bowlers. What are they when it stops swinging? So then you are a seam bowler, and I think I heard you guys talking about Pat Cummins before, and he calls himself a seam bowler. He's looking just to smash a length and get some variation out of the pitch. And as he said, if he doesn't know which way it's going, then the batter certainly doesn't. So, it's a pretty good method to work on, isn't it?
We're being told if there's no further rain, play will start at 10:45, so 35 minutes to prepare the grounds. We just need that luck for the weather to hold and get out there and start in this first session of play. We wouldn't lose any play at that stage either, so we could make that up at the other end of the day. What there is no denying is what Pat Cummins did yesterday to jackknife the flow of the game.
Yeah, and there was a article by Dan Brettigan just said that Pat Cummins is best weapon. That he's the captain, and then there's times when he needs to get the team needs the breakthrough, and he gives himself the ball, and he comes in and he bowls that spell. I mean, it's just such high class, and it's tough for the batters. They had the upper hand, but there's no let up. You get through one spell, and you think, I've got through a really tough spell. I'm gonna get an easier spell, and then another good bowler comes on, and it's hard work for the batters, and they've just got to be better for longer. But if they don't, then we see what happened to Pakistan. They lost 5 wickets pretty quickly, and the game changed on its head.
With that as the theme, Josh Hazlewood spoke with Colo and Bharat around how rare it is that they get to play as a foursome and how much they cherish it right now. So for all the cricket that does get played, I think it's the 26th time that they've played together as four, and this summer sets up for them to do it a few more times with New Zealand. But given the longevity of each of their careers and the records, it's still 1 in 3 that they actually play together as a quartet.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that stat. I heard it last week in Perth, and I got a shock because I thought they would have played a lot more tests together than that. And, I mean, their records are all amazing, and we've seen, the quality. It's the best test tack in the world, without being biased. I think, when you look at their records, but then you look at what each brings to complement each other in this attack, they're all got a point of difference, and that's what makes it such a unique attack. And, going back to Camo, I think it just really highlights the dynamic of having a bowling captain, because you don't see it that often, but games require someone to stand up when not much is happening to get that breakthrough, and that's the beauty of having a bowling captain with the skill and class of Cummins. He can do it time and time again. It's not too dissimilar when you've got a batting captain that is so dominant with the bat that can set games up or score, amazing test hundreds in tough conditions to be able to make sure you get enough runs for the bowlers to defend. So it's just that we don't see it that often, and now we're seeing it regularly. It's just a great dynamic to see.
Yeah, and I think that the point that Kat made there about point of difference, that's I think back to playing against South Africa when you had this brilliant pace attack in terms of you had the height of Morne Morkel, you had the absolute skill and pace of Dale Steyn, and then you had that, the skill of Philander. But they didn't really have the spinner to complement them. And then you have Nathan Lyon here to add that. And even the fact that he got the first wicket. So as opening batters, you do the hard work. You think you've got through the quicks, and then the spinner comes on, and here we go. I can just, chip away and turn over the strike and watch the scoreboard go up. And then Lyon comes in and he gets the breakthrough. That's absolute gold for a captain as well. So they've got that variety and yeah, I guess it's one of the best attacks that's Australia's ever had. I'd probably put it second behind McGrath, Gillespie, Brett Lee, and Warney. But it's pretty bloody close.
Yeah, you're right. I think statistically they're getting really close to being in that sort of same echelon, which is it's amazing. Well, it's no surprise because they're all high quality and they will all go down as greats of Australian cricket.
In all the cricket you've played, and you obviously captained for a long time over in Canada cricket, have you played under a bowling captain that immediately springs to mind?
No, I don't think I have. Not immediately that springs to mind. Yeah, I'd probably have to search my memory a little bit harder, but no.
And you've got a captain at the moment in Victoria who's an all-rounder.
Yep.
So he's sort of living half the Cummins experience. And he's done it with bat and ball already for Will Sutherland.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones too. You sometimes you worry about how much you're loading their responsibility when you give it to the bowling captain, and then it's tricky about when do they bowl themselves and do they feel like, they're taking the best overs, or do they feel like they're not bowling themselves enough or whatever. And that's trying to fine tune that. But with Pat, I mean, it's pretty obvious when he bowls. He's almost the main bowler. It's good that even for him, he can bowl first change too. I think that helps him with that kind of responsibility. He doesn't feel like he's taken away from others. He's given them the crack first, but then when he needs a breakthrough, he just taps himself on the shoulder and says, "Let's go." And more often than not, he makes things happen.
And Hazelwood said that not just his skill and the nagging length that he bowls, but the cricket sense. Now's the time for the big spell. He's got that.
He has, and he's shown it all throughout the year. As I said earlier, he showed it in Pakistan when the series was on the line in Lahore and nothing was happening, and Pakistan were in a pretty good position in the final test there, and he delivered. Australia ended up winning 1-0 in a hard-fought series. He did it in the World Cup final. His tactical acumen there, but it was also him leading the way with the tactics, attacking the stumps, using his bouncer, and just really stifling and sucking the life out of that Indian middle order with Virat and KL Rahul through the middle overs. He's done it over and over, and I mean, we saw it a number of times over the years here in Australia in our conditions where he's so well suited. But yesterday was just a great example of, someone needing to step up, because Pakistan were in a very good position at 1 for 124, and then he changed the whole complexion of the test.
So the warm-ups are happening down below as the Pakistan team has gathered. They're in their circle of hope, and we are 27 minutes away. We've got our own little circle of hope going for the first ball at 10:45. We didn't fully explore yesterday. Dave Warner anointed Marcus Harris as his replacement beyond Sydney, which has its own dynamic, I think. Just tell us about the Harris century against Pakistan at the Junction Oval, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, the best word I would use to just talk about was it was efficient. It was interesting for him. He played in the Australia A game against Pakistan at Monaco, where it kind of, it descended into a bit of a farce by the end. I think even with covers, something happened with the covers and water got underneath, and the last day was caught off. But it was so flat there, and then he had actually booked to go home back to Perth. Sorry, he's from Perth. He'd booked a flight to go back, and we told him that we'd arrange this game with Pakistan a little bit last minute. And initially he was well, I've already booked this flight. But then he thought about it and thought, well, no, this is an opportunity. I need it. I can't say no to this opportunity. What would that look like? And then to come and play, it would have been an interesting one because he just had to put his head down and just get the job done. And I liked that what he did. He just came in and yeah, it was a pretty good batting wicket, to be fair. But he just put his head down. He played all the right shots. He hit him into the gaps and he was efficient. He didn't make a mistake. And I think particularly in those conditions, he's exceptional. He knows his game really well. He's a senior player for us, and he looks like he's right at the best he's ever been in his career because he has that whole body of experience now to call upon as well. So I think if he got another chance, he's best prepared than he ever has been.
It strikes me that's sort of the dynamic with all three of them. Matt Renshaw, Cam Bancroft, Marcus Harris, they are all ready. It's just the question is, are they ultimately good enough to have the full endorsement of the selectors to be the next guy?
Yeah, that's always going to be the big question is they've all played Test cricket. They've all had an opportunity. They haven't grabbed it with both hands and said, you know what, I'm up to this. And that's probably the biggest area for all of them. It's probably more the mental side of it now because they've all had cracks, haven't nailed it, and the next crack they get is they basically got to grab it because if they don't, they're going to be judged on it saying, well, you're at that stage of your career. Renshaw's probably the one that has a bit of leeway because he's a little bit younger than the other two, but they're all at that stage of their career where they've got to grab this opportunity if one of them gets it.
Now, you were both openers. I feel like the favoured way is we're going to see Cam Green open in Adelaide. Just reading the tea leaves, I don't know whether that is what's going to happen or not, but I reckon you've just heard enough to say they like the idea of the six best batters and they don't want Cam Green sitting on the sidelines for too long. There are 4 tests, 2 against the West Indies and 2 against New Zealand, and then that opens up. They don't have to make another decision until November for the Indian series. So you can go 2 ways. You can either audition someone or you can go, look, we want this guy to play Test cricket now. And then there's a whole lot of time to make the decision for what we want the Indian and the Ashes series to look like. You're both openers. Are you philosophically opposed to somebody like Green opening? Are you wedded to it's got to be a specialist opener, or are you open-minded to what they would like to do? Do you have a view, Buck, as an opener?
It's difficult for me, Gerard, just because of my role, and I have a bias clearly. With Marcus, I want to see him in there getting another go. So, it's a really interesting one. The fact that they've got Mitch Marsh there who can bowl overs when they need it doesn't really mean that, Cam Green's overs are that important, for instance. So then it's really, is he bringing the best? Who's bringing the best to that role? So I'd probably push that question over to Simon. He's probably can be a bit more objective, I'd say.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with anyone that says it should be a specialist opener because I get it's a specialist role, having done it myself at the back end of my Test career. But my opinion is probably a little bit different, and I've said this for probably a couple of weeks now prior to that first Test, is that I feel Cameron Green is the best player of those four. That's just my personal opinion. There'll be plenty that disagree with that, but, I just see him as a test player, and I think he only played a couple of tests in the Ashes, but I think it was a great lesson for him and for the Australian setup in that his preparation was poor for England in particular, and you can't blame him for going to the IPL. Have no issue with that because he does want to play white ball cricket for Australia and it's part of his development, and he did well there for Mumbai, but it hampered what he could do in the Ashes, and there's no doubt that had an impact. That was only for a couple of tests. He's come back to Australia. He's got the 90-odd at the Gabba for WA. Then he got 40-odd in that PM's game. I think he can adapt to open the batting. And that I'm coming from that position that having done it myself where I batted at 3, 4, 5, 6 throughout my first-class career, it's just a change in mindset. And I actually think it suits his game to get higher up the order. He's proven that for WA, batting at 4. And I know that's not opening, but, at some point you have to bat and face the music. So whether it's with, when you first walk out there or whether it's 10 or 15 overs in, you've still got to have the game and the mindset to face the music. And I think he can adapt.
And with Warner, who's bowing out, so he's got the one innings to come here, which could be a pivotal innings. It suits his circumstances really well to move the game quickly, and then the final bow in Sydney. Will we miss Dave Warner when he's gone, Buck?
Oh, no doubt. You can have your opinion on him as a as a character and what he brings from that point of view. But in terms of his batting, and I was fortunate enough to open the batting with him. Some of the batting I saw standing down the other end is as good at batting as I've ever seen. I remember Morne Morkel in the first test in the 2014 series in South Africa. He ripped my world apart when he bowled 2 short balls. One hit me in the shoulder, and the second one I popped up to short leg, and I thought, I have absolutely no idea how I'm going to play this bloke because it feels like it's coming from the second story. And then we went to Port Elizabeth, and I was going to bed thinking about Morne Morkel and waking up thinking about Morne Morkel. It was ridiculous. Haven't done that since, thankfully. I missed out in the first innings. In the second innings, felt a lot under pressure because Shane Watson was going to come back into the team, and was just ready for this kind of battle with Warner. And then Davey Warner absolutely smashed him everywhere. I think he hit him for 4 fours in 4 balls, all back of a length, like punching through point, pulling through mid-wicket. And I just don't think anyone else could have hit those shots. And so you watch it, and then Morne kind of got taken off, and then he wasn't, with the old ball, it wasn't as challenging. But just watching down the other end and how fast he'd score. There was the game in the Ashes where I think he was on 42 and I was on 2, and you just this is incredible. This is tough work. And he's putting so much pressure back on the bowlers that it's changing the game. And a lot of the times we've seen tests, particularly in Australia, the game seems like it's over after the first hour because he's just driven the game so far forward, and Australia seem to be on top, and it seems like it's inevitable, and that's him. If you put 2 slow batters together at the top, it keeps the bowling side in because they feel like they're 2 balls away, a little, bang bang, and the game they're always in the game. So from that point of view, the other thing is he's got the second most runs ever for Australia in all formats. That is ridiculous, behind Ricky Ponting. So you can't deny that we'll miss him.
For all of the debate around whether he should or he shouldn't have been there, that was my takeout watching and listening the events in Perth, that is irreplaceable. That has been his gift to Australian Test cricket, is to bring that frightening pace to it, to shape or alter a Test match. The Boxing Day Test against, I think it was against Pakistan, and it made a big total, and he's sort of going, God, this is a stretch. And then Warner just smashed a century and totally altered the circumstances of the match inside a couple of hours. That will be irreplaceable.
And that's the thing. It's very difficult to go out and play that way in Test cricket. And that's where, the challenge for whoever gets the opportunity at the top of the order will be obviously to make runs. But there will be this little bit of a seed of doubt around, do they have to play an aggressive style? Because we know that Khawaja's going to... He swims between the flags now at his stage of his career, and it's right to do that, because there's no doubt when you get to that stage of your career, and I'm sure Buck will back me up on this, you don't have the same reflexes and skills to be able to take the game on like you do when you're in your probably late 20s, early 30s. And you can see it at the moment in Khawaja. He's like a ruthless run-scoring machine. He sticks to where his areas are safe, and he plays that. And that's why he's been so successful in the last 2 years. And I don't think he's going to change that, and I don't think the team will want him to change that. So whoever comes in probably needs to complement him at the top of the order.
My only question to you back to your point about, you went from the kind of middle order to the opening position. Did you go and open for New South Wales in Shield cricket first and then go up, or you just went straight from into the opening position?
Yeah, the opportunity came in the West Indies in 2008, and that was the only spot because Haydos got injured, and basically it was there or batting at 6, and they asked me, and I said, I'm happy to open. And I'd been batting probably for New South Wales for that previous season or so. So it was really... And the reason for that was because we had Hughes coming through and Khawaja and all these... And even, Davey Warner was on the fringes, but there was already guys there. Phil Jakes was playing, so there were already guys. And as captain, I allowed them to bat there where that was probably their normal spot.
Yeah, there was a text came through and said, well, what's the point of Shield cricket if you're not... If Green is picked...
Well, that's valid.
Yeah.
But Green has played better in Shield cricket than any of those other three.
Yeah.
His first-class numbers are far superior to all those other three. That's my point. He averages over 46.
Not as an opener, that would be my other, my retort to that.
A lot of it's been at 4 for WA. His biggest scores for WA have been at number 4.
And I know batting at 4 was so much easier than opening.
Well, it's funny because I actually think it's funny having opened. I actually found at times it's actually a better play, particularly in certain parts of the world. It's actually better to open in the subcontinent and places like that than it is batting in the middle order. But it's all, you've got to put it in context.
Simon Katich and Chris Rogers with us. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools, Not Toys, working hard since 1982. The lights are on. It's pretty grey overhead, but it's dry, and we just need it to be dry for the next 15 minutes. The hours of play have been revised. The opening session, 10:45 to 12:45, then a 40-minute lunch break, 1:25 to 3:40, so stacking 15 minutes extra into the middle session. And the final session of play is from 4 till 6 with an extension till 6:30. We'll get Pete and Bharat to drop by before the first ball, which is hopefully a quarter of an hour away. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Get a Nissan Navara Dual Cab SL 4x4 Auto from $49,990 drive away. Plus up to $2,000 of Nissan genuine accessories. See nissan.com.au for T's and C's.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The demo event is on now at Berwick BMW. Enjoy savings equal to the GST on selected models, along with a 5-year warranty. Seize the moment. Visit Berwick BMW today. Offer must end December 31st. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
That's one day, that's not just one day.
Mum, can you be more specific?
Boxing Day.
Of course. We knew what you meant.
I think Nana will box you, Dad.
It's not that kind of boxing.
It's a Benaud Boxing Day sale.
Everything in boxes and not in boxes.
Huge deals on fridges, ovens, washers and dryers, TVs and tech, coffee machines and more.
The whole box and dice.
The Benaud Boxing Day sale.
And it's not just Boxing Day.
It's on now.
Benaud, better living every day.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. For locally made gift ideas that shine like green and gold, check out Australian Made's top Aussie products, the go-to resource to find the very best Aussie-made goodies. From handcrafted homewares and accessories to innovative Aussie inventions, you'll find a top Aussie product for every occasion. Each one carries the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo, so you can be sure it's genuinely Aussie. Hop to australianmade.com.au/top Aussie and support local while you shop.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley. Unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road. An easy 8 minutes from Chadstone. Ends 5 p.m. Saturday.
On my way, on my way.
Licence 578.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Download the My 7-Eleven app for Fuel Price Lock and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel today. Savings not guaranteed. Visit 711.com.au for T's and C's.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, it's a sign you need a wheel alignment. So for safety's sake, get the experts to check it out. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley. Unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road. An easy 8 minutes from Chadstone. Ends 5 p.m. Saturday.
On my way, on my way.
Licence 578.
For Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT.
We remain in our extended pre-match for Spitwater. Tools, not toys, working hard since 1982. Adam Collins jumping in. Got Bharat, Sunderasen and Peter Lalor for company. Just recapping the news that the restart's not far away. Indeed, we're 8 minutes from that eventuality when we do get going again. Pakistan 6 for 194. Mohammad Rizwan 29. Amir Jamal on 2. Pakistan will resume 124 runs behind Australia's 318 from yesterday. Just on that same screen a moment ago in our ad there, I saw, gents, an ad for the one-day international here on the 2nd of February between Australia and the West Indies. Pat Cummins in a gold shirt
Nice striking gold shirt. And it made me reflect on the answer given by Todd Greenberg there when we asked him about that one-day series and the wider commitments towards the end of the Australian summer and David Warner's participation in them. And I suppose opening the door to Warner missing international cricket in favour of playing in the ILT20. I mean, I think that's a sign of what might be coming, Pete.
It is a sign of what might be coming because the ILT20 starts on January 20.
Yep.
The BBL finishes finish January 24, and those one-dayers are in February, as you say. Warner's contracted. Sorry?
From the 2nd until the 13th, those white ball games.
Yeah, and David Warner's contracted to Australian cricket, isn't he? He's contractually obliged to play for Australian cricket, but what will they do? I mean, what David Warner does from here as he enters the next phase of his career is going to be fascinating. I think he said that he doesn't want to sign a contract with Cricket Australia when that comes around at the end of the financial year. He says, because then I have to do all the marketing and all this and all that. But, you know, will Australian cricket want to use an uncontracted player in the future? Like, will they use him for the World Cup in the following year?
Well, there's a lot to pull out here, isn't there, Bharat? Because, well, first of all, I think they will have to play uncontracted players going forward based on what Todd Greenberg was saying. This is the direction of travel. However, and this is no sure thing that Warner will miss the one-dayers, by the way, but the door is open to that happening, Bharat. This is going to be a tricky terrain for Warner to navigate because, I mean, public sentiment, how much does he want to keep playing? We saw after the 50-over World Cup, he's technically speaking, at least got the door open to playing one-day cricket through to the next World Cup in 2027.
He was very clear when he spoke to the bunch of Australian journalists who were there in the World Cup. He spoke to us before the semi-final in Kolkata, and he said he doesn't want that contract, and that's what Pete is referring to. He said, till the time I'm playing Test cricket, that's my ultimate. I want the central contract, but for a couple of reasons. A, I don't want to stand in some youngster's way and just hold a contract where I'm not sure how much cricket I'm going to play or what formats I'm going to play. And secondly, the marketing stuff as well, because everything changes with the central contract. Like any other cricketer at this stage of his career, and very soon, I think all cricketers in the world will feel the same way about these things. They want more freedom with their commercials as well, not just where they play and what they play. And I thought he made it pretty clear he wasn't very keen on playing that one-day series when he spoke to us in Calcutta anyway.
It's just to explain, the marketing stuff is not about, showing up to a Cricket Australia event because you're obliged to show up. It's about not being able to sign with sponsors that you want to sign with because they're in conflict with Cricket Australia's sponsors. So he will be a free agent on the sponsorship market. And I think he's enhanced his brand a little in the last 5 years, where at one point there, he lost every single sponsor, didn't he? Yes. He hit that low point in sandpaper. Everybody deserted him. His bat manufacturer made him pay back the remaining money length, what was owed on that contract. I think Toyota let him keep the cars for the rest of the year, but that was all. Yeah,
CA was shedding sponsors at that time as well, that fateful week in Cape Town and Johannesburg when we were there. Pete, the other news point here, and we've got a couple of minutes till we'll change over and wait for the first ball, that's 4 minutes from now, was Todd Greenberg saying that there is some frustration at the lack of communication from the ICC in relation to the Usman Khawaja storyline, and I think that's quite reasonable criticism from the ACA.
Yeah, it is, but welcome to our world. We've never been able to get an answer out of the ICC on anything. That's perhaps one of the most unaccountable organisations on the planet. But perhaps there's a reason they're unaccountable, because if they were held to account, they'd have to explain who and how and why they made these decisions. And who at the ICC was the person who said, no, Cricket Australia and Usman Khawaja, you can't do what you want to do. Was it a phone call from a member board by any chance? Was it just plucking a name out of the air? Jay Shah, BCCI, rings up and says that's not happening. So if you're the ICC, you can't really front up and say, oh, no, we're not allowed. You're supposed to run cricket, but you're not really. The tail wags the dog.
Just go to the ICC website and try finding out who's in charge and the various committees, and it's like a maze. You'll be lost in it. That kind of explains everything we know and hear about the ICC, so not so surprised at all, Adam, that Todd would say that.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Pete. We're a few minutes away from the first ball. It's 18 degrees outside here at the G. There's not meant to be rain through the rest of the day. Let's hope that remains the case. The lights are on, the stumps are in, the players are on the other side of the boundary rope about to cross it. It has been our pre-match for Spitwater. Tools, not toys, working hard since 1982. Gerard Whateley jumping in after the break, and then Damien. It'll be the first ball in a couple of minutes. Pakistan 6 for 194 upon resumption. They trail by 124.
You made everyone else happy over Christmas. Now it's time to get yourself a present at Sexyland's famous Boxing Day sale. Up to 70% off Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, sexy lingerie, costumes and loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence that we are getting underway. Skies are as bright as they have been today, and the players walking out into the middle. So the lights feel a bit superfluous to needs, which is great after a morning of drizzle in Melbourne. Very little play lost. 45 minutes behind schedule today, but only 15 minutes behind schedule for what a typical day 3 would be. It does feel like a bowler-friendly day, heavily overcast. We'll see what this pitch does. Pakistan 6 for 194. The weather update for Rainbird, leading irrigation for more than 90 years. The weather really didn't give any guide to that drizzle and the delay. So who's to say what happens next? Gerard Whateley with Simon Katich. Here we go, Kat. Lively times.
Yeah, good morning, Gerard. Lights fully on here.
And Chris Rogers has taken his place for the first ball as well. Buck, here we go.
Morning, guys. Morning, listeners.
Bit of Mohammed Rizwan liveliness or wickets to fall. I'm up for either. Australia's lead is 124. Josh Hazlewood has been handed the ball at the worn ends. He'll start with 2 slips and a gully, a deep point, a fine leg, and a deep backward square. Travis Head limbering up. Rizwan, who's on 29 on strike. Those fielders will want to have their wits about them. It's just been put into the precise position that Hazlewood wants. Signal about to be given. The lower decks are well populated for the start of play. Away we go. Mohammed Rizwan readies himself. Josh Hazlewood stretches out. He's over the wicket. He bowls, and Rizwan is defending back down the pitch. What's the methodology for the two teams as they take the field now?
Well, you can see that Australia want to get Jamal on strike. They're happy for Rizwan to get an early single, and they're going to attack at the other end. Ideally, you knock Rizwan over and get stuck in at both ends, but I think given the lead of 124, they're comfortable letting him get the scoreboard ticking. But it'd be interesting to see if he's got other plans in mind, whether he wants to take on the boundary somewhere else, which won't be that easy early on.
Hazlewood flowing in, bowls. Rizwan drives, reaching away from the bodies, punched it out to deep point. Line gets around to the deep. Rizwan's coming back for the second throw into the non-strikers end. Hazlewood's right there, but they beat it home. Well judged by the Pakistanis. 31 for Rizwan, 6 for 196.
Is that Nathan Lyon at deep point?
He looked a bit stiff there, didn't he?
He did. And that I was expecting that throw to come in like a rocket because the run out was on here. Rizwan took off. He was running to probably the safer end, but Jamal going back to the bowler, that throw didn't come in anywhere near as quick as I initially thought it would because
Rizwan taps, readies, leaves. Delivery that dies as it reaches Carey.
Yeah, I was expecting Lyon to be a bit warmer because I think he's a gun fielder. He's so good at that point region in the ring, but at deep point, he's just stretching out there at the moment at deep backwards. So I just wonder whether he's a little bit ginger after a decent stint in the field yesterday.
Just forget he's not getting any younger. He still is mid-30s. It's going to take a little bit of a while to get warm. That first ball's probably not the ideal start for him, particularly in these conditions. A bit cold.
Hazlewood hits the crease. Rizwan lays bat on ball. He sends Lyon into motion again from backward points. And by the time he gets there, Rizwan scampered out of the crease of the non-strikers and gets back for 2.
What do you reckon they've said to the tail here? What was the coaching staff said to them?
The Pakistan tail? I think they just got to support Rizwan. And I think what he's shown already, I like the way he's going about it here. He's actually not trying to hit the ball too hard. He's just manoeuvring it into the gaps. I think twos are probably his best weapon here, because the boundaries will be difficult against this attack. So great way of scoring, 4 or 5 and over with a couple of twos and get off strike late in the over, and then he can manipulate the strike as much as he can.
If the bottom 4 can get 10 each, I reckon.
Yep.
Rizwan 40.
Lucky keeper on strike. Rizwan defends the ball well angled into the stumps from Hazelwood.
You're only asking for 10 from them.
Completely agree, mate.
And that's it. So that's almost the challenge to them. If they just get double figures, not that you give it away then, but that's not too bad. They get 80 runs today, and then by somehow they can get 2 quick wickets early, then there's a lot of pressure on Australia.
Field called in to try to prevent the single off the last ball. Both Head and Lyon to the infield. It's Hazelwood's approach. Last ball of his over, Rizwan to see it. It's at the pads, and it's an easy single as it trickles down to fine leg. Rizwan had the big swing. He was thinking boundary rather than single, but he'll take the single and keep the strike. He's 34, 6 for 199, the Host Plus, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
He played that shot yesterday and he put it into the stands for 6. And he did it off Cummins. It's no mean feat, that, but I think he's playing in percentages there because he knows that Hazelwood's hitting a length, and he's basically just trying to get under the length and shovel it using the bounce and the pace to his advantage. So I actually don't mind that shot.
It's Cummins, big rousing ovation at the G.
Yeah. Spoke about the earlier, Gerard, the wobble seam has been, something that's come into vogue. The other shot, the shot for the batters is that pick up off the hip. Instead of trying to ride it and take it, for a single down a fine leg, you just use the pace, lift it up, and sometimes it ends up in the second tier.
This opening session on day 3 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Pat Cummins in from the members' end. He's right arm over the wicket. Mohammad Rizwan drives, but he won't get a run out to mid-off.
It's funny you mention that, Buck, because I reckon it's coming into the game more on the back of white ball cricket, because you see in T20 a lot of the clever bowlers want to try and take the batsman's hands out of the equation, and they want to take the ball out of the hitting zone. So what they do is they get him to try and hit the pad or the hip, and as a result batsmen are now cottoning on and making sure that they're ready for that shot, pick up, put it over deep square leg.
Cummins rounds his mark into Rizwan, who drives brilliantly out through cover. It scampers across the turf down to the punt road end. Labuschagne running even harder. The hook slide. He gathers as they come back for 3.
I think Mohammad Rizwan was a bit furious with the running there from Jamal. He thought that there was a potential for 4. Jamal was just jogging. I mean, you've got to read the moments there. You've been watching the game. You know that if he goes into that pocket, that cover pocket from the Shane Warne end, that you got a chance to run forward. He practically jogged, and now he's on strike. I think if he gets out here, Rizwan will be absolutely furious.
And the other part of it too is with that long throw, is you can actually leave after the throw's gone into the air, because it's such a long throw. You'd have to take an absolute rocket arm, and Labuschagne's a gun fielder, but he's not running you out from there.
200 up for Pakistan. Cummins gets a look at Jamal. He went Yorker first up. It's squeezed out to the leg side. No run.
I wonder too if there's just a bit of moisture on the outfield, and the ball's just got a little bit wet here. A couple of balls that have just gone out deep into the outfield. Might just help the Pakistan batters here.
Loving Rizwan's energy, Gerard.
He's such a watchable player.
Is he up there with Rishabh?
I think he's got the characteristics of Rishabh. He's not quite as good. Jamal ducks the bouncer. He bows at a bouncer. He leaves the periscope up. It's all in the hips to get down underneath it. just in the stats column for Mate Internet Mobile, what you were saying the other day, Bucket, is 11 boundaries, or 11 fours and 11 threes in this Pakistan innings. As we study the replay and just see that periscope is the ball gets very close to the bat that's left in the air from Jamal. It's bright now at the G. 3 slips and a gully. Cummins is hunting Jamal, who's defending the ball to leg.
I think he's looked like he can handle the bat, Jamal. I think he's got a bit about him. He's shown it with the ball. He's had an interesting journey to Test cricket. And he's probably been the quickest over the first 2 tests of all the Pakistan bowlers. I think he's actually probably been consistently quicker than Shaheen Afridi. And now we're seeing some character with the bat as well. Soaked up 29 balls. Done a good job.
Last ball of Cummins over. Sets in and bowls. Jamal leaves near the off stump. 6 for 202 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbeatable connection.
Delays are easing on the Westgate Freeway heading outbound following an earlier broken down truck. Inbound still heavy though from Millers Road through the top of the bridge. There are only 2 right-hand lanes open on the Westgate Bridge due to maintenance works until January 4. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Amart's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save big with up to 60% off a huge range of furniture, mattresses, homewares and more. T's and C's apply. Stores open late this week, so hurry into Amart. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. The deficit is 116 for a sprightly Pakistan starts. Rizwan on strike. Bouncer dragged down and sent out into the deep for head. Only a single at deep square, so straight back to Jamal.
Talking about Jamal's batting that previous over. He's played 29 first-class matches prior to this test, 668 runs with a high score of 80 not out, averaging just under 20. Strike rate of 55, so he's not the worst. 250s.
The nuisance drizzle has returned, but as we mentioned, you just have to be out there, as this is the stuff you can easily play through. You just can't start in. Jamal faces up to Hazelwood, who's beaten on the outside edge. Crowd beyond 20,000. Seeing the opening forays. What are you seeing, Rizwan, the two of you, Simon and Chris?
I just see a player that's got intent right from the word go. As soon as he comes to the crease, he's busy. He's looking to be proactive, use his feet.
Jamal faces up. He's wrapped on the pads. Inside edge on the way through there and heading down leg, so no shout.
It's almost like when you watch a keeper bat, a lot of them are free scoring, and I think it's because when they keep for so long behind the stumps, they track the ball when they see what the wicket's doing, and it's almost like they've got a pretty good idea of how the wicket plays before they go out to bat, compared to, you know, if you're a batsman that fields square of the wicket or somewhere else, you don't have that same view of what the wicket does. And that can be a bad thing at times, because if you're seeing the wicket do everything, you can talk yourself out of making runs.
Hazelwood in, Jamal leaves.
The other thing too is he looks equally comfortable on the back foot as the front foot, and that's not always the case for players who are coming from Asia. But it's looked clean, hasn't it? He when the ball's pitched up, he gets forward on the front foot. He can open the face and work it out square to deep point, and then drop in short, as we saw from Hazelwood, and he just rolled his wrist on it, made sure he kept it down to the deep backward square.
Hazelwood tries again. Jamal ducks the bouncer.
Yeah, to do that, you've got to have quick hands, don't you?
You do, yeah. I mean, there's obviously a lot of skill there, and we've seen it, particularly in white ball cricket. But and then you watch Jamal bow into the short balls. It's a little bit different.
trying to get it on the squat show, isn't he?
They do say that, like, the top of your head's the hardest bit. And so if you're going to cop it, you might as well cop it there.
No one's teaching that, are they? So head into the deep. That square. Lyon retreats. Hazelwood bowls. Jamal runs the ball to Lyon and takes the single off the last ball. So happy to take his turn at the crease with Cummins to come next. 6 for 204 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, and unbreakable connection.
Crispy, crunchy golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with tangy barbecue sauce, which makes them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Yes, your app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
This session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Pat Cummins begins the fresh over. Jamal faces, almost edges. Beautiful ball just outside the off stump. The tail ender prodded at it but missed.
When you look at Rizwan's numbers, I mean, his numbers are very, very good with the bat. Averages just under 50 in T20 internationals, 40 in ODIs, 43 first class, just under 40 in test matches. So, look, he's a serious player.
He's seen a lot of Australia too in the various formats. Made 3 centuries against this foe. Jamal plays hard at the crease, so he hit the pitch rather than the ball as it goes past the outside edge. So Rizwan's century is a one-dayer in Sharjah in 2019, a one-dayer in Dubai in the same series, and a century in Karachi in March last year. Averaging 38.5 against Australia, and he's on 38 at the moment. 3 slips in a gully ready themselves. Jamal. Cummins bowls to him, tucked up in defence. Ball veering in at the stomach. No run at mid-wicket.
I've seen Pat Cummins go quite full on a few times today to Jamal, looking for that nick, and that one there just back to his normal length. And it jags back in off the seam. So even though this ball's nearly 59 overs old, Pat Cummins is still getting it to move appreciably. Jamal did well to squeeze that out.
Deficit 114, so 10 runs added thus far. Jamal is forward and defending the ball out near mid-off, no run. We're going to go at 2 paces this point, aren't we, when Rizwan's on strike and when Jamal's on strike. Jamal putting up the wall, having seen 39 balls. So you mentioned 10 for each of them. But Jamal's obviously only played the 1 test prior to this, so his average is 5. Afridi's average is 6. Hassan Ali's average is 13. Hamza's average is 3. So 3 of the 4 required to go above and beyond. Jamal was in on the pads with a leg slip put in place, but it falls away down the fine leg and presents a run.
The good thing Jamal is doing, though, he's making the Australians come to him. Short ball, just ducking. Ball's outside off stump. He's doing his best to leave. And that's just making the Australians go straight. And even then, they put in a leg slip, knowing that they have to attack the stumps. And he was good enough to fend that down to fine leg. So he's got a simple game plan. If you can just stick to it and support Rizwan.
He's going to see the last ball of the over. So Khawaja went from gully to leg slip. He's now at mid-off. There's a cover in place. Cummins to Rizwan. Jammed down on the ball. Bat into pad. It triples away to cover. 1 from the over. 6 for 205. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
Family holidays? No worries. AirAsia can fly you direct from Melbourne to Kuala Lumpur for only $369. Book now at airasia.com. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test cricket for host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. Change of bat for Amir Jamal. Just crack the handle or the blade. With a minimum of fuss. He was presented with 3 choices and he has a new one in hand. Josh Hazlewood is on hand from the Warner end. He bowls and Jamal leaves the ball outside the off stump.
Good discipline from him because Hazlewood's just tempting him out in the channel with the 3 slips. Gully and Nathan Lyon hovering behind point for him.
The thing he's doing too is he's actually understanding that the Australians are going to try and hit the top of off. So he's pressing forward. He's trying to get forward and cover that best ball. He's not just kind of hand on the back foot hoping he doesn't get hit.
Hazlewood upon him again. Full face of the bat, out to cover.
And he's number 8, so he should be able to hold the bat. I mean, it's that position can be quite crucial.
It's a good bit of fielding then from Labuschagne at mid-off because there was almost a single there, but he head around to his left and prevented it.
Element of cat and mouse to all of this. 3 slips and a gully when Jamal's on strike. Hazlewood to him. Jamal leaves. Ball in the channel again. Deficit 113. Just run the maths and put your captain's minds to work for both teams. What does Australia want as a cushion and what gives Pakistan a good chance on a day where there'll be cloud cover throughout?
I said earlier, I think if Pakistan can limit the lead to around 50, so that's what, another 63 from here, and 4 partnerships, I think they'll be pretty pleased with that.
Jamal stands ready. Oh, he only just got out of the way of that bouncer. He's down on a knee. Just jolted the helmet to the left at the last possible moment. There's a hold your breath replay even. Down he goes. He's not underneath it. Oh, just the last possible movement to not get sconed by that as we look at the Titanium Caravans replay built tough.
And Rizwan's come down to talk to him, so it'd be interesting to know what he's saying here. Just supporting his method, not to get worried about that short ball.
Gasps around the stadium on replay. Hazlewood on the follow-up. Pitches right at the body. It's defended away to mid-wicket. No run.
And the reason I say 50 is because I think the Australian top 4, if the Pakistan bowlers can get a couple of early breakthroughs, say for instance there's a partnership or so, but if you have Australia 4 for 100 and the lead's only 50, they're still in the test because you know that Head, Marsh, Carey hasn't made a lot of runs of late. So then ask the question of Australia, how are Head and Marsh going to play in that situation? You know, if you fall down, are you going to take the game on? And a couple more wickets and it's Pakistan are right in it.
Last ball of the over. Jamal defends back down the pitch. Rizwan just came and had a word, I reckon, and said, hey, how about a little bit of strike? Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection, 6 for 205.
Delays continue on the Westgate Freeway heading city-bound between Millers Road and the top of the Westgate Bridge due to maintenance works where only 2 lanes are getting through city-bound until January 4. Also heavy is the Ring Road Greensborough bound on the approach to Pascoe Vale Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Every game has a beginning. The Hunger Games, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. New to buy or rent on digital. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan 6 for 205. Rizwan has the strike now. He's 38. Pat Cummins 3 for 41 from his 16 overs. 2 slips, a gully. They're deep square of the wicket on both sides and a fine leg. Rizwan defends the ball out to cover. Line is there, no run. Like you're the local knowledge here. And from a test perspective, we don't quite... Oh, no, he's ducked out. So he's not the local knowledge at all. We don't quite know how the pitch will play day 3 and 4 in this different phase. And it's provided us with an excellent contest. The question is, are we about to see 2 good batting days? Or, for the first time in a long time, will the MCG pitch break up a little bit? Rizwan, forward driving that slices away out to deep point. He'll be eager to come back for a second. Labuschagne's on the job. Oh, Rizwan sent back throw from the outfield. If that had hit, I suspect Rizwan was out. Now, he's not going to be wrapped with Jamal at all. Jamal, bit of self-preservation. I'm not sure he's getting back with the intensity we've seen in his run, and Labuschagne just makes the play.
Yeah, I don't blame Jamal here. There was no 2 there. I mean, Rizwan's gone a couple of metres down and only just got back. There's no way in the world Jamal was coming back for 2 there, particularly to Labuschagne. They've got to be really careful about who they take on here, and Labuschagne's not the one you take on. He's only just missed that from side on as well.
Yeah. If they go through, as Cummins probably has the capacity to do, grab it and remove the bails and affect the run-outs.
Yeah.
So you can see exactly what Rizwan is thinking, and it worked twice to Lyon. Labuschagne is a totally different proposition.
And I think the other difference is that to Lyon, he got the ball further away from Lyon, so there was more likelihood of getting the 2, whereas that one just was not 2.
So Jamal is on strike as a result. He's hit by the bouncer of Cummins. It ricochets off the forearm. Rizwan says, come on, through you come. You can rub it at the other end. They'll take the leg by. The lead is 111 now for Australia, and a conversation between the 2 batters. They're chatting between most balls at the moment about either technique or running between wickets.
Well, his technique is getting him in dangerous positions, because as soon as he sees it short, he ducks his eyes straight to the ground and basically is presenting his helmet to the ball without being able to look at it. He's got no idea where the ball is.
He's been wearing them. Rizwan faces up. He runs the ball down to third. He has one. Labuschagne's on the job. He won't come back for the second. Jamal says no. It would have been Rizwan to the danger in that time, but Labuschagne is a factor as the fielder in the deep. He's having a say.
He's so good out there, Marnus Labuschagne. I thought Rizwan was going to come back then, because that one looked like it was more chance of 2, because he had to throw across his body. He had to run to his left and then swing around on his right to throw it in. But I think maybe he pulled out because there's only 2 balls left in this over. So you have to keep factoring that into the judgment as well. Does he really need to get back?
Cummins motors in. Jamal. Oh, he's nearly nicked off there. Just for a moment, you thought you'd heard the edge, but not to be.
That was an absolute beauty from Pat Cummins. He went fuller. Jamal just sparted it outside off stump. The biggest problem was he didn't quite cover the line. Had he probably would have nicked it. So it's probably a good thing he didn't get as far across as he needed to.
One to come in the over. They push back deep. If Jamal wants a single and he's good enough, it's there for him. Cummins bowls and Jamal ducks the bouncer. He got down well underneath that one. 6 for 208, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, and unbreakable connection.
Springvale Homemaker Centre's Boxing Day sales are on now. Save big at Australia's largest home and lifestyle destination. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today. Book your vehicle lube service this month at Chadstone Toyota SUV and 4x4 vehicle service. Just $320 including GST. Or with small passenger vehicles, $260 including GST. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Pakistan batters have called an impromptu timeout, so I presume this is a bit of treatment for Jamal on the knock on the shoulder.
He's starting to bruise up, no doubt. It was a hefty blow, and it might have caught him probably on the shoulder blade, so it might have got a bit of bone, and that will be feeling sore, no doubt, at that pace.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. The other aspect of yesterday's play and where Australia treads the line is on the over rates. As Australia is behind on that front, the scoreboard reads -3. These moments never help. But Australia knows, particularly in this test match, is what the cost of that can be. So somewhere in that thinking, if they aren't able to bowl Pakistan out within the 80 overs, it becomes a real issue for them.
Yeah, and that's what Pat Cummins is going to have to factor into his bowling rotations here, because no doubt he wants to attack with the quicks early, because that's the tail don't want to face the quicks. I prefer to face Nathan Lyon, but he might have to use Nathan Lyon to try and, they're -3 at the moment, try and claw a few of those back. Saying that, though, there was enough turn and bounce for Nathan Lyon to be able to knock the tail over.
This is painful for Australia the first time around in a lost cause against India. To be caught a little unawares, and it cost them their place in the inaugural World Test Championship final. Spent a couple of years looking to make amends for that. This is sort of such a strange table at the moment. They're in 5th place, Australia, at 41.67 points. We know there has been a 10-point penalty in that from the over rates of the Ashes. So where they should be 51 and outright third, they're 41 and a bit in 5th place. India's on top of that, 66.67. Pakistan, 61.11. But they'd only, there's 2 wins and 1 loss in there. So there's just not a whole lot of information to work with. That's a volatile table for the moment.
It is, and I think the beauty is Australia playing New Zealand in those couple of tests after the Australian summer in, March, I think, in New Zealand.
Yep.
The other thing is South Africa have just started their test series against India at Centurion, I think it is, and they're in a pretty good position at the moment.
It's been a terrific couple of days play. The reviews of KL Rahul's century from Sachin Tendulkar, from Sunil Gavaskar, were of the absolute highest order. Hazlewood begins anew, and Rizwan tickles him away to fine leg. Stark's up from the deep, and there's keeping it to 1 as a result. Stark almost got tangled up, which would have presented the possibility for a second, but Rizwan has to settle for 1. He's 41, 6 for 209.
Rizwan looking for the 2 again, but the problem he's having is that big Josh Hazlewood's in the way when he turns and tries to get back, and he's obscuring his view, but also his best sort of running path to get back down the other end most directly.
A short leg in now. Head's gone under the helmet. Jamal suspect against the short ball. Hazlewood digs it in. It's dragged away to mid-on. So he stood and had a swing at it, but couldn't get it anywhere near a run. Yeah, the Centurion Test match. So India batted first, all out 245. They were in a world of trouble early at 5 for 107, 6 for 121. Rahul was 101 from 137 balls, and I'm sure it was Sonny who said in his time watching Indian Test cricket, he had no hesitation in putting in the top 10 centuries that he'd witnessed. Wow. Jamal pulls better across the line, got all of it away from Cummins at mid-on and to the boundary for 4. Terrific counter-attack from Amir Jamal. First boundary of the day for Azito, all day, every day.
Yeah, great cricket from Jamal. Really like the fight and character of this young man. He's shown it with the ball, now he's showing it with the bat. He's doing a great job for his team here. Absolutely hammers that through wide mid-on. Pakistan now just trailed by 105.
Hazlewood back in, head's retreated a little. 3 pitches away at short leg. Jamal leaning forward, and he's found runs through mid-off. Just the lean block. Oh, he wanted to come back for a second, and this time Rizwan said no. run out's the favoured way here.
It is.
For what it's worth.
Particularly when they keep hitting the ball to Labuschagne, because he just looks like he's going to get a run out every time he fields the ball. He's so good at almost foxing them back into coming back on his arm. And there's an art to that in terms of how you timing of your dive, the hook slide, and when you release the ball. And he's very, very good at it, Marnus Labuschagne.
6 for 214. Jamal's now 9. South Africa in reply have an 11-run lead, 5 down, so 5 for 256. Dean Elgar, 140 not outs. Hazelwood bowls. Rizwan goes after it, flays it away to cover. Well fielded by Lyon, no run.
We got interrupted. I think you mentioned about not knowing how these next couple of days are going to play out, and it's interesting because I reckon I heard one of the players say earlier today in an interview that they felt like this was going to get better and better this weekend. And I was a little surprised, but they know better than us because they're out there playing on it. And from what we've seen so far, I mentioned it earlier, I think it's going to be a new ball wicket. So I think it'll be tough against the new ball, but then once it flattens and the ball gets 40 overs old, it's good for batting.
Last ball of the over, Rizwan to see it. He pulls down to fine leg. Got over the top of it, straight to ground, down to Stark, and adds another. He's 42. Pakistan is 6 for 216. The scoreboard for Toyota Hilux and Unbreakable Connection. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Gingiber.
Get a $500 EV rebate on the award-winning BYD Atto 3. Act now to claim your savings. Hurry ends Sunday. Visit BYD today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
McCafe is the place for iced coffee. The place where rich iced lattes, cool long blacks, and deluxe iced coffees are just chilling. Whatever flavour you're feeling, drive through for an ice cold coffee at McCafe today. Available at participating restaurants.
Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes built with confidence. 21 runs in the first half an hour of play this morning. Pakistan yet to lose a wicket on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Adam Collins jumping in. Simon Katich with me. The Bundaberg Gingiber. Captain Cummins, 3 for 43 to his name in that brilliant spell yesterday. Knocking over Barbara Azam with an all-timer. Can he break up this partnership? Rizwan's 42 on strike, catching cover in place, and he's hit it straight to him. Wonderful captaincy from Cummins. Has the catching man at close cover, and Rizwan smacks it straight at him. Cummins gets a fourth. Australia, their first wicket of day 3, 7 for 215. Cummins sets it up to perfection. Simon Katich, having David Warner there, he was never missing out.
Well, just about to say, he's taking his second slip out and put him into a catching cover quite square. And he's bowled a wider length ball, and Mohammad Rizwan has fallen for it. He's been so good in his 42, Rizwan, but he fell for the trap. And Pat Cummins looks like an absolute genius because it went straight to his man at short cover.
Doesn't come off too often, stuff like that, Simon, does it, when you move a fielder? But on that occasion, having the presence of mind to set it wider, a bit of a tempter. And yes, David Warner, Macca's catch of the summer. Clean bowl your taste buds with the Chicken Big Mac, and they get to celebrate their first wicket of the day. The Tobin Brothers funeral, celebrating lives.
Yes, Rizwan would be very, very disappointed. You could see his body language going off, walking down the race. He can't believe he fell for it. I think Australia can't believe it. The look on David Warner's face was, oh my goodness, how easy is this? Straight to me. One ball in. So he didn't even have a look to see what the plan was going to be. Cummins threw it out there and just lured him in. And he's happy.
He's got the Midas touch, Pat Cummins. He's in that groove at the moment, always in the game. He's had a great 2023 on so many levels. 4 of the 7 wickets so far here, and a chance to go through Pakistan in a hurry. We know they don't bat deep. Shaheen Shah Afridi, he's a number 11. He's batting at 9.
I actually thought Hassan Ali would be coming out at number 9.
I'm quite surprised to see Shaheen so early. I mean, always great to see Shaheen with his helmet of hair hidden underneath his bigger helmet right now. 2 slips to gully, the short leg. Cummins away from us, round the wicket to the new man. Shaheen from the leg stump line works it past short leg to square leg. No single on offer.
Although saying that, I've seen Shaheen Afridi in the last 12 months get thrown up the order in T20 cricket, and he's actually whacked a few at times. So he's developing his power game, but whether that's going to be on show here at the MCG against a red ball and Pat Cummins with overcast skies, I'm not sure.
That's that reverse sweep that he likes to play, doesn't he? Don't know whether he'll be reversing Patrick Cummins. Away from the members' stand. Up to Shaheen batting in the short sleeve jumper. Bumps him. Not quite bumps him. It's back of the length and he plays the misses, wafting through to Carey. Look at Shaheen. There's not a lot to follow in terms of batting. His overall career numbers with the Blaze, Shaheen Shah Afridi. High score of 19, and this is 36 innings. He's quite enjoying the Rizwan-Jamal partnership as well.
Yeah, and that's... Oh, sorry, Colin.
Oh, Rizwan started to do a bit of a strike, but Jamal's tough stuff, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he is. He's got good character, that's for sure.
So Cummins bowling with the lights on at the G. Passes umpire Wilson, wide on the crease, round the wicket. Shaheen off his hip for one, off the mark down to long leg. 7 for 216. Hazelwood does the fielding in front of the Old Bay 13. Jamal, a couple of half-centuries at first-class level. A quick look at one of them, the first of them, where he made 55 against an attack that included Mir Hamza. And Sohail Khan has also played international cricket for Pakistan. And he's 80 not out. His highest score was just last year. So, no mug.
Where was that at?
They're talking Pakistani domestic cricket. So. The Qaid-e-Azam, I think they call that trophy. That apologies if the pronunciation is not quite right. One of those you see on scorecards, but don't hear said too often. 21,000 people here at the G. Cummins bowling to Jamal here, and he hits something on the way through to Carey, dives to his left. Mustn't have been bat, for there was no appeal. Thigh pad, extra bounce.
That has just scythed straight through him. The jag on that, you can't blame him for missing that. That is an absolute beauty from Pat Cummins. Once again, only thing that cost him there was the bounce, because it bounces straight over the stumps. Good jag back in.
Ian Smith joins us for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories, and Cummins feels like he's having a day where he might create a few here. Take a big bag. Up again, bowls to Jamal, bumps him underneath it. End of the successful over for Australia. Cummins, of course, on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, he has 4 wickets, an unbreakable connection. Pakistan, 7 for 216. They still trail by 102.
What's up, thrifters? Get set to save 50% on clothing at Savers on New Year's Eve. That's today until 9 p.m. at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
First session here at the G on day 3 is for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee for MEGT. Bharat Sunderasen in as well. Ian Smith. Smith, you captained the test match. Obviously had a lot of leadership experience in New Zealand cricket. How about that, moving a fielder from slip to cover and first ball, a catch straight to that man?
Oh, kissed, isn't it, really? Kissed with good luck. Good judgment too. And Rizwan will be kicking himself right now underneath, falling for that trap so quickly. Crazy stuff. And now Nathan Lyon comes in to throw some up to the tail and just see if he can buy one.
Strange old career, Mohammad Rizwan. He looked like he was going to be a world beater at test level early on, and loses his spot, gets it back, plays an important hand here, plays a shot that will be scrutinised by all. Line in, delivering to Shaheen and past the edge right away. Carey didn't quite glove it either. He's got the short leg and the slip. Hi, Baz.
Morning, gents. Yeah, but Mohammad Rizwan's story really sums up Pakistan cricket, doesn't it? Always so much uncertainty. Oh, was it a drop catch?
I think he's hit that. Yeah, we're behind Carey at our end, and the body language of Lyon and the replay would suggest that. Line again, bowls to Shaheen, well forward, better in defence. Our replay screen for Titanium Caravans built tough.
And I think it would be very alien if you're an Australian listener, because you're more or less, if you perform, you get picked and you stay in the side. That's not how it works in Pakistan. It's always about who's in charge,
Line 2 slips for the left-handed Shaheen. He dances and slaps him over the top of mid-on, and he doesn't run. That's going. 4 or 6. It bounces in front of the rope. It's 4 in front of the side screen, or just over from it. It takes Pakistan on to 7 for 220.
Like
Shaheen
that.
Up to 5.
Like that attitude. I like it for the sake of the game, for the sake of Pakistan's tactics as well. If they just linger around there, they'll get one with their name on it. So I like that, and Nathan Lyon liked it too. He was quick back to his mark.
Yes, you've seen this one before, you said. Slime bowls, Shaheen stays at home. He tries to play a late cut with 2 slips in place. That's not without risk.
Yeah, that's Rizwan-like, isn't it? Trying to drive through 2 covers. Got the window open up here, folks, for those obviously listening on the radio back home, and it's pretty cool.
18 degrees. Lime bowls, Shaheen forward in defence. Breeze coming through our window as well. I'd suggest it's blowing from the city towards the
Come on in, boys.
So,
feel like rain? Does it feel like rain? Hope not.
Hand out the window. Can't feel any of the wet stuff. Wind over Line's left shoulder. Bowling here around the wicket to Shaheen. He plays it late again, late cut. To backward point, takes on Labuschagne, but through comfortably. The throw had to go to the non-striker's end. 7 for 221 at the end of the over. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. They trail by 97. Amir is 9. Afridi is 6.
Level up Dad's game. Skip the usual gift options for Spitwater's Aussie-made tools, not toys. Best models, bonus accessories, and savings of up to $630. Picture this: cold water petrol-driven and hot and cold electric diesel model pressure cleaners, plus the Vacstorm wet and dry commercial-grade vacuum cleaner. Visit spitwater.com.au or dial 1-800-SPITWATER to join the tool revolution. Spitwater, working as hard as you since 1982. Tools, not toys, because grown-ups deserve the good stuff.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Sunderasen, Ian Smith in as our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Cummins into his 19th over. Gets a crack at Shaheen at the start of it. Round the wicket, short ball, takes it on and misses. Tried to hook him over in towards Bay 13, not to be.
Feels like the game's kicked into gear all of a sudden with the loss of Rizwan, and all of a sudden Australia sniffing tail in blood, really. They want to get off here as quickly as they can, get on with the job of batting again and starting to set up the 4th innings of this test match. So you just kind of sense it took a while for us. It's like the endless process of getting ready to play in the first place.
Could be a busy day. There's 6.5 hours scheduled, which they'll get all of, provided no rain. They'll tack it on the end of the day. Cummins bowls again. Shaheen off leg stump, takes him down to fine leg where he gets 1. He's 7 for 222. So 98 scheduled overs today, remembering that we're still making up time from Boxing Day, and we can make up the 45 minutes that we lost this morning. So a lot could transpire between now and about 6:30.
Even if it's fine, if we get 98 overs in, I'll buy you a beer.
That's a good point. Yes, I think yesterday Australia, they still are, I should say, they're still behind by 3 on the over rate, and in order to make that irrelevant as far as World Test Championship deductions, they've got to bowl out Pakistan by the end of the 80th over. That's the new regulation, which, as we know, was from Khawaja, had some hand in during the Ashes, Baz.
Big hand.
Over the wicket now. Cummins up, bowls to Jamal, who flicks him down to fine leg with panache. He's in the double figures, 10 from 55 balls, 7 for 223.
Mohammad Rizwan, he looked so good. It just felt like he looked better last evening than he did this morning. He just didn't seem to have that rhythm. The innings was going nowhere. Wasn't as ultra positive as he was last evening. And even in that shot he played to get dismissed, there's no energy in it. There's just no... Well, he didn't commit to it at all. Just kind of chased a wide one.
Wow, they've gone the short pitched approach by the field here. They got square leg, backward square leg, fine leg.
And a change of angle over the wicket. Cummins to Shaheen, short of course, takes it on again. Same result, misses everything through to Carey.
Short leg as well, so they've covered all their bases to Shaheen Shah Afridi here. They are going to take him on fire with fire here, and Pat Cummins has got a great chance of another 5-wicket haul, which means he can hold up the ball again for the umpteenth time.
He's got a 6-foot here at the G back in 2018 against India. Big match and a losing effort that was. Cummins bowls to Shaheen. It's full and defended down the pitch. I'm afraid to say it's raining again at the G. It looks like drizzle from our angle. But it's, it's definitely arrived again. Drizzle blowing from right to left across us.
The Pies have got to be stronger here. And when I say stronger, I mean that don't take them off quickly. They've got to hang in there. There's 20-odd thousand people here. Millions around the world watching it on pay-per-view television, etc., listening to us on the radio. Got to be stronger.
Last ball of Cummins over, back around the wicket to Shaheen for it. Bowls here. Shaheen hit on the pad, but it spills out to gully. There'll be no appeal. So 2 singles from it. 7 for 223 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Afridi's on 7, Jamal's on 10.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Average is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 1 wicket and 29 runs this morning. Our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Nathan Lyon trying to get himself a third. Had a chance. First ball of his previous over was edged by a free that put down by Kerry. 10 years ago to the day when Nathan Lyon took his 100th Test wicket here, Smithy, which was Stuart Broad, I reckon. 5-wicket bag to get Australia back in the Test. Bowls here. Jamal down the ground gets a single. 7 for 224. Jamal 11.
Is this the anniversary of the day of Siddle's hat trick?
Siddle's was Brizzy. So it was back in November 2000.
Oh, was it? Okay.
That was on his birthday, of course. Siddle's.
Yeah,
that's so well called by Mark Taylor on Channel 9. Line round the wicket, bowls to Afridi, 2 slips, slogs him across the line over mid-wicket, out towards the rope. It'll reach it comfortably. They've been read today. Boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Afridi joins Jamal on 11, 7 for 228. So they trail now by just 90.
Good signs. At least he's not going to hang in there and do nothing. Put some pressure on Australia, but take Pakistan as close to that Australian total as possible and give himself a chance to put on a hero performance. He's been overall pretty disappointing. Had the drop catch early on of David Warner on Boxing Day. But if he can make 30-40 runs, maybe that'll give him the confidence to run in at full tilt and make an impact on this series.
He bowled well yesterday morning, Shaheen, after looking a bit ropey to begin with. Lyon, he's got man back at mid-wicket now. Pushed out towards, mid-off by Shaheen. For a moment, I thought we were going to see Warner dive across from extra cover, collect it and throw, which might have seen him in some strike. Not to be. Afridi 12, 7 for 229.
Twice now, the ball's gone across the outfield, and both times it has come back to Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood, and they've got the cloth out.
Yeah. So the short legs behind square for Jamal. Lyon bowls to him over the wicket, and he's in behind it defensively on the front foot.
Getting heavier, unfortunately, the rain. But I'm with you, Smithy. Because the thing is, once you take them off, you have to wait till the rain to stop. It can't even be a light drizzle.
Drive the rope round the outfield.
It takes so much longer to get back on.
Two experienced umpires in Goff and Wilson. I think I'll leave them for a bit. Lyon bowls and Jamal gets forward. Pushes back to Lyon defensively. It's no more than drizzle, but yeah, thick cloud cover back at the Melbourne cricket ground. Last ball of Lyon's over. Passing umpire Goff bowls here, and Jamal again defends to backward point, outside part of the blade. 7 for 229 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts with Jamal on 11 and Afridi on 12.
A very heavy run on the Westgate Freeway, citybound from Millers Road to the bridge. Thanks to those roadworks, 3 of the 5 lanes are closed off. You're definitely better off taking Footscray Road into the city. And Eastlink, a very heavy run southbound onto the Mornington Peninsula Freeway due to roadworks. Rivalry Reborn. Join the biggest BBL game of the year at the MCG for the Melbourne Stars versus Melbourne Renegades on January 2. Search Melbourne Stars tickets now. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
As Lalor Financial Solutions, Pat Cummins has taken himself off to be replaced by Mitchell Stark. None for 50 from 13, but did a lot right yesterday. He'll enjoy the chance to bowl at Afridi, I'm pretty sure, Smithy.
Test wickets are test wickets. Doesn't matter whether it's 9, 10 or jack. They rack them up real quick. And I always enjoy listening to fast bowlers when you say, oh, yeah, but it was 9, 10 and jack. They say, well, hold the phone here. How many times have I got 1, 2 and 3 out? Sometimes I actually enjoy getting 9, 10 and jack, and it's a wicket. Slightly heavier drizzle now. Let's just looking into the Shane Warne stand, the top of it, which is unpopulated, but quite clearly drizzle was it's the worst it's been in the last 3 to 4 minutes.
See Afridi too, just taking a moment here. Might be thinking there's half a chance the umpires will consult here. It is heavier.
Thankfully, neither of the umpires has looked up, which is a sign.
So Stark will bowl in the drizzle. First ball of the spell for him is to Afridi. A slipper gully, a short leg, full and straight, and dugouts are mid-on. Cummins Fields.
It only becomes a concern when either of the umpires looks up, puts their hands out just to see how heavy the pistol is, to feel it on their palms. As I speak, Joel Wilson started looking up. There you go. That's a sign. It's not a very good sign for us. But yeah, cricket needs to get a little more fan-friendly. I agree with you, especially Test cricket.
You know, there's 20-odd thousand people here. I mean, they deserve to get value for money. And if your clothes is going to get a little bit damp and the ball's going to get a little bit damp, so what? You're playing the game outside. If it turns to steady rain, sure, it becomes dangerous.
Stark away from us, members end. Bowls to Afridi, hits him on the pad, spills out into the onside. There will not be an appeal. It was missing the link comfortably. Where I get frustrated, Smithy, is with bad light. We found a solution to bad light. That's the pink ball, and I know it would be a big shift, but I think that there might be a world where we can consider in the final session of play, when light is a factor, bringing a pink ball in to get the overs in and then bringing the red one back the next morning. I mean, I know not everyone likes the idea of changing balls midstream, if you like, but do you think there's any merit in that?
Well, maybe batsmen get a chance to request.
Right.
Yeah.
The lights, so the lights dim, we want the pink ball, please, from a batting point of view. But you've got to stay out there.
Yeah. Stark up bowls to Afridi on leg stump. Drives it out to mid-on, no single. Just to be clear, I don't mean replacing the ball for the rest of the innings. They've got a box of balls, as always, to pick from. They're replacing balls all the time. Famously at the Oval earlier this year when we were there, Baz. But
you still... Is that the first or second time you've mentioned that today?
First from me. Okay. First from me. I enjoyed the drama, to be honest. It added an extra element on that final day, believe me. Peter Lalor charged into the box at one point, threw the headset on, said, I must speak, I must be heard. Here's what I know. I've spoke to Ricky Ponting.
Here's what I know.
Good fun.
Here's what they need to know.
Halfway through here, Stark. All dots so far. Bowls to Shaheen. Back of the length, worked into the onside. There's no single to Warner.
But just going back to cricket becoming a more fan-friendly sport. Keep speaking about over rates all the time. And then one comment from Ben Stokes during the Ashes, or during the whole Bazball reign, it doesn't matter how many overs get bowled. Aren't they entertained?
Oh, that was that day at Leeds where they bowled, had an over rate of 9.5 an hour, and Stokes is like, well, it doesn't matter. Everyone's having fun. They did lose a fair bit of paint with World Test Championship points out of that attitude. Maybe not as many as they could have, though. Stark again. Bowls to Shaheen. He hits him on the arm, I reckon. We'll need a second look to be sure. Might have got lucky and hit the handle, but he went into a crouch. Thought about pulling, realised he didn't have sufficient time. We'll see the replay here side on. Doesn't get up. I think conclusive where it's hit him. Seeing a different angle here. Glove. Glove on the handle.
He's got lucky there, Shane Afridi, because he was in all sorts of trouble. He had no idea really, and he was just hoping it wasn't going to hurt or do damage in the end. No technique.
Titanium caravans built tough. You want to be built tough to cop that. Stark again, last ball of the over. Can he get one on the stumps? Delivers here, it's full and straight. Yorker length, but Afridi's equal to it. Placing it out to mid-wicket. Maiden complete from Stark. 7 for 229 remains the score. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Pakistan trail by 89.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Chocolate soft serve changed McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Here for her Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Got Bharat Sunderasen with me. Chris Rogers jumping in behind us. Placing Ian Smith. Line up, bowling to Jamal, slipping the short leg. Let's call it a backward short leg. He's defended out to cover though, no run. Hello, Bucky.
Hello, guys. Yeah, I think you thought that you two were on together by yourselves and got quite excited. I feel a little bit bad.
It's like the overseas SEN with Bharat and me on our own. Line bowls here, and he's dug out by Jamal. Gap there to cover, and you could hear Labuschagne calling, "Get it in, Bison!" And Mitchell Marsh collects it and throws.
Bambi on ice.
I don't know what he said then. You can probably tell through the stump mic.
Something nice. Bambi on ice.
It's 13 for Jamal, sorry. Didn't tell his name there, Jameer. 7 for 231.
You and I are horses for courses, aren't we, Adam? Conditions favour us away from home.
We did 90 minutes at the end of that Karachi Test match on the roof.
Yeah, that's right.
Pato, who's up the back here doing all the work on our social media, pulled out a video last night of flying bowls again into Jamal. Lunging forward, beating him on the outside edge. That's the one that goes straight on from line. The one that he didn't always have, but can be such a threat these days, Bucky.
Yeah, it's high skill, isn't it? And as a batter, you almost have to play at that. If it turns, it's going to zone in on off stump. That one just skipped straight forward.
Gorgeous, hit the flesh of the ball. Bowls again, Jamal. Forward, outside part of the bat after turning back towards it. Well bowled and well played. Good over these two. Just
a subtle change in the angle of the seam, even trying to land it on the leather rather than on the seam.
Fine. Drying the ball before every delivery with the rag tucked into the back of his trousers. Two men back, one at deep square, one at long on. Two catching men in close. Up from the southern end, Jamal, wider. Tries to slap it through cover point. It ends up at backward point instead, no run. Just to finish that point, listen to Pato cut the commentary in from the Cummins Court and Bowled last year, which that outdoor commentary spot we had out there with the Vuvuzelas. It was so loud we had to depart and run upstairs at tea one day. It's too much on the Pakistani National Day. So line to finish his 17th over. Jamal forward, defending solidly to cover. Well played again. Drinks is called by umpire Goff, with Pakistan advancing to 7 for 231. They were 6 for 194 when they resumed for this morning. The 1 wicket to fall, Rizwan. Caught by Warner at cover from the bowling of Cummins. Great bit of captaincy, moving in the extra catcher, and Rizwan driving it to him first ball. He was dismissed for 42 from 51. And this pair have put on a subsequent 16 with near Jamal up to 13. Shaheen Afridi is on 12. We'll take a breather here at the MCG. The drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley into replacement.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Iconic, surprising, adaptive, award-winning. The Hyundai i30 is truly remarkable. But when it comes to its evolution as the sporty new i30 sedan, featuring a sleek new design, elevated suite of tech, and driver-focused interior, remarkable is just the start. The 2024 Hyundai i30 sedan. Available now from $31,990 drive away. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Jamal pulls better across the line, got all of it away from Cummins at mid-on and to the boundary for 4.
And he broke up this partnership. Rizwan's 42 on strike, catching cover in place, and he's hit it straight to him. Wonderful captaincy from Cummins. Has the catching man at close cover, and Rizwan smacks it straight at him. Line round the wicket, bowls to a 3-2 slip, slogs him across the line over mid-wicket, out towards the rope. It'll reach it comfortably. Line 2 slips for the left-handed Shaheen. He dances and slaps him over the top of mid-on, and he doesn't run. That's going.
The highlights of the first hour of play is Pakistan lost 1 wicket, but they have reduced the deficit to 87 runs, 7 for 231. Persistent drizzle at the MCG. Credit to all for the moment for staying out there. The umpires during that drinks break for Bundaberg ginger beer just checking the surface of the pitch to see how wet it's getting, what sort of water is falling there. It's nuisance drizzle, no more, and the state of the ball as well. But it's all prepared to continue on. So Mitch Stark is just cleaning the spikes down below us in front of the members. Jamal is 13 and Afridi is 12. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Chris Rogers, hello.
Hello, Gerard.
A short leg in place, a slip, a gully, 2 deep on the leg side. Afridi faces up to Stark. It's way down the leg side, and Carey does well to pull it in. Just can't quite shake the drizzle at the moment. Lights are on. She's pretty gloomy, but good to see that we're playing on.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of things with that. Whether this drizzle gets on the pitch and just starts to kind of liven up this grass, and then it'll become a little bit even trickier to bat as the day goes. But the other thing for the Pakistan players, they've got to remember, if they can get the ball on the outfield here, they'll just get a bit of water in the ball and make it harder for the Australians.
Freddie faces up. He swings hard and brilliantly out through cover. It slips across the MCG turf with sufficient power to touch the rope. Freddie gets hold of Stark. The boundary for Zito all day, every day, 7 for 235.
It's a beautiful shot, that, isn't it? He planted his front foot straight down the wicket. There was a bit of width there. Just hit through the line. It looks like the ball's doing nothing at the moment. It's probably to do with the fact that it's getting quite waterlogged. So see, Pat Cummins is doing his best to try and dry it, give the bowler a chance to grip it.
He's got the towel on drying duty, the captain. Back with Stark. It's a partnership that has realised 20 runs so far. Afridi on the follow-up. Swings top edge up over the keeper and under the sight screen. It pitches and goes to the rope for 4 more. Didn't know a whole lot about it, but any which way to get it to the rope. And the deficit is suddenly only 79.
These are such valuable runs. If you can get 29 more, get that deficit down to 50, you're in the game. And now we've seen first slip, which was Steve Smith. He's gone back to a backstop. I see this in my son's under 11 games.
Yes. Which is usually more to do with the keeper than the batter. So a very unusual field. The keeper, the backstop, the gully, the points, the wide mid-off, a short leg, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and fine leg. Some real tail-end hitting taking place. Stark bowls. Afridi's happy to defend the ball and call tip and run out to mid-wicket. A cheeky single.
It's good batting that, Gerard. He's thrown the kitchen sink at a couple. So Australia have just sat back a little bit thinking he's going to keep doing that and that the chance is going to go up in the air and a bit deeper. And then he just nudged it into the leg side and took a quick single. It's very good batting.
Cam Green, who's on as a substitute, maybe not quite as aware as he might have been. 7 for 240, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection. The field switches for the right-hander, but it is basically the same composition. Jamal ducks the bouncer. He got the bat a little bit further down this time.
Such a strange method to duck the bouncer, isn't it?
It is.
It's bowing to the Queen or to the King.
That a little more convincing than there was a couple of dangerous moments early on as he tried to get out of the way of Hazelwood bouncers. All one on the shoulder and just got out of the way of one that was zeroing in on the helmet. Last ball starts 15th over. He is yet to claim a wicket. Australia would dearly like one now. Stark bowls to Jamal and kept out of the way of a rising delivery and through into the keeper's gloves. 7 for 240, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to earn yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. More than 30,000 in at the MCG. The umpires had a lengthy conversation between overs there and contemplated, probably for the first time seriously, coming off in this constant drizzle at the MCG. We might need a little bit of luck in the next couple of minutes. If it's still raining by the end of the over, whether this will be the last for the time being. Lyon is in operation, 2 in the deep on the leg side, and long off goes back to the rope. Lyon bowls past the outside edge of Afridi's bat as he leans a long way forward to try to smother the spin.
It is just persistent drizzle, isn't it? If you look up at the top tier, you can see that it looks like steady rain from us, but from this angle.
Your point is what's getting to the pitch and the state of the ball will probably play the biggest role at the moment. Line around the wicket bowls. Afridi wrapped in front, out. Stone cold LB, although Afridi doesn't agree.
I think he thought he got an inside edge here.
Okay, so he's gone straight to review.
Yeah, that was my initial reaction, but...
For IMAR Insurance Tradies Trust IMAR for insurance, call 13 IMAR.
We have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is out. I've checked the foot placement and it's a fair delivery. Have a look at the front on, please.
It's exceptional bowling that too, Gerard. The ball before, he's beaten the outside edge with one that's dipped and turned. Then he's slid one on.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be any bat there, but can we have a look at leg side hotspot, please?
I think he thinks it might be high, Freedy, just because it's hit the top of the back flap. He's quite a tall man.
Yep. Okay,
he might have a case here. It's a touch and go with height.
So Lyon needs the bails.
Okay, roll back, please.
Certainly no bat.
Roll through nice and slowly. Okay, we've got a gap between bat and ball. And no spike marks when the ball's passing the bat. If we can have a look at...
It's just not a long way for the ball to travel, so...
It's right back on his stumps. We're about to learn.
Okay, pitching outside off, impacting line. Wickets is umpire's ball. We go back to Mike opening field to stay with his original decision out.
Top corner of the framework and enough to see Afridi on his way. Nathan Lyon claims his third wicket, and a nuisance partnership which had added 25 ends from an Australian perspective. Afridi did his job. He posted 21. It's 8 for 240.
Well, as I just said, it is brilliant bowling. Even in these conditions, Nathan Lyon was able to turn the ball before. I mean, the ball wouldn't be 100% dry, it'd be a little bit slippery in his hand, and he turned the ball before, beat the bat. Probably the tail ender, knowing the tail ender's thinking, okay, he doesn't want to get caught at slip, and then just slid one in, the arm ball. It was the perfect arm ball, hitting the top of off.
A great LBW shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And having watched all of that, is umpires have to be giving that out as the top corner of all of it. So stumps and bails.
And back pad. Once you see it hit the back pad, it doesn't have a long way to travel to the stumps. You can be pretty confident to give that one out.
Hassan Ali has made his way to the middle. Damien Fleming has made his way to the box. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the worn end, and Hassan just pulls out. Hello to you, Flem.
Morning, boys. Some tail end excitement today. Surely we see one run out between them.
Hassan sees his first ball and he plays it out to cover. Rizwan and Jamal, it looked the favoured way run out, didn't it, until Pat Cummins came up with a perfect trap and Rizwan went straight through the door.
Yeah, as good as Jamal, his efforts have been, Rizwan was getting frustrated, wasn't he? He just wasn't getting the strike.
Hassan is trying to defend and he's beaten on the outside edge.
Which still, I mean, I don't think that's great batting. You must be aware that this is going to happen. You'll know that Jamal's probably going to struggle to get off strike, so you've got to have patience with that. And to be fair to Jamal, he was doing he's been doing a good job. He's number 8. It wasn't like he's batting with.
But he was
10.
getting. There was one he hit, but 2 balls, and he sort of had a swing at the stumps. Rizwan.
2 slips in place now. Lyon to Hassan, who's back, clouting the ball to cover. It's knocked down a little painfully by Mitch Marsh, no run.
And to back you up a bit, like Jamal had started to stand up to the short ball and hit a couple. So he had started to play some shots.
Yeah, I think the Australian bowlers were getting frustrated with Jamal, and even they went for that short ball plan.
One to come in the over. Lyon to Hassan, who plays it away to mid-off. A successful over for Nathan Lyon. 3 for 61, his figures. 8 for 240, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
That's one day, that's not just one day.
Mum, can you be more specific?
Boxing Day.
Of course. We knew what you meant.
I think Nana will box you, Dad.
It's not that kind of boxing.
It's a Bingley Boxing Day sale.
Everything in boxes and not in boxes.
Huge deals on fridges, ovens, washers and dryers, TVs and tech, coffee machines and more.
The whole box and dice.
The Bingley Boxing Day sale.
And it's not just Boxing Day.
It's on now.
Bingley, better living every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Up on the scoreboard, the MCG record of bowlers here. Lilly 82 wickets, Warne 56 wickets, Trumbull 46 wickets, Mackenzie 45 wickets, Nathan Lyon now 44 wickets in his 13 Test matches at an average of 30.5 with a best of 5 for 50. Stats and facts for Mate Internet and Mobile.
Some big names to be part of there. And the first 4 names, their records are outstanding. Lilly averaging 21, Warne 22, Trumbull 14 for that effort. Have a cafe. Mackenzie 22.
Stark to Jamal. Start of the fresh over. Wide.
I think Huey Trumbull was secretary of the MCC for years as well. So he had a long legacy post-career.
So Lyon, you would anticipate, would take 3 more in this Test match. So he'll be number 3 by the end of this Test on that list.
It looks good. I mean, he's coming back from a serious calf injury. But his bowling seriously looks as good as ever.
Set up for his wicket there, a player of the day for Drinkwise. Stark's job to try to mop up here. Jamal has been stoic in his resistance. Went for the Yorker, jagged out, trickles away near the square leg umpire, single taken. He's 14. He's faced, I think, 69 balls. Yeah, 69 balls.
I think Paddy Cummins has got himself into the top 10 fast bowling aggregate for Australia as well. So, this group they've still got a lot of test matches and wickets in them, haven't they?
Yep. Yeah, the records that they amass are going to be testament to the greatness of the era in hindsight. It looks like the drizzle's stopped, so the luck that we needed across those 5 minutes we seem to have had. 8 for 241, Hassan Ali. 2 slips and a gully and a bat pad in play. Stark is around the wicket to him and Hassan on the back foot. Tips and runs to point. Good stuff. It rolled 3 pitches away and Khawaja had no play coming forward. Deficit is 76. Teasing cat-thought for Pakistan. 50 was the marker. And Australia probably wanted something between 80 and 100, so it's just under that threshold.
Yeah, it's still a good effort. If they get it to 50, they're not in the game, but they'll be able to push it late. When you're 100 behind, I think you lose quickly.
Stark bowls, Jamal flays a ball past gully, down to the boundary for 4. Such valuable tail-in runs. Amir Jamal is amassing his 18.
He seems really determined character, isn't he? Like, with his bowling, he gives every ball 100% effort. He may get a little bit more refined the more he plays, but there's something to work with here, and he's been very, very tough work to get out here for the Australians. He's putting a high price on his wicket.
To slice the ball away on width and keep it wide of Mitch Marsh. So the cordon is vacant. There's still that backstop in place where Steve Smith patrols under the side screen. And Marsh at gully. There's a backward point. Big gap then to mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, the backward square, short leg, fine leg. Stark needs to find something that's going to trouble the stumps. And bowls to Jamal, short ball safely out of the way.
I think with Jamal too, he brings something different to this team. With both bat and ball, the bowling, he has that extra pace. He's got that X factor, which you thought Afridi would bring, but probably it's not quite there for him at the moment with the ball. But then with the bat, we suspected they had a long tail. So therefore, someone who can come in and play a support role for the batter who's already in is quite crucial, rather than being kind of 6 down all out. If you could you can hold the fort for a little bit.
Last ball of Stark's over. He delivers. Jamal on the move, came at him, drove him away, dispatched for 4. Jamal has grown in confidence all the time. 10 from the over. Mitch Stark has bowled 16 without success. It's 8 for 250 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
Still a very heavy run on the Westgate Freeway heading citybound, getting onto the Westgate Bridge thanks to roadworks. 3 of the 5 lanes are closed off. Stop-start from Millers Road. You're better off on Footscray Road instead. And if you spot any dramas, give us a call, 1300 595 937. Have you heard? 50 Days of Deals is back at Liquorland. Grab a 750ml bottle of Shandon NV Sparkling Brewed for $23. And Sunday, choose to drink wise. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
250 up for Pakistan after 71 overs. The deficit is 68. The umpires are just inspecting the ball, so there would theoretically be 9 left with that, but they're going to change it now. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. We should spend a moment just admiring that last shot from Jamal.
Yeah, it was like he was playing tennis. He had the open court, and all he had to do was just hit the cross-court forehand winner, and he hit it perfectly. He hit it about waist height, just over the net, and then went down to deep long on for 4 at a rate of knots.
I didn't see that happening. He actually charged Mitchell Stark, got inside the line, and he's put the Kookaburra ball out of shape. They've had to change it. That was an amazing stroke.
It really was. It's the play of the day for drink-wise.
It is, easily. If you look at the way he started his innings, playing those or ducking the short ball, keeping his bat up, almost edging or hitting it straight up to like a gully position, to be able to advance Mitchell Starc and just whip it through the mid-on like that was an insane shot. And Hassan Ali, he's another good competitor as well. He's got a first-class 100. He's only averaging 12 in Test match cricket, but his high score is only 30. So he obviously can build partnerships.
Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Michael Goff has selected a replacement ball from the box, handed it to Nathan Lyon, who's about to begin the fresh over to Hassan Ali, who's back tucking the ball to leg and productively going for a single. At your point, Bucker, so 6 for 170. The tail, which wasn't flush with numbers, I think it's fair to say, have added 81 so far.
Yeah, it's probably not expected to, but your bottom 5 wickets can just be the difference in the match.
Jamal on strike, drives Lyon, slips as he thought about taking a run. It really was rolling straight to Cummins at mid-off.
If they were tighter with their extras, they're getting close to a lead.
Yeah. Long off deep mid-wicket. The 2 back. Lyon to Jamal, who advances, clouts the ball, 2 long on, past long on, it rolls for 4.
This is great batting, isn't it? He's just starting to accelerate now. He's full of confidence. He uses a lot of bottom hand. That was there to be hit once he'd made his decision. Able to whip it, to the left of big Josh out there.
I think he was actually trying to go back over the bowler's head, but just dragged it with the bottom hand. Just that spin of Lyon made him hit it wide of mid-on.
Jamal's 26 and he's conservative as he plays the ball to cover.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Some terrific tail end hitting. No wonder he's been moved up to 8.
He's actually moved deep square around the deep forward square. If he's good enough to sweep, there's a chance there for a boundary as well.
Jamal's going to reverse sweep. Couldn't quite beat the infield. Stark did a great job and then threw the stumps down. And they're all back where they should be. Off the bat, that felt destined for the padding around the rope, but Stark, lovely dive to his left.
For a dot ball, there was a lot happening there. That was a fantastic shot. And if they thought about running, Mitchell Starc would have ran them out with a direct hit. That's a dot ball.
We have plenty on the replay screen for Titanium Caravans built tough. Lyons over the wicket as he bowls to Jamal, who defends the last ball of the over. 5 from it. The deficit is now 63 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
What's up, thrifters? Get set to save 50% on clothing at Savers on New Year's Eve. That's today until 9 p.m. at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pat Cummins has sensed the moment. He replaces Mitch Starc after a very expensive over. The skipper 4 for 46, 19 overs, 1 maiden. So a chance to take his 10th 5-wicket haul in an innings.
Once again, the captain says, give me the ball. I've got to finish this off.
Stop the rot.
And not mucking around either.
Cummins, in he goes. Hassan bouncer. Down the leg side, though, Carey drags him.
And if he got a 6 for, it would be much deserved.
Yeah, a couple of possibilities, isn't there? Cummins with 4 and Lyon was 3. Lyon might grab the last couple, or Cummins is, this is a performance that deserves etching into his CV. This is the 73rd over, so there's a wisdom to taking Starc out now as well if he was required to take the new ball. Hassan Ali on strike, trying everything to nick off. Cummins beats him past the outside edge.
Surely he has the most plays and misses in world cricket, Pat Cummins. Perth, who was in unbelievably how many times he beat the bat.
Oh, I'm sure I saw that
He
documented
doesn't get too
yesterday.
frustrated either, does he? Like, he just gets back and...
Little badge of honour. Yeah, I've forgotten what the time span was, but Pat was clearly top of the play in this list in world cricket. Bowls to Hassan and add another one. A little more proactive from the batter, who had a waft at it rather than just a prod at it, but same result, through.
I mean, that's good bowling to anyone, let alone a tail-ender, isn't it? Back leg just going to the leg side. That's a big LB shout if you can get that classic Cummins nip backer into play.
It's either through the gate or dead in front.
Yeah.
Lights bright on a gloomy day. Pakistan trailing by 63, 2 wickets in hand. Cummins bowls to Hassan. Evasive action, edge, second slip, fell short of Smith, not out.
That's good bowling, Buck.
Yeah, that's not what you want as a tail ender. It's rearing it at
Wow.
your throat. Bit surprised Steve Smith mustn't have picked that up that well, because he kind of stood there. I think he thought it was going to come about waist high, and then the ball just dropped. He's taken it on the half volley.
Yeah, it's hit the glove, so just blancmanged a little bit.
It took the shoulder, and he's just
Yeah,
standing
that's
upright,
fine.
taking
Yeah.
the catch, but off the gloves instead. Hassan bowled. Cummins set him up and knocked him over. Quite rightly, Pat Cummins with a 5-wicket haul in this innings. The splendour of the Australian captain, and he can raise the ball to an adoring public here at the MCG. It has been quite the display. Hassan gone for 2, 9 for 255.
Yeah, it's the Cummins corridor of carnage. He just grabbed the ball, let me finish this up, hits the stumps. Too good for Hassan Ali. He was trying his best. Pat just raising the ball for his 5, but the MCG crowd roaring. They love their skipper. Brilliant bowling, a much-deserved 5-wicket haul again.
I mean, it was brilliant bowling. It almost felt like it was too easy. But he's just got one to nip back. It almost looks like on the replay, it's just nipped off a crack. And come back and hit off stump, and far too good for Hassan Ali.
What a setup. 2 past the outside edge, the bounce up. So his eyes are spinning Hassan Ali. Nearly got him then, and then through the gate.
Just bowlology goals.
You don't have to do it in one ball, just take your time.
Yep, but
Set
have
it
the
up.
patience. The execution's the important thing as well. He doesn't get flustered. He just charges in. He's unrelenting. He's hostile. That's why he's just one of our greats.
Even, I think, the decision to take off Stark, it was he saw 1 over, it went for 10, was it, Gerard?
Yeah, no mucking around.
And then just said, nah, not having that. I'm coming back on. I'm going to give them nothing. And in the end, yeah, far too good. Just
It's good captaincy as well, because if you're in Mitchell Stark's shoes, nothing needs to be said, but I've got to bowl better than that to keep the ball in the hand.
Samir Hamza is the number 11 for Pakistan. Cummins around the wicket with 1 ball at him. Played away very stylishly between gully and points, and down to third for a couple. Hamza trims the deficit to 61. Pat Cummins makes a down payment on the player of the match thanks to Bingley. Pakistan 9 for 257 with Colo coming in.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
TN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia required 4 wickets this morning to finish Pakistan off. They've got 3 of them. predictably enough, 2 of them by the captain Cummins, banking his third 5-wicket bag here at the MCG in Test cricket. Adam Collins with you. Damien Fleming with me as line starts a new over, getting forward in defence. Is Jamal where there'll be no run. And jumping in with us is a man who loves this ground. It's Peter Siddle. G'day, Sids.
Good afternoon, probably now, nearly lunchtime, so nice to be here.
Good to see you, Sidsy.
Always good to see you.
Visualise you at fine leg in front of Bay 13.
Line to Jamal, field spread, takes him on, out to deep mid-wicket, towards Bay 13, as you say, Flem. That might have gone the whole way. It has. Up go the arms of Michael Goff. The crowd love it. Jamal enjoying himself. Up to 32. He's batted with real guts, Flem, and now showing some flair.
I think they've found a player, haven't they? 6 wickets in Perth, backed up with wickets here at the MCG. He charges in. He's passionate. I think his bowling will get a little bit more refined with more test matches, and now bashing the ball everywhere.
Oh, good catch in the crowd too. Goes again in that direction. A fielder at deep mid-wicket, put down. In off the rope. Travis Head got to the contest, didn't drag it in. We'll need a second look as he gesticulates there, Flem. It did dip on him before it reached him. Didn't get all of that, Jamal.
Well, you'd do that, wouldn't you, if you dropped the catch? It's like when you bowl a wide, isn't it? You just mark your front foot. Yeah, might have slipped a little bit there.
Always slipped on something.
Here's the replay for Titanium Caravans, and that's not conclusive from the first angle we've got. I'm sure they'll show a couple more. One here, and it was low, but he got there. Moving to his, moving forward and to his right at the same time. Titanium Caravans built tough. Line again. Bowling here's the 11. Hamza forward in defence.
Sids, what's it like watching an MCG test? You're still playing state cricket. Do you feel like you want to be out there?
Well, not really, no. To be fair.
I'm glad the spinner's bowling. I'm glad the spinner's bowling. We could have another ball.
I've bowled enough overs, yeah. But MCG pitch is beautiful now, so actually it's probably the time you want to be out there.
Line up. Silly point now in. 2 slips as well. Hamza swings and misses, and he's bowled. That'll complete the innings. It was a stumping, my apologies.
Oh, you love stumping.
We'll get a third umpire look here. We're behind Hamza at our end, but it was, yes, they went up as one to suggest they're not worried at all about this being given not out. Third umpire Richard Illingworth.
Could he miss that by more? he wasn't in the same postcode as that.
So a bit of chaos to end the Pakistan innings. A 6, a drop catch, and now Hamza trying to repeat the dose and whack it into the Ponsford stand. Check with it. He is out of his ground, but all the players are heading off. And
just rock that back, please. Just rock it back before the
Alex Carey has taken
it back even further. I want to see the ball go into the keeper's gloves. Okay.
So it's no drama about the take.
Rock it through, rock it through. Okay, batsman short.
Lunges forward, grabs the bail, and yeah, the foot still hinged on the crease. That's clearly a stumping. It's confirmed accordingly. Pakistan all out 264, 54 runs short of Australia's 318. Here Jamal, the not out man with 33. Hamza, the last man to fall, stumps for 2, giving Nathan Lyon a 4th wicket. 4 for 73 for him, 5 wickets for Pat Cummins. Flem will just clear the call of the card ever so quickly, and what we've seen so far this morning, then we'll come back and have a chat with Sids through the change of innings. So Pat Cummins 5 for 48, Lyon 4 for 73, Hazelwood 1 for 43. Top scoring for Pakistan, Abdullah Shafiq was 62 yesterday. Then the collapse of 5 for 46, which included Shan Masood. He made 54. Mohammad Rizwan, the first man to go today, to Cummins for 42. Deficit of 54.
I mean, they fought pretty hard early on, Pakistan. They made it hard on the Australians. But really, when Pat Cummins got the ball in hand a couple of times, he just charged in. And even just at the end there, after the disappointing Mitchell Stark over, Captain brought the ball,
so pretty
got a
happy.
5-wicket haul.
Yeah, I was going to say 54-run lead and a little period now to start the build of that. What was the situation from overnight, the way the day went yesterday and the momentum now? Are you happy enough with the match position?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I said yesterday it was pretty tricky that first day or so with the bat, so I was happy to get 300 odd. And again, any first innings lead you're happy with. I think the wicket's in a pretty good position now, so time to cash in.
Got to ask you about the Mohammad Rizwan wicket, the planning? How late a decision was it to get Warner from first slip to short cover?
Yeah, just beforehand, he was batting pretty well. We thought, he's not leaving many, so let's chuck another guy out there, and just fluky. It never happens like that.
Brilliant. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
So Pat Cummins with 5 wickets to his name at the MCG in Test cricket for a third time. And yes, that brilliant bit of captaincy, moving out the slip to cover. Next ball gets the wicket. We'll go to a break with Pakistan dismissed for 264 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. And we'll return with some chat. Peter Siddle's with us as well.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Family holidays? No worries. AirAsia can fly you direct from Melbourne to Kuala Lumpur for only $369. Book now at airasia.com. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Do you own a caravan and, like most of us, only use it for a few weeks over the holidays? Camplify, Australia's #1 van sharing platform, can help you earn money from your van when you're not using it. Camplify has helped thousands of other Aussies just like you safely rent out their van, earning tens of thousands of dollars each year. Listing your van is quick and easy, so head to camplify.com.au and see why it pays to share with Camplify. Camplify.com.au.
Faces up, he swings hard and brilliantly out through cover. It slips across the MCG turf with sufficient power to touch the rope. Line around the wicket bowls of Freddie, wrapped in front, out. Top corner of the framework and enough to see a Freddie on his way. Jamal, who advances, clouts the ball, too long on, past long on, it rolls for 4. Come and set him up and knocked him over. Quite rightly, Pat Cummins with a 5-wicket haul, and he can raise the ball to an adoring public here at the MCG.
SEN Test cricket for Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions Australia taking the 4 wickets they needed this morning to bowl out Pakistan for 264 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts, Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Chris Rogers and Peter Siddle with us from the Melbourne Renegades these days. BBL 13, many years at Adelaide, back with the Vics this year as well. How are you enjoying your return to Melbourne?
Yeah, loving it. I think, I've played cricket everywhere around the world, so it doesn't really worry me too much where to play, but I think it wasn't until I came home I realised how much I missed it. I think just being around, friends and family and old teammates and ex-teammate, now the head coach of Victoria, looking after me. So it's been great. I'm really loving it. And like you said, back to the Renegades as well and enjoying that.
So playing Shield cricket, having spent the spell at Tasmania and a 2-year deal as well, as every chance you'll be playing professional cricket in your 40s. How about that?
Yeah, I think Bucky and I had the chat last year when I decided to come back. And all I said is I've never set many goals over my career, but to play a professional game at 40, is one I'd like to tick off. We'll see if I get there. I've still got a bit of time left. But, it's, like I said, it's great to be back in Victoria and great to be back around some close friends.
Have you peaked yet as a bowler? What can we expect in the next 2 years, P-City?
Oh, I'm going to charge in, bowl fast, hit blokes in the head and have a bit of fun with it. But, those days...
Well, you started your test career like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to finish it like that. I'll give you the tip. Those days are gone. But, just to help out these guys here. I think, as we've seen over the last couple of years, that Victoria got a good young fast bowling crop, and to now be able to play a few games alongside them and work with them it's been great fun, and it's been great to see them just develop over the last few years, but now to see it firsthand on the field, it's great to see.
Can you go through them individually just with a little comment?
A little comment.
From Sutherland, Perry, O'Neill.
Do you know any
Elliott,
more than that, mate? You know the full crop.
I don't know their first names.
Come on, mate.
Sutherland, O'Neill, Perry.
But no, I think they're all what they are. They're all real competitors, and I think as much as that's what you want them always to be. There's a lot of players out there that don't compete as well as you'd like, but these boys, they fight hard. I think Sutho, Perry and Fergus, the amount of cricket they've played together over the last couple of years, I think it shows the success they've had together. They've had Scotty, at different stages through that, but a lot of the time they've had to do it themselves and still had the success. So, they're great competitors, very skillful. I think we've seen that even more so this year with Perry and Fergus, the way they go about it. They've learned a lot of new tricks and the success they've had. But, there's plenty more on the outside as well. I think Sammy Elliott's played a lot of one-day cricket this year, had success. Cam McClure, who's also, had opportunities over the last few seasons as well, has showed a lot of promise. So, I think it's to be able to work alongside them, but play alongside them and see them go about it. It's been a lot of fun.
I should note as well that you're actually playing tomorrow night at Melbourne at Marvel Stadium, the Renegades, against your old team, the Adelaide Strikers, who you won the Big Bash with a few years ago. I know you've played one game this season that got called off. Are you going to play tomorrow night, Sids?
I don't know. I'm on the coaching staff, but I still don't know if I'm going to play. So, we'll see. We've got a strong side. We haven't performed as well as we would have liked, but I think there'll be an opportunity at some stage. I'll play a couple more games here. Marvel was a little bit up and down and a bit too paced last match, so we might go off a different bowling attack. We'll see, but it'd be nice to have a little crack against my old team tomorrow night.
One of the lovely things about your career is it's continued on both sides of the world. Since you stopped playing for Australia, you've been a mainstay in England and doing laps of the world, playing 4-day cricket, T20 cricket, whatever's going. I mean, that must have been such an enjoyable part of your post-Australian existence, going back to domestic cricket, bowling with younger players and making a living out of the game in different parts of the world. Yeah, for sure. I think that, and I've always been a traditionalist, so playing the 4-day game, it's, once I'm finished playing 4-day cricket, I'll be finished playing cricket in general, so... I enjoy that. I love the county circuit. I know Bucky played it for many years. And, it's just good fun over there. It's challenging, yes. There's a lot of cricket, not much time off. But, I just love bowling. I love playing. Their blast is a lot of fun. So we had a lot of success over there over the last few years with Essex and Somerset. So, maybe a couple of games this year, but definitely nothing long-term, that's for sure. I'm pretty much done with playing over there. Would that be with Somerset? Sorry, my newshound hat kicks. Most likely, We'll see. If it's not with them, I'll go replace someone. The T20 World Cup's on in the middle of the county season, so I'm sure I'll be able to pop in for a team and get a month cricket in.
Sidsy, you said you're probably not going to play much, or no Premier cricket after you've finished playing professionally.
What?
But
Dandenong, they're ready to give him a 4-year deal.
Mate, once I'm done with cricket, I'm done with cricket. Don't worry about that. There's some people that love it. I love bowling. But if I'm doing anything else, there's not so much. So that'll be about it. Are you gonna stay in the game though? You're doing a bit of coaching. Are you going to move into that area? Yeah, that's the plan. I think, as you know, you've given me that good opportunity with Victoria. I've been very lucky that, to come back and, work alongside and as part of the coaching crew at Victoria now, and also the Renegades, that I'm getting a feel for it. And I've never been a big enjoyer of watching cricket, but I've actually thoroughly enjoyed when watching as a coach, because you're obviously observing a lot of different things and working with the youngsters that we've got, that I have enjoyed it. So, I think to have played for 20 years to then just disappear from cricket would be a bit of a waste, and I do enjoy watching and supporting the younger generation.
Well, what's your favourite memory of playing for Australia?
Other than playing alongside you, that's probably the best.
Says that to everyone.
Was it watching Bucky bat?
Hey, I love watching Bucky bat, because the people go like they don't like watching those guys because they graft and they hang in there. Mate, when you're playing as a teammate, that's what you want from guys. He'd hang in there, he'd make 100, he'd hold up his hand, and he'd set a good foundation. So they're crucial, though. You could.
Let's be serious, though. You get so many great memories. What are a couple of the ones that stick out for you?
I think winning the Ashes here 5-0 is probably one of the biggest. And the Ashes, in the time I played, we didn't have a lot of success, sadly. That's probably one of the fondest, to be able to have the same side, all 5 tests, and win that series.
Okay, we're about to restart here at the MCG. Shaheen Shafridi has the ball in his hand. Pakistan starting from behind. 54-run deficit. Australia wanting to build. Khawaja on strike. Shaheen bowls away from us. He leaves through to the gloves of Rizwan.
What about moments, mate? Obviously the hat trick, but what about those kind of things? Can you remember?
Yeah, I think the hat trick's always going to be the big one, and that's probably one I've appreciated more since I've finished, and you enjoy that. But lots of little ones along the way. But I enjoy the one. Mike Hussey and I had this big partnership against Pakistan at SCG one time, put on a lot of runs, and then we ended up rolling them. We only had 100 lead. We rolled them for about 90 and won that test match. And, doing something that I'm not meant to be good at.
Shaheen passes umpire off, bowls to Khawaja, and he nicks it behind. Beautiful bowling in the channel. Shaheen Shafridi celebrates.
He's gone WWE there. Wasn't there with that celebration?
He unfurls the arms. He blows a kiss to the sky, and Khawaja departs with a duck next to his name. 1 for none after 2 balls. This might be interesting.
There was a widish corridor, but it was full. And in the end, it was the avenue of apprehension to Usman Khawaja. On watching the replay, not a bad nut, though. Usman not wanting to get forward and committing himself. This is a massive wicket for Pakistan. Great bowling conditions too, Sids, isn't it? Overcast, red kookaburra ball. There's going to be movement.
Yeah, beautiful day for it. I think these conditions, it's perfect here. Even if the wicket does look like it's flattening out, especially the new hard ball off the seam, a little bit extra grass than most wickets around that we've seen over the last couple of years. It's back to, supporting the bowlers a little bit, especially if you have a crack and put it in the right area. And we saw there, wide of the crease, got him playing.
Yeah, mini session before lunch here. Our lunch break. The Camplify at pace to share. That's 11 minutes from now, so maybe 3 overs. Getting a wicket right away, Bucky. That was critical for Pakistan after not making it to lunch.
And I was going to say before, but this is where Afridi needs to stand up. If Pakistan are a chance, these conditions, as you said, Fleming, are perfect. Because the other thing is there's been a lot of drizzle on this pitch. That grass probably just got a little bit of a drink. It's livened up a bit, so. If he can get the ball in the right area and the amount of movement we saw then, this could be game on.
Yeah, he's been below par, hasn't he? But he's probably got better with every innings he's bowled. And this is a one, if you want to bowl well, 1 for none, you're fired up, 5-wicket haul. Not easy to drive on this pitch. It's not going to get any easier. Get the ball up, allow it to swing and seam.
So Marnus Labuschagne makes his way out there. He was the leading run scorer in the first innings, adding 63. That's for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. All our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile.
Well, the field's set for straight deliveries for the in-swinger, isn't it? Just blocking off that leg side for Marnus. Also a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, so a 5-4 field. Over the wicket, Shaheen away from us. Labuschagne's first ball. Plays and misses. Again in that channel, Flem.
Cracker. Hey, Peter, you're a Victorian. You have a test hat-trick. Myself and Merv Hughes have a hat trick. We have a little club, a hat tricks and test 70s club. It's Victorian at the moment. We invited you in, right, when you got your hat trick.
Yep.
Why didn't you want to join the club? What was your highest test score again?
I thought on that, why not just start my own club with 2 test 50s? So I didn't get the 70, but I got 2 test 50s. So I thought I'd invite you, but did you make that club?
Yep.
You did?
Yes.
But Merv didn't though, did he?
Yes.
He did.
We could join yours.
Okay, so we can all join that one. We can all join that one.
It's on the pad for a leg 5.
So I can join that one.
Well answered, Sids. Just put you under the pump there. All Victorians, happy days.
Leg by signalled 1 for 1 the score, so the lead up to 55. Your 50s were both in the same test race.
They were, yeah. I think I'm the only number 9 to ever do it. So and I top scored in both innings as well. So that's not a bad stat, is it?
Who was batting in that
Delhi,
test match?
It was Ragan. They played 3 spinners. I was all over them.
Why didn't you bat high and why couldn't the batsman get runs?
I've got no idea how I ever made runs, to be fair. somehow I got lucky. I did. I couldn't get another 50 after that.
So Shaheen now to Warner. Found his outside edge in his second over on day 1. Wasn't taken at slip. 3 catching men there at gully as well. No short leg. 2 left in the over. Shaheen bowls to Warner. His first ball's dug out. Ball out towards cover. Shan does the fielding, no run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the way that Warner hopefully gets to lunch but plays afterwards. You know, batsmen have struggled to have a good strike rate in this Test match, and I thought his innings in Perth was outstanding, you know, and looked better in hindsight even, wasn't it, where batsmen struggled, but his strike rate was right up there. It was back to the Warner of old.
He faced 83 balls for his 38 on day one. It's for mate internet and mobile. Afridi, last ball of the first over, delivers to Warner, plays him with soft hands. Past gully, gets off the mark with a single. Warner retains the strike. He's won. Labuschagne yet to score. 1 over into Australia's second innings. They're 1 for 2 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
What's on for the RDO, Dave?
Taking Susie out for a little quality time.
They do say a good relationship requires maintenance, a bit of love and TLC.
And a chuck replacement.
So Susie's your hammer drill, right?
Yeah, I'm taking all my gear for a service at Toolkit Depot. They keep me on my A game with speedy sharpening, repairs, test and tag on all specialty tools and outdoor power equipment.
Tools, equipment, safety gear and workwear. Open 7 days and online. Toolkit Depot, your trade pro partner.
Peter Siddle with us. The Renegades playing the Strikers tomorrow night at Marvel Stadium. Ticketmaster.com.au. There's a motocross show in the pre-game and the innings break. You're a bit of a old rev head, aren't you, Sid? You'll enjoy that.
I do. I love my bikes and cars.
Seen at the MotoGP in the past and so on. Then the Melbourne Derby against the Stars on the 2nd of January. And they host the Hurricanes and the Stars at Marvel Stadium on the 4th and 13th of January, respectively. Ticketmaster.com.au for all of that. Renegade Peter Siddle with us. Mir Hamza starts from the southern end, down the leg side to Warner, taken by Rizwan, moving away to his right. This the move back to Victoria you mentioned with Buck before, that you do some coaching of the younger lads, but just the discipline of still running in and bowling and doing your thing. I mean, have you found it harder as you've gotten older, or is that part of your life of being a fast bowler such a big part of your identity that you're enjoying it just as much?
I think the big change has probably just been this year. Yeah, whilst I'm not playing as much, just how the preparation has to be. So I'll probably have to prepare a little bit harder than I have in the past, which is working so far.
So 3 slips to Warner, shimmies forward, defends to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, so that's probably the only difference. You're playing a little less cricket, but I've enjoyed that. It's meant that I've been able to spend a bit more time bowling alongside the guys in the nets in preparation and talk with them in there, which, sometimes as when you're trying to coach and stuff like that, they're the easiest conversations to have in the moment while you're doing stuff in the net. So it's been enjoyable, and like I said, just loving getting out in the field and probably enjoying being a bit fresher when I do get the opportunity to play.
Arms are up, southern end, bowls to Warner, dabs it to backward point, Wade onto the call to be eventually no single. Now, I remember when you broke down, it's a while ago now, 2016, that you said you thought it might extend your career by a couple of years, that long layoff and missing cricket for Australia, and so it's proven. I mean, the generation you played most of your Test cricket with, they are so long retired. Ryan Harris, Mitchell Johnson and co. I mean, even this generation, you debuted before all of them.
Yeah, that's right. I think it did. It definitely helped. I probably only had, if I'd continued to play then, probably a couple of years left. I was 31 at the time, and to be now 39, I didn't think I'd be playing this long and still be a part of cricket. But like I said, always loved bowling.
Arms are up. Bowls to David Warner in the short sleeve. Jumper a bit fuller. Pushed out to wide as Schmidt off. No run. I suppose James Anderson's 40 plus now and still nationally contracted. So modern science makes it a little bit easier with recovery and so on.
Yeah, definitely. I think, things have changed. I guess the way that we approach it and how we look after ourselves has changed a lot from, when I first started. So, and with a lot more cricket now, I guess you sort of have to look after yourself a little bit more to be able to get up and continue to be fresh for all the games. And like you said, Jimmy's shown that. England probably need him a lot more than Australia definitely needed me when I hung him up. But, it's great to see the boys doing well now, and especially the trio. The trio's been great, hasn't it? Like the years they've put in and the amount of longevity they've had together has been awesome. Obviously, I wouldn't mind Scotty out there, but in due time.
Maybe against the Windies. Arms are bowls here. Warner hit on the pad down the leg side. There'll be no appeal. We're getting plenty of messages in on our social interaction line for Tyre Power, your trusted local, wanting to hear more about the hat trick and how it felt doing it. You mentioned before that's become a bigger part of your life since your retirement. It's a massive deal on social media. Every birthday of yours, it gets brought up and played. Mark Taylor's commentary with Mark Nicholas and and Shane Warne. I mean, I suppose you must watch it back all the time.
Yeah, I do. I get sent it a lot. And then I do enjoy watching it. Like, yeah, it is one of those moments that, you do cherish, and does bring a smile to my face when I do see it.
Aims at a finish to Warner, who leaves the line outside the line of the off stump. So a maiden from him to begin. There'll be one more over before lunch. Australia 1 for 2. They lead by 56 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
If I was granted one wish, I would have an unlimited amount of dogs and just hang out with them all day, every day.
To go back in time and spend more time with those that I love.
Endless travel.
If your wish is to celebrate your life at your favourite golf course or at sunset, Tobin Brothers Funerals can make it come true. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Shah Afridi has the only wicket of Australia's second innings, sticking off Usman Khawaja with his second ball, aiming to become the Janny King bowler of the match. The king of commercial cleaning franchise is available. Taken 3 for the match, our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Got Chris Rogers alongside Peter Siddle, who can pick up the conversation about what he's brought to Victoria since returning. Shaheen bowls to Labuschagne over the wicket down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting choice for us. We knew that Scotty Boland wasn't going to be available for all the games. He'd be managed, and we have a young bowling lineup. So bringing Sids in was a bit of a free hit, really, and knowing what he was going to bring. But the thing that stood out to me is Scotty Boland's amazing with what he gives back to the bowlers. But a lot of the time, you have to go to Scotty, don't you, Sids? He's quiet, he's reserved.
Shaheen bowls, Labuschagne tucks. Gets it very fine for 4. He was on the front foot, inside part of the bat, so Shaheen's got his hands on his head. But pretty well worked by Labuschagne, who gets off the mark with that boundary. He's 4, Australia 1 for 6.
Nearly snuck through the gate there. But yeah, in terms of Sids, I think what you've brought is a real determination to give back, to want to help the young guys first and foremost, and probably almost at the expense of your own career a little bit. And you haven't seemed to be worried at all when we've had to leave you out, when Scotty's come back. And it just looks like that's what you're enjoying the most.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's no different than that. Just watch Shaheen come in here.
Yeah, Shaheen just passes umpire off and bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves alone.
Yeah, I think that was the big conversation I had firstly with Graham Benaud and Huss when we discussed it early on, and with yourself, Bucky, as well, was that as much as Scotty's one of my good mates and I love playing with him, I said from an early doors that we probably shouldn't play a game together, really, for the betterment of Victorian cricket. So as much as I want to, I think, having that opportunity when I do get my chance, and like I said, these young guys are great to work with. They've had a lot of success already, and if I can just play a small part in helping them develop a little bit more to reach that next level, then I feel that I've played my part.
Shan jumps over the leg slip. Shaheen bowls here. It's on the hip. Labuschagne bails out of an attempted flick, I suppose, mindful of the catching man around the corner.
You're coming into every team meeting, you're sitting with the coaches. So from my point of view, it's a clear pathway for what's next, because you have so much to offer. I mean, just had a look at the stats. You've taken 11 wickets at 25 this year. So you probably could continue to play, but I think it's in your own mind, you're already transitioning.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and that's what I'm enjoying the most is...
3 balls left in the session. Short leg back. He's across Labuschagne here. Shaheen into the gloves of Rizwan.
Yeah, I've been able to have a taste of it. I think it's very rare these days you get the opportunity to be able to do both at the same time. Obviously grateful of Victorian cricket to give me that chance. But so to be able to play and still and develop and learn off yourself and the rest of the coaches and get a feel for what it's like to to see the game from that angle. And I have enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. And it's definitely given me that chance to develop that a lot more.
Last ball before lunch. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls to Labuschagne. Down leg side, has he hit it? He has! Shaheen's gone bang bang. Wickets in both overs before lunch. Labuschagne strangled for 4. Australia in real bother at the long break. They're 2 for 6. They set the trap. with the leg slip. Labuschagne let one go in that direction. He couldn't resist the second. There'll be no review. Big moment in this test match, Chris Rogers.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just an instinctive shot. You're not... it feels really hard to let that ball go, and he should have. The other thing about that, just in the break before that over, Peter Siddle said, Shaheen Afridi's definitely getting a wicket here, and he's got one. So you should have said that on air.
It wasn't how I expected. I did the inside edge that went for 4 was how I expected him to get out. I thought a little LBW straightening down the line, but yeah, like you said, the ball before that delivery was a wideish one that he pushed across him in the other way. So I don't think Marnus probably thought it was going to swing as much as it did down leg side there. And like you said, Bucky, instinctively you just go at it when it looks like on the screen that it was an easy shot to leave.
Peter Siddle, you've got commitments to get to. It's been a real joy catching up. You're one of the most loved figures in Australian and Victorian cricket, a long and distinguished career. Long may it continue. Thanks for being on SEN Test Cricket.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
A reminder that the Renegades and the Strikers is tomorrow night, 7:15 start at Marvel Stadium. You can get your tickets at ticketmaster.com.au. Get out and support the Gades, and then the derby against the Stars on the 2nd of January. As we wrap the session with Chris Rogers, so all in, there were 6 wickets, 4 for Australia with the ball, but then losing 2 right away. So they've only been 3 overs in their second innings. Usman Khawaja caught behind from his second ball, conventionally, and the second one down the leg side, Marnus Labuschagne nicking one also into the gloves of Rizwan. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 2 overs, 2 for 5. All those numbers for mate internet and mobile. Warner still there on 1 not out. And when they return after lunch, Chris, it'll be a lead of 60. And Pakistan, having not necessarily made the most of things this morning, certainly have with the ball there. They're back in the match.
They're back in the match. I mean, that's one partnership. The openers for Pakistan, if they can get stuck in, the game's back on an even keel. So, yeah, 70 runs for Pakistan in that session. I there was... Listening to Simon Katich, he thought if they could get it down to a 50-run deficit, they're right in the game, and they've done it. They've got themselves back into this, and then it needed Afridi to do something special, and he has. The other thing is this ball is moving, it's swinging, and these conditions are perfect. So he's going to have his lunch, and he's going to come back ready to go. And if he can get 2 more, wowee, Australia under real pressure for the first time.
It's going to be a lot of fun here at the MCG throughout the course of the afternoon. Thank you, Bucky. Stay put. You'll be chatting with Gerard after the break. The lunch break is for Camplify. It pays to share. Later in the lunch segment, you'll be able to plug in for our quiz. Today, the theme is fast bowling captains after what Pat Cummins achieved today, taking his 3rd Test fifer at the MCG. It'll be Simon Katich up against our lucky caller. That'll be on 1300 736 736. I'm sure Gerard will plug that in a minute. That's all for Tyre Power, your trusted local. But at the moment, as we go to the break, Australia in their second innings on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts at lunch, they're 2 for 6.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The shared burger pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee.
Anaconda.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Come and visit Nunawading Jeep to take advantage and save at their demonstrator vehicle sale. There's massive savings on all demonstrator vehicles in stock, with all new vehicles also reduced to clear, including the Grand Cherokee Night Eagle at $69,888 drive away, includes sunroof. You'll also enjoy 5-year free scheduled servicing on all new vehicles in stock. Don't miss out on these massive savings. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading, or nunawadinjeep.com.au. LMCT 11598.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Cummins set him up and knocked him over. Quite rightly, Pat Cummins with a 5-wicket haul.
Line up, silly point now in, 2 slips as well. Hamza swings and misses, and he's bowled. That'll complete the innings. Shaheen passes umpire, off bowls to Khawaja, and he nicks it behind. Beautiful bowling in the channel. Shaheen Shah-Afridi celebrates. Last ball before lunch. Shaheen Shah-Afridi bowls to Labuschagne. Down leg side, has he hit it? He has! Shaheen's gone bang, bang. Wickets in both overs before lunch. Labuschagne strangled for 4. Australia in real bother at the long break. They're 2 for 6.
The Lunch Break. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now.
What a turn of events across the 2 hours of day 3 thus far. We reached the lunch break for Camplify. It pays to share. Australia 2 for 6. The lead is 60. Pakistan got 70 runs out of the morning, losing their 4 wickets. And Chris Rogers, part of our expert panel for Red Energy, switched to 100% Australian-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. We've got ourselves the makings of a thriller.
Yeah, I don't think we expected that, did we? Particularly when Pat Cummins blew the game open yesterday evening or afternoon. The fact that Pakistan have been able to fight, their tail has stood up. That batting from Jamal in particular, even Afridi, to get them in touching distance of Australia was quite something. But then they needed magic, and they needed something from, you know, their world-class player, and that is Shaheen Afridi, and he's come out and he's taken 2 quick wickets, and this game's been turned on its head.
So we asked Simon Katich to concoct a scenario, and this was it. Pakistan around the 50 mark behind, and then the early wickets. Test 3 and 4 for Australia, who just aren't in their pomp. and then see what Head Marsh would do presented with such a scenario. And that's precisely what's about to unfold.
Yeah, I mean, even then, the fact that Pakistan came out to bowl 3 overs, and that's a nightmare little situation there for the Australian batters. You've got nothing to gain. You go out there, you're just thinking, I've got to get through the lunch, and then you're a little bit tentative. You saw Usman caught on the crease, squared up, and found the edge, and then Marnus, I mean, he should have been leaving that ball down the leg side last ball before the break, but instinctively, you just go to flick that down the fine leg because that's what you've been doing since you started playing cricket. So he's made a little mistake there, got a tiny little edge, went through to the keeper, and Pakistan are all of a sudden, 2 for 60 effectively, but with a ball that's only 3 overs old, and they're into the middle order. The middle order, they bat in the middle order because they don't particularly want to face the new ball, and here they go.
So those are the 3 factors. The ball is new. The pitch might be spiced up from the rain that's fallen on it throughout those 2 hours, and the skies are going to remain overcast.
Yeah, and Australia dearly would have loved that break. Just I mean, it's not raining now, but just take a deep breath and come back out and see if they can wrestle the momentum back. But Pakistan, I mean, they would have loved to have continued bowling there because they were all over Australia. But in particular, Freddie, he has to come out now, and with his tail up. I even saw when Hamza bowled the previous over, there was a ball just nudged to mid-on, and Freddie ran in, steamed it, picked it up, threw it to the keeper, and you could see it. You could see he was up and about. He wants this fight, and he could become a hero for his country today.
Yes, it's been tipped on its head. The wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Buck, thank you.
Thank you.
Simon Katich will be in for the quiz and for the first ball of the new session. I don't even know what day it is, but I've got a hunch it's a Thursday.
It is Thursday.
It's Thursday, so a little bit of know your history. We're going to bleed that into our cricket coverage. Shannon Gill's here at the G today. Shannon, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
It's good to see you, Gerard. And the SEN studios are great, but it's not quite the MCG.
Yes, it's a beautiful office, isn't it? Boxing Day tests in your life, big part of it?
Big part of my life. Always make sure I attend at least one day of every Boxing Day test. But my thoughts this week have been about Boxing Day tests. Boxing Day test 40 years ago, which was also an Australia and Pakistan Boxing Day test.
Tell us about it.
So 40 years ago, Graham Yallop scored 268 in the Boxing Day test. Now, he scored 149 of that 268 on day 3. So we were on the right day for it. And it remains the highest score in a Boxing Day test. But the thing that intrigues me about Graham Yallop is you don't hear about Graham Yallop very often. So it sort of made me go back, and I've chatted to Graham last week and really sort of re-examine that innings, but also his career, and it's a really weird career.
It is. So first, the innings itself.
Yeah.
What were his recollections? What makes it distinctive apart from its immensity?
Well, it's huge. He bats for nearly 12 hours, which is, it's a very different game today than it was then. But it was not. It looks like a bat fest sort of match, but it wasn't necessarily. He comes in. Pakistan had scored 470. He comes in at 1 for 21. You have to make runs in that situation. He bats for 12 hours. He makes 268, and I think the thing that really stands out for me is that he had made runs earlier in that series and had not really been part of the team for some time, and the big, the writers in Australian cricket, the big names of Australian cricket, all hailed him as Australia's premier batsman, which is just, he is a little bit lost to history. And I think those things make it interesting. But also, I mean, I've gone back and watched some video of this, and I've never seen highlights of it. And you don't see highlights of Graham Yallop at all. And some of his driving and his footwork to the spinners, it's top shelf, and it just made me want to re-examine Yallop's career.
How vivid are his memories of it?
Yeah, so he remembers it being a very hot day. Hot across the 3 days, and that it was tough early. So, yeah, he comes in at 1 for 21. There's pressure. So he remembers that part, but particularly that, you know, once they got in, it was time to make them pay. And he thinks in an earlier test, in the first test of the summer, him and Wayne Phillips really took on Abdul Qadir, who was the Pakistan spin great, but also the real trump card that Pakistan had. And he said that they took him on, and he never really recovered. So that was the key. Get down the wicket, take him on, and that went well for Yallop in that whole series.
And it's an era where if you were hitting sixes, you were clearing fences, weren't you?
Yes. Looking at, you know, you go back and look at this footage, and it's a very different. You just have to look at the bats.
Yes.
For one. So 268 over 12 hours might seem pretty slow today, but back then it was quite an effort.
Yallop's place more broadly, so he's tied up in the most troubled period for Australian Test cricket with the split with World Series. And there's probably little echoes to, I don't know, the PGA Tour and Live in you're left to represent your organisation, and the cost individually was significant.
Yeah, so the split happens, and Bob Simpson was brought back as captain. Now, at that point in time, Yallop had played a couple of tests. He plays a decent series in that first summer of the split. Bob Simpson retires, and there's not a really a logical successor for captain in that team. So he had played 8 tests, and he's appointed as captain of Australia. Now, that Australian team was basically a third 11, really. And he's probably makes some pretty naive comments about predicting that we'll win every test against England. They go down 5-1. And that is a millstone around his neck for pretty much the rest of his career. So when World Series cricket and the establishment get back together, even though he has made runs throughout that period, he doesn't get a game. And from that point on, he's a reserve, really. He plays one more test in Australia for the next 4 years. So it seems that he was almost symbolic of an era and swept under the carpet a little bit of, we don't want to remember that. So it's confusing to look back at his career without that context of the World Series cricket split.
He is cast on the wrong side of history rather than choosing to be on the wrong side of history.
Yeah, and that's what he says. He says, what could I have done? You can't knock back the Australian captaincy. Now, maybe maybe you would do that these days. Maybe you would say no, but I don't think in those days you would have before, you know, an era where we know much more now. So he's branded almost as establishment, and then when it changes and World Series cricket comes back, World Series cricket players and administrators are the dominant forces. So he is pretty much left out in the cold, which is tough because his record is actually really good. Yeah, so across 39 tests, he averages 41.13. Now, since Yallop, there's only one Victorian-born batter that has played more than 10 tests and averaged 40. So Dean Jones being that one. So his record is really stands up against, and particularly in an era where the Australian team was not very good between the years 83 to 89-ish. So it is a bit amazing that he didn't play more Test cricket than what he actually did.
There has to be residual at the end of all of that. Is there any resentment in him?
I don't think there is. It's an interesting one. He goes. After he makes the 268, he injures his knee 2 weeks later. He only plays one more test after that, and then goes to South Africa. So it was all over. He had this high point, and then it was over. I don't think he's angry or holds resentment at anyone. I think he sees that I got a chance to play for Australia. I had these moments. He made 8 centuries. He made them everywhere. England, India, Pakistan, here. I think, to a degree, the re-examination of the fact that he averaged 40, I think he doesn't mind the fact that someone's willing to talk about that. But here's a guy, I mentioned in an article I wrote this week, that you rarely hear of him, you rarely see highlights of him, and you rarely hear people speak of him. And That's not the case for most Australian Test cricketers that average 40 plus.
Yeah. So the full piece is at Code Sports?
At Code Sports, yes.
40 years to the day.
40 years to the day. He's actually here today. I think he's a guest at the MCC today, so they're paying tribute probably right now at the lunch break.
That is great to hear. Shannon, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, Gerard.
You've enriched our Thursdays, as always, a bit of Know Your History, the third day of the Boxing Day Test. Australia's in a sticky situation, 2 for 6 with a lead of 60. Each day on SEN Test cricket throughout the summer, we are giving away a $100 Liquorland voucher to recognise someone who lives and breathes local cricket. Today, from the Yarraville Cricket Club, it's Peter Rex. Peter, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket. Congratulations.
Thanks, Gerard. Yeah, I'm actually over in the AFL members and level 2, watching the cricket as we speak.
Great way to spend the day, Peter. Tell me, what does Yarraville mean to you?
Well, basically, I've always been a cricket junkie, Gerard. I've done the Ashes tour and a World Cup tour, and surprised my daughter started going out with a young man who was a very good cricketer about 5 years ago. He actually got picked in the under-17 Australian side. And so now he's coach of the Yarraville Cricket Club. So I've got involved in that. Obviously, local clubs need a bit of sponsorship, so I sort of go down there and help out a bit. And I have been known that when he gets a Michelle, a fifer, have been known to run on the ground with a T-shirt with his Zuckley mug on. So it's just a really good environment. I had a trivia night a couple of weeks ago. So, it's just good to really watch local cricket. And as I said, he played for Footscray as well. He was a pretty good cricketer, so he's taken on the task of coaching at quite a young age of 26. So, but, yeah, I love it.
That's splendid. Peter, in your day, did you play a bit?
Not a lot, a little bit up in the country. I come from Ballarat, so I was a very, I'm trying to think of someone who similar. I was more of a Chris Cabaret sort of. I wasn't a big guy. I could stay there for a lot, but as soon as I walked out, all the fieldsmen would go, come on, getting close, he can't hit it. And I was pretty right. So I'd be there for about 45 minutes for about 2 runs. So I knew I had limited capacity.
You're a kindred spirit, Peter. Great to chat to you this afternoon. Enjoy the day of cricket and enjoy the $100 Liquorland voucher. Thanks for telling us about Yarraville Cricket Club.
No worries, Gerard. Have a great day.
Peter Rex, who's here at the ground. Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise. For your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher, enter at iCanWin.com.au. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Camplify. It pays to share. Your chance to join in the quiz now. You'll earn it if you win it because you're pitted against Simon Katich. Be the contestant. 1300 736 736. Head-to-head with Simon Katich on the quiz next.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Westgate Freeway remains a heavy run citybound thanks to roadworks on top of the bridge. 3 of the 5 lanes are closed off. You're much better off on Footscray Road into the city. And delays on the Ring Road, Greensboro bound approaching Keilor Park Drive thanks to roadworks. Remember, chocolates and dogs don't mix. The Animal Referral and Emergency Network is here 24/7 for pet emergencies. Visit emergencyvet.com.au. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
The RoadTech Marine post-Christmas sale is now on. Save big on caravan, boating and four-wheel drive accessories. Visit roadtechmarine.com.au for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If you need a new set of tyres, don't put it off. That's why Tyre Power is giving you more ways to pay for your tyres, including Zip Pay. T's and C's apply. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian-owned and operated with over 30 years' experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full-range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
You made everyone else happy over Christmas. Now it's time to get yourself a present at Sexyland's famous Boxing Day sale. Up to 70% off Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, sexy lingerie, costumes and loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone. Take me now, Sexyland.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
It's a lunch break for Camplify. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. And that music means it's time for the Colo and Baz lunchtime quiz. Simon Katich is sat next to us. He's a formidable opponent. Yes. Ben from Moonee Ponds is our competitor today. Ben, do you read us?
Yes, I do.
Ben, it's going to be hard yakka to beat Kat. He takes no prisoners. If you do win, though, a Bataki ham is your prize. Are you ready for this? Your buzzer is your name.
Yep, no drama.
Kat, you know the drill here. You've won this every time you've played. You ready for this again?
I'm only as good as my last knock, mate.
Okay, let's try it on. Our theme today, fast bowling captains. Question 1, an easy one to start, I think. So getting in fast will matter here. Which Pakistani fast bowler was captain when they won the World Cup on this ground in 1992? Oh, Ben, you're in. Ben, you're in.
Imran Khan.
Imran Khan. Well, Kat's been beaten on the fastest finger. We got a live one here.
Never been behind before.
We've got a live one here. Baz, question 2, please.
All right. A Zimbabwean fast bowler led their national team through a torrid time. But also their...
Ben, halfway through the clue. Here you go. Who was it?
Heath Streak.
Heath Streak, 2-0. The rest of the clue.
Katich, come on.
Led the most successful leader in their test history. He led them to 4 test wins between 2001 and 2004. Kat's under the pump.
Yes. This is how many questions are there?
5.
Oh, geez, trouble.
You're 2 sets down. Lose the break in the 3rd set, you're in a world of pain. Okay. 3rd question. Which West Indian fast bowler led his side to a 5-0 test loss in Australia?
Cat.
Can he get there?
Big moment.
Huge moment.
Courtney Walsh.
That was
That's
spot
really
on.
good.
Took your
Yeah.
time, but you got there. 2000, 2001, the West Indies lost 5-0 and Courtney Walsh was the captain. Cats on the board. Question 4, Basilenko.
You should get this, both of you. So Ray Lindwall was a one-test captain for Australia at Bombay in 1956. But which Indian quick led their test for one match in 2022, last year?
Cat. Jasprit Bumrah.
2-2 going into the fifth.
Can't keep a good man down.
Have we ever had this? 4 from 4.
Yeah, I know.
There's normally be an incorrect answer or a handover to the other contestant or something like that. So, okay, a lot on the line. The Bataki ham on the line, to be precise. Back to Melbourne to finish. The 1982 Boxing Day Test was a true classic, with Border and Thompson putting on 70 for the final wicket, but falling 3 runs short of victory. Which fast bowler captained England? Cat's got in first, I'm sorry to say. Who led England?
Ian Botham.
Ba-bow.
Oh, no.
Ba-bow. Then for the win, it wasn't Beefy. Who led England to victory here at 1982?
Tony Grigg.
What do we do here?
Oh, no.
What do we do here? Tony Grigg was
the most obvious answer.
Tony Grigg was captain here in for the centenary test in 1977. He wasn't captain by 1982. We don't have a tie-breaking mechanism.
Okay,
I mean, I think, Ben, you've won the hand. That much is certain.
We'll let the two of them have another go at it.
Let's duke it out. Okay, on the count of 3, I want you to both jump in with the name you think it is. England fast bowler led them to victory here in 1982. 3, 2, 1, go.
Snow.
No.
No.
Very famous England fast bowler, captain the side in the 80s.
Oh, Bob Willis.
Cat's got over the line in miraculous circumstances.
Enjoy the Bataki ham, Ben.
When you said
it's all yours, mate.
When you said both of them, Ben, congratulations to you. How do you feel it? A ham is coming your way over to Moonee Ponds. You've beaten Cat, kind of, sort of.
I'll take it.
You should as well.
Always eventful, the lunchtime quiz. Thank you, Baz, for being my sidekick on this every day. We'll be back tomorrow. Not sure what the clue will be, but Cat will not be the carryover champ. It might be Flem tomorrow, you know. We'll see. We'll find out tomorrow morning who's in the chair. You'll be able to call up every day of the series. It has been the lunch break for Camplify. It pays to share. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. On the other side of the break, Australia resuming their second innings in a world of pain. 2 for 6 to lead 60. Our coverage for Host Plus. Back in a sec.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
This fire season, keep safe and leave early on extreme or catastrophic fire danger rating days. Download the Vic Emergency app to stay informed.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Whenever we get stuck and need quality timber or decking real quick on site, we turn to the Robot.
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies always helps us get the job done.
You can rely on Robot Building Supplies day in, day out. Right now, 90 by 35 MGP 10 pine is only $4.72 per metre. Discount for quantity. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years.
They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick, so go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in-store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Go! 2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Unleash the flavour in Melbourne. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands for hot deals on 4 kilo barbecue briquette charcoal. Buy 3 bags, get 1 free. Or grab 2 8 kilo bags of lumpwood charcoal and get a 3rd bag free. Best prices in town. Hot deals, barbecue briquette charcoal and lumpwood charcoal. We also have fire bowls for hire. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands, next to Subaru. Don't miss out.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley. Unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road. An easy 8 minutes from Chadstone. Ends 5 p.m. Saturday.
On my way.
Licence 578.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Work Locker Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work.
We have ourselves a test match at the MCG. Australia 2 for 6. The lead is 60. Marnus Labuschagne dismissed on the last ball before lunch, just as happened to Dave Warner on day 1 in the test match. It is precisely the scenario that Simon Katich painted for us at the start of the day. Pakistan somewhere around 50 behind, and then early wickets to challenge the 3-4 and see what 5 and 6 might do in the scenario. Kat, how remarkable. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Gerard, all our listeners. Yeah, look, this is huge for Australia now because Pakistan are 1 away from an aggressive Australian middle order who take the game on, but if you're 3 for 10, it's a different scenario and you're only 60 in front. So this is a massive partnership for Australia. And Shaheen Shah Afridi's led the way. It's good to see. He's needed to. He's got 2 early strikes and the lunch break was perfectly timed for them. They had a quick crack, got the 2 wickets, and now they get a double crack. So they've gone away, freshened up, and he has another spell now. So this is a huge 30 minutes for this test match.
A weather update for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. So it is 18 degrees in Richmond. It is heavily overcast. It's breezy. So if there's whatever's in the track, and you forecast this would be a new ball pitch, and so it looks, is Australia couldn't get the ball to do much in the morning session. It was beyond 55 overs old when they started, but Pakistan have exploited the conditions right up.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of the top order nullifying the new ball. They did it in the first innings in Perth, but they weren't able to capitalise on it later on, and in the second innings obviously got tougher with the cracks opening up. Here yesterday, they did. Shah Masood and Abdullah Shafiq set the tone beautifully. They were aggressive, played good positive cricket. They lost their way a little bit due to Pat Cummins' brilliance, but then today Rizwan and the tail were able to benefit from that hard work done yesterday to wear the ball down into the 50-over-old mark, and that's where they reap the rewards early today. So that's where this Australian top order now have to do it in this next session to try and help the cause of the middle order and lower order for the last session today.
Khawaja caught behind off the second ball, squared up, outside edge. That can happen. Labuschagne, last ball before lunch, way down the leg side, a proper burgle. Rizwan took the catch. Afridi has both. Labuschagne for 2 for 6. Steve Smith out in the middle with Dave Warner. Warner will be on strike at the start of the fresh over. Mir Hamza with ball in hand.
There's a 7-2 field here waiting for David Warner, so they've strengthened the cover point region so he can't just drop and run, and I like that. They're going to try and build up pressure on him, but they've still got a catching man at backward point who's probably 30 to 35 metres from the bat, but the only problem will be is if Hamza doesn't attack the stumps here with the new ball, and that could be the tricky part because he's only got a fine leg and a mid-on.
The umpires are not happy out in the middle. They've come together and had a chat. There was just an indication maybe that they want the lights turned on. Is there anything I can initially think of in the way that Michael Goff pointed? But all the players are coming together mid-pitch with the umpires there. There's no rain or drizzle that's detectable. Something was amiss there. Now everybody's happy and sorted.
It's like a cluster of pigeons and they've all dispersed.
Couldn't have been the time, could it? They're all eager and out there early? I'm not sure. Unclear, but now we're okay.
I've no idea what that was about.
Very unusual. Righto, a moment of suspense before we let loose. 3 slips of gully, points pushed out. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square, more than a fine leg. Sort of split the difference between the two in the field position. Johnny Wilson just blocks the laneway for the moment. Maybe 1:29 was the starting time. Perhaps it's tipped over now. Crowd's a little impatient. 34,000 in. If you were thinking of an afternoon's cricket, this would be it, I'd say. Still no sign of action. The mysteries of Test cricket.
Is it 1:30 start? And they've just peaked too early out there.
Everyone's gone too soon. Well, there is an eagerness, isn't there? So it was originally 1:25. I think it'll come together again. This is ridiculous.
Second take.
Not surprisingly, the crowds. Just push that up a bit for us, just when you pick anything up. Can't quite detect what's being said. Somebody indisposed. It's the third umpire missing. It's a mystery. It's a mystery, but Hamza has put his sweater back on. I feel like you've probably seen just about everything in Test cricket. We had ourselves an involuntary delay, which doesn't seem to make much sense at all. Labuschagne will sweat over that. That's a terrible dismissal right on lunch. That's a long way down leg.
Yeah. To gain maybe 1 run to fine leg. Or the worst part was there was a leg slip waiting as well. So it was almost like he just got lured in by muscle memory, seeing it in that area and just it took over, feathered it through to Rizwan.
All right, so we're all standing around waiting there, and Khawaja's just the standard dismissal of an opener. That can happen. Squared up, nicked off. So we're getting a shot of an empty, what would have been an empty box with the television umpire, I presume. the arrival has happened. It's captured on the scoreboard. That gives a bit of a boo. It's stuck in the lift, maybe.
Is that true?
Well, who knows where that correspondence is coming from. All right, so the case of the missing umpire has been resolved. So they can sort themselves out now, and umpires out in the middle. Joel Wilson and Michael Goff are happy for things to happen. Hamza has got rid of the sweater. He's ready to go. Both Australians in the cable nets. Warner is on one. Smith hasn't seen a ball yet. Hamza in from the worn end to start the fresh session. Warner is tucking the ball to leg and decisively calling the run. He'll just settle at 1, 2 for 7.
And that's going to be the challenge for Hamza with that field. If he wants to get in and attack the stumps, David Warner's well aware he can just nudge the ball into the leg side, and there's plenty of space there for him to get off strike, which he does nicely.
Steve Smith. Such an interesting case study at the moment, searching for his form. Now would be a good time. His team and his country needs it. Yeah, Hamza rolls the shoulders. His left arm over, bowls, and Smith's in behind it defending. Circumstances will appeal to Smith.
Oh, definitely. This will get his juices going, because this test match is very, very even at this point in time, and he knows that the next two are both stroke players, and it's a big challenge to play like that in these sorts of conditions when the test match is finally balanced like this.
So as well as the lead, it's the overs with the new ball. Hamza bowls and Smith pops it up on the leg side. 3 pitches away. Just induced the false stroke.
He's got some good skills as Hamza. It just feels like he needs another 10 Ks of airspeed just to really put some pressure on the decision-making of the batsman. That ball has bounced nicely off a good length, good movement. He swung it both ways in the first innings. It's not to say he can't get wickets bowling at this pace, but just rush them a little bit more here.
Inside edge onto the thigh pad, and it has brought the bat pad in. It would have been a very simple catch. So bat pad under the helmet now. Sharma makes the move. Hamza bowls to Smith, who lets it pass outside the off stump. So Fox Cricket mentioning what our correspondents are. Richard Illingworth was stuck in the lift trying to get back after lunch.
I like this change from Shah Massoud too. He's lost a slip, but I think the 2 slips in the gully that are in there at the moment, given Hamza's pace, it's only medium fast, they can cover a bit more space and move a little bit wider. And I still think they can attack him around that 4 stump region.
Hamza hits the crease. Smith glances down to fine leg. It'll go to the rope for 4. A little bit more on it. No, nothing on it. It's called as leg buys. Boundary for Australia for Azito all day, every day, 2 for 11.
Just getting a little bit too straight there near Hamza. Cannon's into Steve Smith's thigh pad. Races really fine down to the boundary. Just not quite getting his line right here. Well, he's trying to boulder that short leg.
Into Smith, who lets it pass outside the off stump. His first over a single on the 4 leg buys, 2 for 11. Australia's lead is 65 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. When you're so far into your career like Steve Smith is right now, so Mars mentioned the curse of being the perfectionist. So Smith is every bit of that as well. Are there little specifics that he would be working on? Is he searching for something? What do you imagine it would be like when you know your cricket and your game so well? What are you searching for?
Well, he's spoken about it previously, and I reckon he spoke about it a little bit last summer. A lot of it is to do with the rhythm of his hands, because he's such a hand-eye coordination. Like, that's what's one of his biggest strengths, really, because you look at his technique and his footwork hasn't always been perfect, and he has a unique technique.
Freddie's the danger man. He bowls to Warner. Full driven, beautifully through mid-off. Timing was good. The chase is on. The ball now touches the rope. Warner's first boundary. He's 6, 2 for 15, and the crowd is fully engaged in this.
Oh, they certainly are, because I think they sense that David Warner's going to put on a show here. Pitches up, punches down the ground beautifully. It was very well placed and timed. Freddie won't mind it, though. He knows that he'll just have to bring that length back by maybe a couple of, probably 6 inches, and the nick will be in the game with the swing that he got prior to lunch. There's 3 slips in the gully waiting.
Freddie in again. Bowls to Warner down the leg side. Rizwan does a good job to haul it in.
But yeah, I think, with Smith, a lot of it comes down to, and we saw it, we talked about it the other day, his very first ball, he wafted at a ball that was really full and wide, and that's not really been his style of play, particularly in his first 20 runs. He's always waited for the bowlers to come to him, and I think one of his biggest strengths since that 2019 Ashes series where he dominated has been that he's been able to almost con the bowlers into bowling away from the top of off stump, because he's been able to work them behind square.
Warner leaves the Freddie outside the off stump.
And because of his shuffle across, bowlers would bowl a good ball at the top of off and it'd go behind square for 2. And they'd be scratching their heads thinking, I can't bowl there because I'm going to get scored off. So unless they block up that gap, then they'd start going wider, and that was what he was after, because it allows him to get settled and get into his innings and let balls go. And so I just wonder whether there's a little bit of that in terms of, he just looks like he wants to feel a bit of bat on ball at the moment.
Freddie hits the crease. Warner defends off the back foot. It rolls away to gully and a run.
And there's been a bit more of that in Perth and here in Melbourne in the first innings than we've seen in the past, because even his second innings dismissal in Perth, he nicked a ball that probably was around, I reckon, 5th stump line, maybe even wider, that he didn't have to play at, but he sparred out off Shazad and got out. So, just wonder whether there's a little bit of that, or maybe he's just not quite moving as well as he'd like at this stage of the summer.
Warner taps and readies himself for Freddie bowls. Warner leaves. So he's in the mid-130s for Freddie. Came rushing out after the lunch break. So he's full of energy.
It's good. That's what they need. If he leads the way and the others chip in around him, this is a completely different Pakistan attack. If he can start getting it up to the late 130s and taking early wickets, because then it obviously puts pressure on the Australian middle order and asks questions of them rather than them having a foundation to then go out there and put pressure on Pakistan.
Last ball of the Freddie's over. Warner wrapped on the pads as he looked to turn to leg. They go for a sharp single throw at the non-strikers. Warner has it well covered. They scramble through for a leg bye. 2 for 16 Australia. The lead is 70 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Work you ransacked overnight. Locks before, stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Australia's looking to build a lead. They're 2 down for 16. Hamza in from the Warn. And Warner's dragged it on. It was a half tracker. He went to pull under edge into the woodwork. Australia's predicament worsens. The veteran opener's gone for 6. And it's 3 for 16.
Wow, that's a massive blow for Australia. Hamza can't believe it. He goes off to his point fielder banged it in short. David Warner just drags it back on. He can't believe his luck. He's trudging off. A very disappointed man. Australia now opened up at 3 for 16. David Warner departs for 6.
Goodness me, you so rarely see Australia under pressure like this on home soil in a test match poised in such a manner.
It's credit for Pakistan. But
the Melbourne crowd is taking its time to salute Dave Warner. The last time they'll see him in test cricket, and Warner obliged by turning to all portions of the ground to acknowledge that from the sports-loving public of this town.
Yeah, it was very nice reception from the MCG faithful here. Didn't quite want to see him go out that way, I wouldn't have thought, but it is what it is. And now, Travis Head. How's he going to go about it? Because he nicked one in the first innings, feet went nowhere. There's still a very new ball here. It's only 5 overs old. Is he going to fight fire with fire?
Wow, if you're anywhere near it, I'd be getting to the MCG. Don't leave your radio. Pete Lawler's just jumped in behind us. Hello to you, Pete.
Hello, boys. A bit happening out the back there.
Yes.
A relieved third umpire has just got out of the lift with Mel McLaughlin from Channel 7 and the makeup artists and people like that. So apparently they were coming up in the lift and got stuck on the first floor.
And thus the delay. Yeah.
Yes. And so they eventually worked out what was going on and asked the fourth umpire to run up the stairs when they realised that they weren't going to get the third umpire out of the box.
At his post.
Illingworth, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Richard Illingworth is in place. Travis Head is in place out in the middle. Hamza's got 1 for 1. Head's bowled! Hamza's gone right through him. Pakistan are rampant. Australia is reeling. A golden duck for Travis Head. 4 for 16. You can barely believe the readout on the scoreboard.
Well, Pakistan have done their homework because that was a massive in-swinger from Hamza. And Travis Head's front foot goes nowhere. It's stuck on the crease and he gets absolutely cleaned up by a beauty from Hamza. He's jubilant and Pakistan now got the ascendancy, 4 for 16. This is unbelievable here at the MCG.
Incredible. Fine fast bowling, as you are spot on. As they can learn a lesson, this Pakistan team. And they're good off breaks, I reckon, once they've concocted their plans and got their direction. That is a Super Bowl first up to Head.
And now he's on a hat-trick. So Mitch Marsh coming out to the MCG now. Who would have thought? On a hat-trick. And we're only 5.2 overs into this innings. Alex Carey to come, who's under some pressure. And then the tail. Australia effectively 4 for 70 here. Couple more here. And Pakistan might be chasing less than 150.
It's all been jolly and joyous through the festive season at the MCG until now, as Travis Head's been entertaining the crowd with his calisthenics. Mitch Marsh has been soaking up applause, now under massive pressure. On a hat-trick, Mir Hamza. And Mitch Marsh is an imposing figure. But this is not the scenario you want your number 6 walking into. There's a moment of history at hand in the Boxing Day Test. There's a pocket of Pakistan fans at the punt road end anticipating it. They've gone for a short mid-on and a catching mid-wicket as well as bat pad.
Mid-off needs to be straighter to Mitch Marsh and further back, because he's likely to drive one, and he's hit a few in the air in this series so far. He's 2 square, I reckon.
Leg slip, 2 slips and a gully. The crowd rises to a visiting quick. Mir Hamza on a hat-trick. Mitch Marsh is his target. Hamza bowls. Marsh leaves. That flew through. Rizwan took it up in front of his eyes. He gave it his all.
Didn't he just? Found about 130. That looked quicker than 130.
And he's barely hit 130 in this test match. Gerard, Pakistani left-arm fast bowler 2 bowls in 2 balls. Way back in 1992. This is Wasim Akram territory.
Yes. Bharat, what a time to join us. In place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Pakistan looking to create historic memories. Mitch Marsh faces up, back foot defence, everything in behind it to try to apply a sense of calm.
Wow, hasn't this test match turned on its head? Before lunch and after lunch, it's amazing what breaks can do for the bowling team with these particularly little ugly 10 minutes which they had, and taking 2 early wickets has obviously given them huge buoyant mood in the camp. And now 2 straight after break.
Hamza rolls in, bowls. Marsh edges short of gully. 1 bounce into the cordon. No damage done.
Mitchell Marsh has made a great comeback to Test cricket, but it's a rather unique situation for him.
Just watching the replay of that ball too, I think because the field's set up for the ball swinging back here to Mitch Marsh, and let's not forget the first innings, they wrapped him on the pads a couple of times. Obviously, there's a couple of DRS calls on consecutive balls. But also think with that pad now staying a little bit leg side of the ball, the slips are in the game for Nick.
Last ball of the over. Marsh lets it pass. A double wicket maiden for Mir Hamza. Australia is 4 for 16. The Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it.
The Rebel Boxing Day sale is now on. Get the Garmin Forerunner 255 was $699, now $379. Rebel, sport is calling.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
The session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. 4 for 16, so much rests with Steve Smith, who is yet to score. Afridi is in and at him and is left outside the off stump. 2 slips, gully, leg slip and bat pad in play.
Yeah, no, I like this field from Pakistan. They've obviously come here in the second innings with a set plan to say, right, we're going to attack the stumps. The ball's moving. We've seen all the pitch maps throughout the first few days, and a lot of the wickets from the top of the stumps, which Pat Cummins hit and Hazelwood hit yesterday, have been around the 6 metre mark. So the ball a lot straighter here.
Smith twitches and flexes. Afridi bowl. Smith's in behind it. He tucks it around the corner past the leg slip and takes a run out into the deep. His first 4 for 17.
Very reminiscent of the strategy we saw back-to-back summers from New Zealand and India, Simon, to Steve Smith, where just cut out the offside for him. They said, we're going to bowl at your stumps, have a very leg side strong field, kind of just not let you score, kind of choke you out.
Marsh just makes Afridi wait. It'll be the same field for Australia's number 6. Afridi to Marsh. Wrapped in front, playing back, across. Umpire says not out. Afridi was past the popping crease at the batter's end by the time he'd finished that appeal. The LBW shout, how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. There'll be no review.
Yeah, they're probably clever to not take on Michael Goff. He's had a good test match so far. I think when they see the replay of this, might have just pitched outside leg and be missing leg.
Yes, maybe. So picture the angle, maybe in line with leg slump and then going down the leg side off the seam. Afridi tries again. Marsh is forward, bat pad jammed together, keeps it out.
Zeroing in on his pads, aren't they, Simon?
A little conversation about whether it hit pad before bat there. Afridi is actually quite interested. He'll have to talk a few around. But he felt like he got that onto the pad before the inside edge.
Great line, that one. That was right on the money. early on to Mitch Marsh.
Look at a replay for Titanium Caravans. No inside edge first.
Good movement though.
Yeah.
Seam position was perfect.
Titanium Caravans built tough. 4 for 17. Marsh is yet to score. Afridi full. Driven away. Off to mid-off. No run. Huck does the fielding. Went for the Yorker.
It's the beauty of this Pakistan team, or any Pakistan team, isn't it, Gerard and Simon? They're a volatile unit. Play some really poor cricket one day. These are moments that only a Pakistan team can create. They can come back from anywhere in a game and they can just lose games that most other teams would win.
Mercurial.
Yeah.
It's a reputation well earned through the generations. Afridi to Marsh. Full. He had the big swish and a miss outside the off stump. Marsh survives. 4 for 17. 1 run from the over. Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. 4 for 17. Afridi has 2. Hamza has 2. It's all happened either side of lunch. Steve Smith, 1 from 7 balls. Hamza's the hot hand. He bowls. Smith plays away from his body out to extra cover. A rising delivery that he had a whack at.
I thought the ball was tracking towards the slips from behind here. Got a shock when it ended up at mid-off. It's the elevation here, but a big shot there from Steve Smith.
During this over, if he doesn't take a chance to analyse the 2 wickets that he took, a half-track of Warner will be bitterly disappointed looking at that replay.
Yeah, he will.
Dragged it from outside off stump in the middle stump. Smith covers his stumps. He's beaten on the outside edge and stares suspiciously at the pitch.
That's exactly the area that Hamza, if he can keep hitting that area there with movement both ways, that's going to challenge Steve Smith. Look at that front foot there. Gets caught on the crease. He's overbalancing. That's the thing that's missing. It's just that surety with his footwork and his decisions at the moment. Like, that was as tentative as I've seen Steve Smith for a while.
There are cracks that are visible in that vicinity as well. Hamza to Smith, in behind it, rising delivery, kept it out, knocked it away to cover. The Warner dismissal?
Just late, which shouldn't be at that pace. It's medium pace, but you can see he doesn't really anchor his back foot, his left foot, and as a result, he was rushed with his bat swing and didn't get the right position or timing to really fetch it from outside off stump, which is where it was coming from. And in the end, late with his bat swing and gets the bottom edge onto the stumps.
Hamza, he's troubling Smith. It's down the leg side. Good job by Rizwan to haul it in. Had a little waft at it like Labuschagne did before lunch. And the dismissal of head, Bharat, just a beautiful delivery.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Travis, that front foot rarely moves anywhere. And again, like Simon said, Gerard, that length that Mir Hamza has been hitting throughout this spell, and I thought he bowled really impressively in the first innings as well, beat the bat a lot. Like Travis said, gets squared up a lot of straight deliveries. Yeah, he had no clue. Too good a delivery to get first up.
Hamza in from the top of his mark at the worn end, past the umpire bowls to Smith. Everything in behind it. Not terribly convincing. Drew shouts from everywhere. Keeping them out.
You're right, Simon. I mean, the fact that Smith gets hit on the pad so much more now than he used to. There was a time where teams would spend days on end trying to get the pads, and he would just keep flicking them off. Got LBW a few times in the World Cup as well. Didn't have a great World Cup. Just He doesn't look as certain as we used to see him.
Last ball of Hamza's over. Smith trying to survive. He's in behind it. This time finds the middle of the blade as he defends back down the pitch. The Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Reads 4 for 17. Australia's lead is 71. Colo's coming in for Bundaberg Gingibeer.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Brick Lane Brewing. Find it in all good bottle shops.
Session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham, and what a session it's been so far for Alan Lamb and Chris Lewis. Reid, David Warner and Travis Head. I'm sure given Bharat's in the box, he's already said something like that, come to think of it. Shaheen over the wicket, bowls here, 2 slips the gully and past the edge. Shaheen at pace, elevation, all the rest of it. The 2 left armers going to work.
Got a tail up, Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Oh, hasn't he?
Just the way he's hitting the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
I think these speeds on the TV can't be right, because that looked quicker than 129 Ks. That rushed Mitch Marsh. Trying to set him up there. He's setting up for the full ball, swinging back in, but he's decided to run in and hit the track, and he's nearly nicked him off. Just angling across.
Got the leg side trap as well. Shaheen bowls, Marsh drives, but not convincingly. Doesn't go anywhere. Barely gets off the square to cover. No run. A message in here from Henry in Melbourne. The MCG curator was absolutely correct. It will be lovely. What a pitch. Couldn't agree more. That's for tyre power. And your tyre experts, Bharat, when you and I had that chat with the curation staff before morning one, it's hard, it's going to be quicker. And the lived experience, Simon, is that, isn't it? It's not, the radar is not necessarily saying that.
But as we've seen both innings, once the ball gets older, there's runs to be scored, and we're now seeing the sun coming out here.
Shaheen up, 2 catches on the leg side, 3 in the cordon, leaves alone. Mitchell Marsh.
And when it was out yesterday afternoon, batting conditions were good. Yes, the ball was still doing enough, but Shafiq and Masood showed that batting was still, against a very good Australian attack. It was certainly runs were possible, and that's what these two now have just got to do. Wear down this new ball for the next 12 to 15 overs, and then hopefully it settles a little bit and runs become a little bit easier to be had.
And from a Pakistan perspective, whatever, the guys who will replace these two, Hassan Ali and Amir Jamal, have to get it right. They cannot let this pressure go.
Shaheen up, away from us, bowls to Marsh, yet to score, won't do here either. A full delivery, dug out. He's faced 12 dot balls, not the way that Marsh has been playing since returning to the test side, but the circumstances don't allow it. Needs to dig in. And for Shaheen as well, before this test match, taking his wickets in Australia at 51 and never really looking like it. But waking up yesterday, a couple of wickets with the second new ball to bowl out Australia in a session from where they were, and 2 wickets before lunch today. He's looking at attack leader now, Simon.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised if he's carrying a niggle, because I said it yesterday, he's world class when he's fully fit, and we haven't probably seen him at his best. He's gotten those 2 early wickets today, and he's certainly having a crack. But I've seen him bowl in the 140s and be very, very lively.
So a change in the field with 2 balls left there. They're sending out a deep forward square leg about 15 metres inside the rope. Shaheen Shah Afridi to Marsh. This is Fuller outside the off stump, swinging away, but they've got the man back for the pull shot if Marsh wants to take it on. Fine leg, short leg slip, 2 slips the gully. They've earned the right to press home the advantage and set attacking fields here, so they will.
The tactics so far have been excellent. They've learnt their lessons from the first innings. Probably were a foot short day one when there was plenty happening, but now this wicket's quickened up, it's hardened up, there's plenty on offer. They're attacking the stumps more.
Shaheen up to finish the over. Marsh full driven, an off drive that'll make it to the rope. Mitchell Marsh leaning into that, timing just where he wants it to be, off the mark with a boundary for Azito all day every day. Marsh 4, Smith 1. It completes the over. on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it. Australia 4 for 21.
Delays remain on the Westgate Freeway, citybound approaching the Westgate Bridge thanks to ongoing roadworks. 3 lanes closed off. Take Footscray Road into the city instead, and delays on the Ring Road, Greensboro bound approaching the Calder Freeway. Join more than 2 million Aussies who invest with Australian Retirement Trust, Australia's super fund. Learn more at art.com.au. Consider the PTS and TMD before deciding. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
Bridge for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 34,238 people currently at the MCG. Our numbers of mate internet and mobile. Hamza continues 2 for 1 from 4 his figures. Bowls to Smith, catches everywhere, beats him. We spoke about this on, I think it was day 1, Simon, that Hamza's got a very good first-class record. More than 400 wickets at 22. He's been around a long time, and bowling in Pakistan's not easy. You've got to be skillful. Even if you're not quick, you've got to have something about you. You've shown that.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got the skills I mentioned before. Like, if he had another 10 Ks on him, he'd be very, very good. He's already good, but, you know, it just feels like, particularly on day 1, it felt like they just had that little bit of extra time to adjust to the movement.
Hamza from the southern end, bowls to Smith once more, defending out to mid-wicket. There are 3 catching men in that region, a short leg and 2 mid-wickets, which are about 12 to 15 metres from the blade.
And it's the little things, right, with these guys, Simon. I saw before the game began, Mir Hamza playing his 4th test. He was the one picking balls from the box. Even today, he was the one. So they trust him. They know what they have in Mir Hamza.
It flashed up on screen on television, the lowest totals for Australia against Pakistan. If you're interested, at Karachi, they were all out for 80 in 1956. Test year involved in the second spot. Hamza bowls here to Smith, who defends again, no run. That was 88 at Headingley in 2010, the neutral test.
Can't believe we batted first there. It was that grey and overcast, and there was juice in the track because there'd been rain around. And we batted first, and it was hard work.
Amir and Asif, was he on it?
Yeah, and Umar Gul, I think.
And this week,
Canaria, Danish Canaria, the leg spinner.
Umar Gul here at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah,
bowling coach. Hamza doing it now, bowling to Smith round the corner. Catch was the call, but it was wide of the man at leg gully. He'll get a single. Smith is 2 from 17 balls, 4 for 22. Every run hard fought right now.
And Umar Gul's still bowling in the nets, by the way, Simon.
Is he?
He looks as fit as ever.
Yeah.
He's been the one messing up with Babar Azam. I haven't seen Babar Azam lay back to him so far in the net.
They might pick him for Sydney. If someone gets injured.
Oh, Ajmal's here.
Yeah, he's here as well.
I mean, if his arm's within the 15-degree limit these days, he might get a game in Sydney too. Troubles with the authorities. Not sure if he ever had his action tested at the University of Western Australia, which used to be the custom back in the day.
I've seen that picture on him with the extended arm.
Yes. So 4 slips now for Hamza. Over the wicket, Tamar short leg as well. Defends to cover. There'll be no driving at the moment. 1 ball left in the over. Test for Pakistan. How will their change bowlers go?
Such a key. We've seen Amir Jamal have times when he's leading wicket taker in the series before Pakistan innings began, but he also can go for runs. He misses his length quite often.
He got Smith out in the first innings with a beauty, so I don't think it'll be too long before he's into the attack trying to knock Steve Smith over.
It's up 3 for after 7 wickets at Perth last week, Jamal. Hamza to finish his 5th over. To Marsh here. Checked drive. Through mid-off where there isn't a fielder. Will be good enough for a couple. So Mitch Marsh up to 6. End of the over. 4 for 24 the score. Australia leading by 78 on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it.
Check out Hilux and Kluger, available this festive season at Chadstone Toyota. There's the tough and reliable Hilux Rogue workhorse or the sophisticated Kluger, perfect for the family and ready for delivery now. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au, T's and C's apply. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota. The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The Beds and Dreams Boxing Day sale is on. Save up to 50% off the full range of mattresses, including the award-winning Silent Night Onyx. Plus, an extra 10% off sale prices this week only.
Our experts are for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories, and stumbling into the expert chair next to me with a cappuccino in hand is Chris Rogers, the big buckaroo. Here he is. Hello, Bucky.
Geez, I made that look hard, didn't I?
Now we've got the change bowlers that Bharat and Simon have been discussing. Hassan Ali, the first turn to, replacing Shaheen Shah Afridi, who picked up the 2 wickets before lunch, 2 for 14 from 5 overs. Hassan Ali, which is 26 at test level. They need him today. 3 slips behind Smith. Bowls here, gets well behind it in defence.
You think it's going to be a switch of end for Afridi, because he's only bowled three
after lunch.
And he needs the ball in his hand while this ball is new. So yeah, I would have thought maybe he'll switch around. Maybe that the other end that Hams is bowling is the best end for the left arm quicks.
You see the wind, it's blowing.
Yeah, it's blowing.
It'll be blowing back into the right-hander for Shaheen from the southern end. Here's Hassan Ali from the northern end on leg stump, and Smith helps himself to a couple, deep square leg. They'll want 3. Marsh wants 3. That's good positive running in the circumstances. 4 for 27 Australia. Smith to 5.
I would have thought Hassan Ali's job now is to come on and be as miserly as possible. Just has to give good support. Don't let Australia break the shackles.
It spells in the first innings, Chris Ray. He was able to do that. The bat quite a bit. They just didn't carry to the cordon.
2 for 61, including Khawaja. He's bowling here and beating Marsh. Half a shout from the cordon. The bowler doesn't go up. It's given not out by Michael Goff, but there was something of a noise through the effects mic. I don't think they'll send it upstairs to the third umpire. Shah Massoodi's considering it, though. 4 seconds to go. Unusual to review without the bowler appealing. The clock is down to 0, so we won't be going upstairs to Richard Illingworth, assuming he's still there, after getting caught in the lift after lunch. Seeing the replay, though, that's a gem.
I think they did think long and hard, but no, he's missed that by a bit. Might have even flicked the back pad.
Outside chance to dare I say it, Hassan bowls to Mitchell Marsh, defending from the crease with a straight blade. And only on the basis of what we've seen in international cricket this year. Did it kiss the stump on the way through?
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of balls hit the stumps with the bails not being dislodged, be it the Zing bails or the ones they use for Test cricket. We'll see another replay if that's the case. But Titanium Caravan's built tough if that is the case. 2 left in the over. Just giving them nothing to drive, Bharat. Wouldn't want to give Steve Smith something to drive after he nearly took you out when he was driving yesterday.
That's
correct.
Yeah, thank you. Told off as that's good.
Hassan Ali to the crease to Marsh again, defending. So if you haven't already on air, just talk us through that.
Yeah, we were just turning right, or my wife was dropping me off, turning right on Jollybourne Street. Saw a car take a violent U-turn in front of me and almost rammed into us. My wife started heading it rip, using some choice Australian expressions. I said, oh, that's Steve Smith. I don't care. She let it rip again. Steve Smith looked away.
That's her prerogative. Hassan Ali to finish, and he beats Marsh again with one that swings away with the arm. That's a really classy start. Overs complete. 4 for 27, the score on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Marsh is 6, Smith's on 5. The lead's only 81.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Messaging from Chris in the CBD. Hamza received a well-deserved ovation from the Aussie crowd just after his 2 wickets. It was great to see and hear. Couldn't agree more. The Melbourne crowd know what's going on. For Tyre Power, your tyre experts, or your correspondents. Chris, you spotted Hassan Ali at the end of the over?
Yeah, he has his hat and jumper down at fine leg. So he bowled that ball, playing this, and just did this kind of circle, walked around.
Hamza starts the new over. Smith defends. Quick single to cover, but Marsh is through. Big strides, big guy. 4 for 28. Smith joins Marsh on 6.
Didn't acknowledge anyone, just walked like the Terminator down to fine leg.
He did his own U-turn after Steve Smith's U-turn nearly saw Bharat and his wife come a cropper in Jollymont yesterday.
Interesting enough, today when she was dropping me, there was one car turning into the MCG. Couldn't see which Australian cricketer was driving. She once again got a little annoyed. Going between her and these guys.
Being here. Comes a bowl, southern end, and Marsh swings and misses. That was a stand and deliver kind of shot. Not a huge amount of footwork. He was camped back on the back foot, trying to flay it through point. If he nicks that, it doesn't look good at all, Chris Rogers, but gets away with it.
Yeah, this game is just in such a balance at the moment. A little feather there. Australia in all sorts of pain. So, yeah, I mean, you know how Marsh is going to play. He's probably not the best player defensively. But when he's attacking, that's when he's bringing his strength. So he probably needs to back himself here.
Sun's back out. Hamza bowls. Marsh forward defending. Clicks it in his follow-through.
He's ticked so many boxes this year, Mitchell Marsh, as a test number 6. It's a big box. If he can take it, Chris.
Yeah, but your number 6 is a number 6 for a reason, isn't it? So generally, you're not in the 12th over or even the first 10 overs, are you? So these are challenging conditions for Mitch Marsh. He's just got to find the right balance between attack and defence.
Spirit added 12. Hamza, 2 wickets in the session. Bowls to Marsh, shimmies forward, then defends. He was thinking about driving, just the footwork there, and Hamza goes all the way up to the batter in his follow-through, throws his head back, knows how close he was to Marsh trying it on again, which is exactly what he wants.
This is good bowling because he will know, Hamza will know too, that Mitch Marsh is sweating on anything loose. So he has to be right on the money here, and so far he has been. Almost creating an opportunity with an edge behind.
Hamza's got 4 slips for Marsh, who pulls out something going on behind the bowler, which I find almost impossible given the size of the sight screen at the southern end. There's the traditional sight board, and then there's about 4 bays taken out by the sheet, which goes all the way up to the second level.
But you only need one little thing to be moving, and it stands out.
Well, Marsh tried to pull out again, but he doesn't. Hamza arrives and bowls to him. Marsh from leg stump gets a run. Down the fine leg, beneath us, Hassan Ali fields. Marsh 7, 4 for 29, lead 83. Talk us through that for a sec, Chris, because we've seen, Johnny Bairstow's the one who gives that all the time for stuff that's going on. From our vantage point, sort of over at wideish long on would be that aisle, the next aisle over. He'll often say that even stuff out there gets in his eye line. Is that something that only rare batsmen experience, or is that fairly common, do you think?
The best way to describe this is the Happy Gilmore analogy, I reckon. If it's deathly silent and then there's one noise, that puts you off.
Hamza finishes the over, and Smith goes back and plays with soft hands straight into the turf, uses the pace down to the third man rope. Mitch Marsh, for the second time in 2 overs, insists upon a third run. That's great running. So Smith will retain the strike with a 3. He's 9. Australia at the end of the over. 4 for 32. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Chris Rogers, continue. Happy Gilmore. It's quiet, you hear everything. After this ball, we'll see Hassan Ali get through this first delivery. Bowls to Smith in the jumper, defends.
But if it's constant noise, then there's nothing to put you off, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So it's a bit like when there's because everyone's sitting down behind the screen, there's no movement, and then all of a sudden there's one bit of movement and your eyes automatically drag towards that one bit of movement. And your eyes are trained to kind of see movement.
As Hassan Ali works in, away from us, bowls to Smith, tucks it behind square. Just one on this occasion. He's in the double figure Smith from his 23rd delivery, 4 for 33. The ground you played so much cricket at, both Test cricket and domestic cricket at Lords, where you can still sit above and beneath the more traditional sites ground. Probably the only ground in the world where that still happens, but it seems to be okay at one end. It's but other grounds around the world, the screens are a lot bigger now.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want, and they can't. They genuinely do. It's true.
After COVID, there was a brief time where they stopped patrons sitting underneath the sight screen at Lords, but they were back from the ashes. Valuable seats. Here's Hassan bowling to Mitchell Marsh, squared up, leading edge, just in front of point. Doesn't carry, but another good delivery from Hassan Ali at the start of the spell. Bucky, you've had your interest piqued by a message on our screen for Tyre Power.
A seemingly angry message. Batsmen don't seem to be distracted by the non-striker waving his bat round while backing up, but God forbid someone on the top deck wants a pie. The precious batsmen need to get on with it.
Love it. For Tyre Power, all our correspondents, your tyre experts, 0433 98 11 16. Hassan Ali, ball catching then to Marsh. Swings again on the, not quite the cut, more the forcing slap shot. It bounces above his blade through to the gloves of Rizwan. The cordon are all standing still like, goodness me, we're in the game here. It's a identical miss shot or miscue, if you like, to the one last over, Bucky, where if he edges that, it's just going to look absurd in the game situation, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think that's probably how Australia, Pat Cummins, want Mitch Marsh to bat.
It sounds like he's been instructed to play his way. Hassan Ali to Marsh, he defends and sneaks it through behind point for one, moves to 8, 4 for 34. That could only be it, right? The instruction is that they want him to apply scoreboard pressure. That's his way.
Yeah, he's not there to sit in and block. You know, I don't think his defence is his strength. So he can defend. I'm not saying he can't defend, but if the longer he stands there and defends, the quicker he's going to make a mistake. So he's better off looking to score, then his feet are going to move, his weight's going to move into the ball better.
Hassan Ali ends his second over, bowls to Smith, who lets it go outside the line of the off stump. That'll work. 4 for 34 at the end of the over, Australia on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Smith 10, Marsh 8, the lead's 88.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. There's going to be a change of bowler on the Shane Warne stand end, and it's not going to be Shaheen Sharafredi being swung around, Bucky. It's going to be Amir Jamal. He's had a bit of a golden arm in the series, 10 wickets at 20. Massive job for him.
Amir Hamza has just gone off the field, so might be him.
I suspect because Jamal got Smith in the first innings as well, maybe they think that's the matchup with a bit of extra pace. The two right-handed batters, maybe if Alex Carey comes in, they'll try and get Afridi back on.
So his first ball, 2 slips in the gully, bowling to Mitchell Marsh here from the southern end. Marsh cuts hard and cuts well. He's been reaching for that shot. And this is right in his swinging arc. Out to the point boundary for 4. Now boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Marsh 12, 4 for 38.
And this is the gamble you have as a captain. Do you go back to the opening bowler who you think's going to do a pretty good job? Or do you bring on Jamal, who it could go either way here? He could break this game open, but equally he could go for a lot of runs quickly.
Great stat on the screen we just picked up from the stats guru Swamp over at Channel 7. I think he's working at the moment. Bowling here, Jamal, and cut again, Marsh. This time behind point. The result is the same. Back-to-back 4s. And there is that scoreboard pressure. And the pressure that Marsh naturally brings when he's hitting the ball, as well as that. He's 16, 4 for 42, lead now 96.
Yeah, it's nothing delivery, wasn't it? Yeah, it's just what wanted the Pakistani number 3 and number 4 bowlers not to do, release the pressure. Hassan Ali's done a good job since he's come on in. You're right, Maki. We've seen it from Amir Jamal. He bowls some beautiful deliveries, but also bowls a lot of this.
2 balls, 2 4s off him. Jamal has to respond. Did a job with the bat earlier. Close to the stumps, Marsh in behind it, defending. That stat that I mentioned before from Swamp. 4 for 16 is the worst start for Australia in a test innings at the MCG since 1911, when they were 4 for 11. So, I mean, it's quite a big sample size. A lot of test cricket at the G since then. It was a wonderful Ashes series where Australia went 1-0 up, then England had to change captain. Johnny Douglas takes over. They win the next 4 to win the series 4-1. But on that first day at Melbourne, Sid Barnes knocked over Charles Kellaway, Warren Bardsley, Clem Hill and Warwick Armstrong inside the first few overs. Jamal bowls here. Marsh cuts again. Over the cordon. 4 more. He's backing his swing. That's what Marsh loves to do. He could have nicked off a couple of times. He's going to keep playing it. He motors to 20, 4 for 46 to lead an even 100.
Yeah, I mean, Jamal,
yeah,
so much wit. And you can already see the previous delivery that Mitchell Marsh defended. He's got some rhythm, some momentum going with his batting. So much more confident on the front foot. This is just feeding.
You've given the momentum back to Australia, in the space of 4 deliveries. And as an international bowler, this isn't anywhere good enough. You should be able to come on and put the ball roughly in the right area.
So the sweeper drops back, lead in triple digits. Jamal, can he respond to Marsh? He does with a gem. That's where he needs to be. That's the question he needs to ask Chris Rogers. Came forward, had to play at it, moved off the seam. We'll see a replay here. Yeah, that's nearly hit the off stump as well for Titanium Caravans. Built tough.
It's funny what David Warner said about him, Chris, a couple of days ago. He said because his action is such, his feet land all over the place, you really can't predict where the ball's going. And we've seen it already in this over. 3 pretty ordinary deliveries in that ball.
Just steadying this pair. Added 30. Last ball of a busy over to Marsh, and he plays and misses. For a moment, the cordon thought there was an edge. But 3 boundaries and 2 plays and misses. All eyes on Mitchell Marsh. 4 for 46 the score at the end of the over. The lead's 100, Marsh 20, Smith 10 on the Macca scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it. Gerard Whateley coming in for me.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
The environment just eases a little from an Australian perspective. The lead is 100. Hassan Ali is in from the members' end. Squared up Steve Smith. They're asking for LBW. The bowler was probably less keen than those behind. They're going to have a little chat about it. Usman up to consult Hassan. The captain's not really close to it. So will be let be. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. It stays 4 for 46. Smith is 10. Marsh is 20. It has been quite a time at the MCG, but the cloud has broken up. Some sun is through and a little bit of order restored, though there's still plenty of challenge. Ian Smith is in to join Chris Rogers. Smithy, welcome back.
Afternoon, Gerard, and Chris as well. Fascinating, the ebb and flows of this test.
Smith across his stumps. Edgy. Has he been caught? No, it's bounced just short of first slip. Shafiq couldn't quite haul it in. It's a legitimate edge that hasn't quite carried. He says just touched the grass in front of his fingers. There's nothing easy in it for Smith right now. The umpires are going to come together and have a chat. We'll go through the examination. But once Shafiq's shaken his head, it should be the end of it, shouldn't it?
Well, it should be the end of it. But anything about taking people's words for things these days in the game is gone, whether it be on the boundary rope or out in the middle or in the slip cordon. So we will have a look at it and we'll just see if it's carried through. And if it hasn't carried through, Mohammed Rizwan might be thinking why he didn't go for it. The first slip went to his left to get it.
The RS for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR. In the first inning, Shafiq claimed a catch that he really shouldn't have, and this time he's shaking his head and said no.
Clearly reached. Okay, the ball's clearly bounced, so we'll go for the big screen with my decision.
Well, the crowds do respond in such a manner. Abdullah Shafiq carries no responsibility for that. He shook his head and said no. And that is relayed as not out. Inside edge on the pad. Did that take the pace off it? I saw the one replay from front on. Smith leaves outside the off stump.
Outside edge?
Sorry, outside edge. Maybe brushed the pad, which took the pace off it.
I don't know. I just, if we've been looking at Hassan Ali bowl, he's had a lot of balls that have bounced twice to the keeper. I wonder if just that slip cordon have needed to gamble and get forward, get up, because that carried quite a long way. It was in the air for a fair bit. Still didn't carry.
Smith's having his troubles. He's got bat and pad together as he defends down the offside. Hassan Ali clips it up with his boot into his hands.
I reckon that's a very good point, Chris. I reckon one of the reasons why they're hanging back is because of the way Mitchell Marsh plays. He throws the kitchen sink at it and it flies. And it's not often talked about at slip cordon, actually. Player positioning as opposed to the style of play as opposed to just the depth that you stand because of the bowler. It's a very good point.
Yeah, the defensive nick's not going to carry nearly as far, is it?
Hassan to Smith, squared up again. Blunts at the ground, it rolls away to point.
You know, I've spent my whole life around a slip cordon and we've never really talked so much about the distance we've stood back, depending on who the batsman was. More so just the pace of the ball and the bounce levels, etc. You're always focusing on that. But when you look at the way Marsh flails at the ball compared to Smith poking at the ball, interesting call.
Yeah, even when Marsh defends, his hands go at the ball a little bit. He's quite hard-handed.
Last ball of the over. Smith runs it to gully. Just angled the blade. Nothing there for him. 4 for 46. That's a maiden over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Moving? Search Storage King, CanStar Blues 2023 Most Satisfied Customer Award winner. Rated 5 stars in overall satisfaction, quality of storage, accessibility and safety and security.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Springvale Homemaker Centre's huge Boxing Day sales are on now. Save big on all your favourite home and lifestyle brands. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
In from the Warn. And Warner's dragged it on. It was a half tracker. He went to pull under edge into the woodwork. Travis Head is in place out in the middle. Hamza's got 1 for 1. Head's bowled! Hamza's gone right through him. Pakistan are rampant. Australia is reeling. A golden duck for Travis Head.
Bowling here, Jamal, and cut again, Marsh. This time behind point. The result is the same. Back-to-back fours.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, in the middle of the middle session of day 3. So the halfway mark of the test, 4 for 46 Australia. The lead is 100. Marsh is 20. Smith is 10. The scorecard, Kawajan 0, Labuschagne 4, Warner 6, Head 0. Ian Smith flagged whether Mohammed Rizwan might have died for the Steve Smith catch in the previous over. We've been studying replays for titanium caravans built tough. What say you, Smithy?
I think he perhaps, looking back on it, should have had a go. I think from a wicket-keeping point of view, if confident in your work, then you know the level of the bounce, and you should get a fair idea as to whether it's going to carry to where your first slip is standing behind you. And if you think it's not going to, you go. It's your territory there. Even though it's in the line of his left leg, I think and just looking at the replay, I think as he looked back at it, it's exactly what he was thinking. Been there, done that. Gerard got the T-shirt, so I kind of feel as if I know what he's thinking about there.
So once the first slip is tilting to his left, that's in the keeper's territory.
It really is. That line in between the first, depending, of course, on where you stand. Like Australian slip cordons tend to cover more ground, so they stand wider. But by and large, visiting teams stand narrower. That's just stock and trade, normal stuff. And which means over here, that means there's less gap between the first slip and the wicketkeeper, which means that area in between is really a keeper's. If you're confident in your work and you're hungry and you just want to be part of it. And I've got a feeling that he was thinking that exact thing.
The drinks break down for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. So where do we find ourselves? It's been head spinning, hasn't it?
Oh, it's great though, isn't it? It's absolutely fantastic. With such a miserly start to the day, everyone hanging around. Took forever to get things underway, but now it's underway all right.
Jamal was expensive in his first over. He is back and at Mitch Marsh. He's driving, he's dropped.
Oh, no.
He's dropped. Abdullah Shafiq has dropped an absolute soda, and not for the first time at slip.
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me. I don't know whether to laugh or cry on his behalf, because they've got to get him out of there. They have to get him out of first slip. He can't catch. He cannot catch there often enough or well enough to be there. I mean, that is just an absolute regulation to your right catch that you swallow as a first slip. Chris Rogers.
I'll do the laughy for you, I think, Smithy. That's just, I mean, it's unforgivable in this kind of moment of the game. It's come across your eye line. It's pretty much a perfect catching height.
Jamal tries again. Marsh drives straight to mid-off. It's not quite fielded, though. It bursts through, and despite making contact, it'll reach the rope.
And that's the captain. That's the captain whose fielding has been pretty average in this series as well. He hides at mid-off. He couldn't hide behind that one at all. In fact, he couldn't get anything in the way of it, and it just is the worst possible starts and strings.
A drop catch and a ranked misfield for 4. Marsh is 24, the lead's 104. Talk about being there, done that, got the T-shirt. Abdullah Shafiq, Warner in the first innings, third over. A chance to have Australia 5 for 46 in the second innings, plus what he did in Perth. And Shan Masood the same. 50 up in the 16th over. Marsh opens the blade, runs it to cover. It is knocked down. Bronx cheers from the MCG crowd, no run.
So where's Bubba's arm in all this?
Cover.
Yeah, so what?
Is it cover or gully? Hard to pick up.
Is it cover? I think you were right.
So you've got Shafiq, who's got the worst hands, and Salman, who's got the best hands, and Bubba, who's pretty reliable. Jamal bowls to Marsh, who drives straight to mid-on, though. Freedy, who's provided so much of the energy on the spot to do the fielding there.
Can't believe they haven't taken him out. Got to get him out of there. What's he thinking right? What's going through his head right now?
Please don't come to me.
Correct. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Please do not nick it to me.
To think of a like circumstance in international cricket.
If he catches one, it'll be a miracle.
Marsh readies himself in behind it. So a directed delivery from Jamal.
It's just, it would absolutely burst the bubble as well, Pakistan. They would have been there in their huddle saying, come on, we can do this. You know, we're 1 or 2 balls away from really breaking this open, and then you come in, you find the edge, it goes down, and that's and a misfield to boot. You think, is that our chance?
First ball after drinks.
Yeah.
With the lead only at 100.
So it can't be a concentration thing.
No.
It's technique.
Yeah.
It's an absolute technique thing.
There was absolutely no give in that either. You
No,
see his
hard hands.
Yeah.
Jamal, last ball of the over. Marsh drives. Masood gets in behind it and fields this time. 4 for 50, Australia. The Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
This middle session for Work Like a Carrum Downs and Pakenham at Workwear for wherever you work. Smith glances the first ball of the fresh over from Hassan Ali down to the pigeons in the deep. They scatter and a couple taken. 2 for the Australian cause. The lead is 106.
I reckon if he hits it in the air down to that area, the pigeons have got more chance of catching it than Shafiq.
Beautifully played. Ian Smith for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. 3 slips gully now. Points. What are they doing here? Point is coming out and heading to mid-wicket. Looks like they might have the leg slip in place. Imam being directed there. Or a short backward square. Okay, so 3 slips gully, then the wide mid-off, the onside, there's a short backward square, a mid-wicket and a straight mid-on. Smith leans it in that direction. So this is the leg stump line to Steve Smith.
I don't think it just is, Gerard. I think what they've been watching Smith do is get right across to try and cover the movement so he doesn't edge it to the slips. So then they put another fielder there to kind of almost stop him getting so far across, and that will hopefully bring in the outside edge as well.
Yep. Hassan Ali from the members' end bowls. Smith leaves. So just the Imam position. So he is 5 steps back from the popping crease and on the edge of the square. How does the ball end up with him? So it's not leg slip, it's not leg gully.
Yeah, it's more Smith just getting right across, almost falling over and flicking up in the air. But yeah, like I said, I just think they're trying to get Smith to not get so far across to cover this movement.
Hassan hustles in. Smith leaves outside the off stump. It doesn't quite carry the
Still bowling that that line. He's still trying to get the edge. He's just trying to get the batter into a different position so the edge becomes a bigger chance.
And that is an interesting theory in itself when you consider the only player in front of square on the offside or forward of gully is the captain at a fairly wide mid-off. And then if you're going to consistently bowl that outside off-stump line, you've got to be very careful about your length. Massively careful about your length.
Cover drivers there for the over-pitch delivery. Smith in behind it defending.
Even there, I think there was one, I think it was in it was actually the first ball Hassan Ali bowled. He worked it behind square for 2, and it was almost like, come on mate, don't come and let the pressure go. But you looked at the ball, it was from 4th stump. It was outside off stump, and he worked it behind square leg.
Last ball of Hassan's 4th over. Smith knocks it down to the leg, so Imam is brought into play off a few steps at the point of the square. 4 for 52. 2 from the over the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Rivalry reborn. Join the biggest BBL game of the year at the MCG for Melbourne Stars versus Melbourne Renegades on January 2. Search Melbourne Stars tickets now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Amir Jamal is in from the Warren end. He's bowling over the wicket to Mitch Marsh, who defends back down the pitch. Ian Smith is in place. He's got plenty of support on the slips issue. Jacob in Brunswick has sent this through a few times during the Test match. As per my previous messages, what the hell is Shafiq doing at first slip?
Find out and get back to you. I think that's what we'll do. I think if they had a more forceful captain, remember, he's only doing his 2nd Test match. A more forceful, dominant captain, maybe.
Jamal bowls. Marsh stands upright and defends to mid-off.
And it's not exactly Colin Bland himself or Jonty Rhodes, is he? So he's not on a point of strength because he's not a very good fielder by his own standards. So, I mean, for instance, you could hardly point the finger at Shafiq and then misfield so badly the ball after. But you know, even a coach, they've got so many coaches now, fielding staff, Muhammad Hafiz as the boss. They're going to be saying, look, I'm sorry, you're just not catching well enough to be in there. Fine, you're batting okay, but you've got to be somewhere else. We've got to be catching at a higher ratio if we want to beat Australia of all teams.
Marsh settles himself at drives, slice that away to mid-off. Shane Masood fields. So Shafiq is in his 16th Test match. He's taken 12 catches. It would be interesting to know how many he's dropped, given he's dropped 3 in the series. So Simon Katich feels like he's the successor to Bharat, but his game is good enough to be one of the world's best batters. He's got to fix that in his game.
Well, either that or field somewhere else. Yeah. You know, he's got to. I mean, one of the reasons why top order players make good catches is because they've got a good eye. They see the ball early. They pick up the line and they pick up the length and the height, etc.
Jamal over the wicket, bowls. Marsh plays hard at one from outside the off stump, but he picked out cover. Baba hauled it in, no run.
What he's got to work on is his catching technique, which he shouldn't have to at this level. You should know how to catch a ball with soft hands if you're going to field behind the wicket. His hands are rigid. The ones he's putting down are not... no slip catches you'd say is easy. But if there is an easy one, he's put 2 easy ones down in this particular Test match, and they have both been massively costly. This could be the turning of the Test if Marsh gets going here.
Marsh pulls a bit lazily across the line, goes through to the keeper untouched. It's 2 in the deep on the leg side for it.
So with that one and the one that didn't quite carry to him, which incidentally he did pick up cleanly, and that Rizwan probably feels guilty about not going for. And that's Smith and Marsh back in the pavilion, 6 down. almost into the tail. Hello.
It's both batters, isn't it? 2 balls before drinks and the first ball afterwards. And the lead was sitting at 100. Jamal with a tight over going to Marsh. Last ball of it. Marsh gets it away this time off the outside edge. It goes through the pigeons at backward point and take a run. Imam in the deep throws it in. That single, the only run from the over. 4 for 53 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
This partnership worth 37 runs for Australia for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. They've done it the hard way. Marsh is 25, Smith is 12. It's 4 for 53. The lead is 107. Ian Smith joined by Damien Fleming. Hello to you, Flem.
Smithy, Gerard, listeners, how you going?
Not right, running any bowlology, fieldology.
No, I'm liking the bowling. The fielders need to back it up.
I've got a question for you very shortly. Okay. So I'm not going to tell you what it is, but be nervous.
I'm still nervous about highest test scores and the height of the batsman. I'm still not over that one.
Hassan Ali bowls. Marsh was on the advance. It struck his pad when he arrived.
Have you ever in your long esteemed career gone to your captain and said, get him out of the slip cordon? Have you ever had this? Has a guy let you down enough to the point where you're so frustrated you've said he can't field there, Skip? Get someone else.
I regret it now. I did do it in a club game, yes.
Yeah.
And Alan Chadwick, if you're listening, I love you, Chaddy. I apologise. Legend of the club.
How many catches had to go down? Hassan bowls. Oh, Marsh has patted up in front. They're bleeding. They're demanding. Michael Goff is saying no. I wonder.
Years ago, that's out, isn't it?
Yeah.
No shot.
He's going to find out. We're going to the DRS. Marsh didn't offer covering his stumps. Imar. Call 1-3. Imar.
Well, it's a mistake. It's a mistake by Mitchell Marsh. Will this one be punished? Shouldn't be leaving that line and leg.
Oh, so well, Hassan Ali.
And it's a fair delivery. If you can have a look at front on, please.
Watching and waiting. It's taken a while for the review to come through here. Oh, my goodness.
Back pad.
On the angle. On the angle, Flem. Got to be interested in hitting the top of off here.
This is heart and mouth stuff.
Oh.
Umpire's call. Hitting. It is hitting, but it's the umpire's call. So Michael Goff's done that twice in the test match. There's players who didn't offer survive under umpire's call. I honestly wish he'd give them out. No mercy for the batter who won't use the blade, and then it's up to them to see if they can get it overturned. Marsh is
I don't mind that
lucky.
as a philosophy. You know, we've got the DRS if it's incorrect, but you don't offer a shot. As I said years ago, you're just out, and no complaints whatsoever. You've misjudged it totally. But I'd like them to think in favour if there's no shot. And there's a reasonable chance it's going to hit the stumps, give it out.
Marsh again lucky to survive. Hassan bowls to him, back foot, plays it away through the vacant cover region. There's a sweeper in the deep. It'll be kept to 1. He's 26, Australia's 4 for 54.
He's been a good in, Hassan Ali. I was surprised he didn't play the first test. They decided to try and deepen their batting a little bit, but 80 wickets at around 25, that's it. They're excellent figures. Most of those tests in Pakistan. And he has a go. That's what I like about this Pakistan attack. Jamal, Hamza, good on him.
He's had to clear the pigeons from his run-up. He's got Steve Smith in his sights, and he has been worrying Smith. Bouncer took off over the keeper. Wide.
And Shafiq doing the most effective thing he can do on the park at the moment. He's gone down to the boundary to get the ball.
5 to the total.
He got it cleanly. I wonder why Babra's arm doesn't feel first slip.
Got me
Pondering the same thing.
It's got me absolutely baffled. Got me baffled. The bloke next to him catches anything.
Yeah, Salam's good.
Salam's so good.
That ball absolutely took off to be the wide. So it's the first wides of the innings. Repeat offenders in the first. 4 for 59. Sam pitches up to Smith. He lets it pass outside the off stump.
He's looking more and more unsettled with balls on a sort of 5th, 6th stump line, Stephen Smith, isn't there? Hassan Ali's just owning that area, and Stephen Smith just doesn't look the confident the Stephen Smith a few years ago, where he just blunting then, so then the bowlers try and find another avenue to get him out.
Hassan follows the footsteps into the wicket, and he bowls, and Smith in behind it, played to cover. No run to be had.
And even though that bouncer went very, very high, Hassan Ali, I want that in the back of his memory going, no, I can get a bouncer through. Now, I'm obviously got to bowl a fair bit fuller than that, but I think Stephen Smith was surprised getting a short ball.
It's a fine leg and a deep point out. In a catching position, a backward square. Hassan pitches up. Smith had a go at it and he missed. A full-blooded drive past the outside end. Hassan's on his haunches in the aftermath. How close he was. The Maccas scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. 4 for 59.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. And IKEA family members save an extra 10% on sale items. Shop now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 4 for 59. Marsh is 26. Smith is 12. Pakistan have done some celebrating in this innings so far, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. How they would like another here. Jamal begins the over onto the pads of Marsh. It's wide open at mid-wicket. He drops it and runs, and there's time to come back for a second. Throw will come into the striker's end. Marsh takes the big strides and beats the Afridi throw home. 4 for 61. Marsh is 28. So, Flem, the Australian mindset is one thing. What about the Pakistan mindset? So, the nick from Smith, which doesn't carry to Shafiq, Smithy thinks Rizwan should have gone for it. He gets the drinks break to think about that. Then the edge straight afterwards from Marsh to first slip, spilt. So they're looking at the board thinking it should be 6 down into the keeper and the tail. They're 115 in arrears. Like, this is on the bowlers to keep it tidy, but can it seep through the lament, or can you hold it at bay?
You almost need to cancel out some fielding brilliance, like a run out or a half chance taken as a catch.
Marsh in behind it. Again, he drops it to the leg. They'll only go for one this time. It's a bit square.
They've been able to get the ball moving both ways, but we saw it yesterday, just when the sun come out, and it's not extreme heat or anything, it does change the way that the pitch looks. It all of a sudden looks more straw coloured and not green, and the ball just doesn't move around as much. There's still enough there, and there's good pace and bounce, but the bowlers wouldn't mind a little bit of magic from the fielders.
Yeah, it's a nation that hasn't won a Test match on these shores since the mid-90s.
They're not far off here.
Yeah,
Marsh gets taken. He's the one that's going to score quickly.
Yep, I know it's 15 losses in a row on these shores. Jamar bowls within behind it with everything he's got. It's the early 80s since they won here, so if they could get a win on these shores, it's historically significant for Pakistan.
Yeah, and finding players as well. Hamza was averaging 132 with the ball coming in from his 2 tests. I think they were in Pakistan. But you look at him and go, if they tour England, he'll get wickets in England. Swings the ball both ways. Their attack would be well suited for English conditions. Their batting's okay, and that's without Sunderasen dominating.
Jamal to Smith, who drives. He's played that well through cover. Didn't get all of it, so it will be cut off. Imam Al-Haq gets around from the deep. He didn't field it cleanly, but he's just done enough to keep it to 2. Smith had given up on the idea of a third. He's 14. It's 4 for 64, all the stats and facts for Mate Internet and Mobile.
But they're well and truly still in this test match, so they've just got to keep fighting hard, keep aiming to bowl really high percentage deliveries. Both batsmen are getting troubled on just a wideish line outside off stump. You can't give them any width, and you certainly can't bowl on their pads.
It's his 4th over. He delivers, and Smith turns him away through mid-wicket. So the chase is on to the punt road end this time. They come back for a second as the field arrives. They're not great on the relay throw, but again, Australia won't chance the arm. 4 for 66. I see Afridi's warming up. King bowler of the match, Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning. Franchise is available. Partnership is worth 50 between Marsh and Smith.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? 4 for 66 and it's a 50-run partnership. And they miss a gun spinner. Like a gun finger spinner, even a left-arm orthodox would enjoy bowling on this pitch.
50 runs from 87 balls, this Australian pair for Mate Internet and Mobile. Both have had their moments. It's hardly smooth sailing. Smith is 16 and defends the last ball of the over and a no run to follow. 4 for 66, Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Colo's coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Toolkit Depot of all the top brands you love. What's your favourite?
Don't make me choose.
DeWalt.
Love it.
AG.
Love it.
Milwaukee.
I know you love it.
Makita.
Ooh, love it.
Husqvarna. Hard Yakka. Trade.
Toolkit Depot, your trade pro partner.
And Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. What a rock and rolling session this has been. 2 wickets right away. Warner and Head knocked over. Consecutive deliveries from Hamza with the score 16. Head bowled for a golden duck. Then the ballad of Jamal and Mitchell. Mitchell Marsh, that is, taking 12 runs from his first over. Then the bowler bouncing back, beating him twice with the last 2 balls of the first set. First ball of his second over. The outside edge, the perfect viewing day, straight into the breadbasket, and now the game changes again. So it's been very watchable cricket. Very watchable bowler. Shaheen back in the attack away from us. Bowls here to Marsh, who clunks it straight. He was trying to flay it through extra cover, but it didn't go anywhere inside part of the bat. Adam Collins back with you. Damien Fleming with me. Flem, how you travelling?
Yeah, Hassan Ali, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. I've seen worse 5-over spells end up with 3 or 4 wickets. That was quality. But they'll be able to rotate these quicks. Hope they keep their standards. Afridi with the wicket of Usman early. Surely that gives him a big lift.
Afridi, conventional 6-3 field, 2 slips, bowls to Marsh, drives more forcefully, cut off in the follow through.
Just feel like this next wicket's massive, isn't it? Alex Carey coming in under a bit of pressure. You know, last 10 test innings, high score 34. Just hasn't seemed or looked like the normal self. He was okay in Perth, but knocked over here early. And then you're in the Australian tail.
They did take 7 wickets in a session yesterday from roughly this stage, so they'll feel confident if they get that far. Shaheen bowls here and Marsh again driving straight, 3rd time in a row. Oh, and they'll get a run from a misfield. That's just predictably enough. We saw a misfield at mid-on. I'm sorry, it was finished off the ball.
Why did he slide for that?
So it was Hassan Ali down there.
And he had the skipper behind him anyway.
Messi, 4 for 67, Marsh 30 with a single.
And the MCG crowd's just onto him now. The drop catches, the misfields. They're mounting up.
Well, the ball after the drop catch was a comical misfield as well, which was kicked over the boundary. Akin to what Shafiq did when dropping a catch last week at the Perth Stadium. Afridi up again, bowls to Smith. Watchfully onto the blade to mid-wicket, no run. He's 16 from 44.
There's still enough out there, isn't it? But just talking before, as the sun breaks through these clouds, the pitch certainly doesn't look like it does as much. The pace and bounce is still there, but there's minimal movement in the air and there's less off the seam. Coming around the wicket, I like this. I'm not sure Stephen Smith's totally confident where his off-stump is, which ones to leave and which ones to play at.
Smith made 26 in the first innings. Caught behind to Jamal. Facing Shaheen here, leaves alone in the channel outside the off-stump. And they were the beneficiary of lovely overheads, weren't they, Pakistan, at the start of Australia's second innings, both before and after lunch. But yeah, it feels different when the sun's out through the test.
You've still got to bowl the ball in the right areas too. And which they did. Yeah, Hamza early on, that was awesome. I think the lack of pace hurt Warner. That head just, I think he thought it was going to be the way swinger, and it was the end swinger, and it swung late.
Have you seen the graphic? Where the ball would have gone if it didn't swing. Yeah. It's about 2 sets of stumps over. Beautiful delivery. Shaheen looking for one of those bowls to Smith, but it's wide of the off stump, and it beats Rizwan as well. Didn't carry to him. On the half volley, slips through the gloves. Every sundry being applauded by the Melbourne crowd. 2 runs from the over, 1 from the bat, 1 given as a bye. 4 for 68, and that is on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Australia lead by 122, Smith 16, and Marsh is 30.
Good afternoon. Taking a look at the roads for the drive home, and it's not a bad run around town at the moment, running into very few delays. However, a reminder that works are currently being undertaken on the Westgate Bridge citybound, which have 3 lanes closed, speed set to 40 kilometres. We're seeing traffic back as far as Williamstown Road at the moment. Use Geelong Road or Footscray Road instead. They're running until Jan 4. The Audi Summer Demonstrator Sale event is on now with exceptional opportunities on select demonstrator models at your Audi dealer until January 31. T's and C's apply. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
Our partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep it cool this summer. Chris Rogers kept cool at the back of the box. We welcome him back, one of our experts. Bucky.
Hello, Colin. Hello, Flam.
Bucky, how are you, mate?
He loves a fast bowler with a run. You get the perfect net. You see your first slip. Just clang another one.
I'm getting angry just thinking about it.
Here is Jamal, who's bowling at the time. Delivers to Smith off the hip behind square. We've got 2 to start the new over. 4 for 70. Just a nice period of consolidation for Australia here. This pair of put on 54.
We were going that bad against Tasmania at the G one day. Victoria, myself and Brad Williams were bowling. Willow was bowling really fast when he was young. And they dropped that many. If you dropped it, you had to go, and if someone else went in. By the end, we'd used everyone up. Everyone had one chance in there.
You're in there.
That's how bad we were going.
So the catching mid-wicket for Smith as well. Jamal over the wicket, southern end, closer to the stumps bowls here. Smith in behind it, wants one behind square, gets one. Nudged. 19, 4 for 71. Just on Hamza Flem, from a bowlology perspective, if you like, is that there's so much focus on the speed radar in modern cricket, isn't there? You know, if bowlers don't hit it at a certain level consistently enough, they can be kind of written off. And I wonder whether Hamza's career has been a...
Oh, well, I think they've got an attack that do very well in England.
Yeah.
The Duke ball. And sometimes, well, Bucky would know more than me, you know, the lack of pace gets you, that you're waiting for it to come to you, then it swings, and you've sort of already started your downswing, and you can't really change too much. But the hard thing with swing bowling, you need the right conditions.
Jamal looking for some more here to Marsh, or he had one chance. Stabs it down to deep third with control. Off the front foot, open the blade. Clear of the man at second slip comfortably. Down to Imam Al-Haq at deep third who fields. Marsh 32 with a couple, 4 for 73.
I wouldn't want to be a pure swing bowler in Pakistan.
Yeah.
You were over there for those test matches, isn't it? Like it's just minimal, and you're waiting for it to go reverse.
You pretty much get what we identified.
And you do need ball speed.
You get sort of 3 overs tops before the ball's knackered, and then you've got to wait till about over 60, and then you come into it again. Yep. So Australia played the benefit of Australia having eighth in line, he would come on after 6 overs and he would bowl for 30. And that was just
bring the quicks on late.
They had to wait and wait.
So that is the hard thing, is that, overhead conditions have to suit. The pitch has to have some grass. You've got to make sure you release the ball perfectly.
Here's Jamal up again to Marsh, his nemesis. He defends down the pitch.
And you see it in the shorter forms, T20. If it happens to swing for 4 overs and the batsmen who are used to, just hitting through the line you get the ball to move off its axis. Get wickets in the power play, it's game over.
Jamal up at 141 kilometres an hour with that delivery. I reckon that's about the fastest ball he's bowled.
I think there's a lot of potential there. As you said, in the first over, there was 3 boundaries, 3 shocking deliveries and 3 crackers in 1 over. And then he got the outside edge first ball the next over. Marsh.
Yeah, Marsh are well suited. Bowls here. Marsh pulls the one that's banged in, out in front of square. Lots of work to do for the sweeper. It's dragged in by Hamza. Have enough time to get a third. Marsh has run really well through this innings, up to 35, doing a job here for Australia. 4 for 76 becomes the score.
And he was the big wicket, wasn't he, Mitchell Marsh, because he's the one that scores quickest.
We saw it before, didn't we, Buck, when we were on together, when he played and missed a couple from, we wouldn't call them cuts, more slaps, trying to get bat on ball, and you're thinking, well, he gets out there, but clearly his job is to just do what Mitch Marsh does.
He's back in Pakistan and drop him too.
Last ball here to Smith and Jamal. It's Yorker length. Dug out to mid-off. Ended the over. The lead's 130, 4 for 76. Marsh 35, Smith 19 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. My neck pain made sleeping difficult for me. My Spinal Ease pillow changed all that. Give it a go. Search Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Second session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. This middle session's got 32 minutes left in it, so we're extending the middle stretch just to get back even again after the late start this morning. Shaheen away from us. 2 slips the gully. Bowls to Marsh, who leaves alone on length. $37,984 in at the moment. Bucky, our numbers for mate internet and mobile. Healthy crowd. Being treated to some busy cricket. Often away on day 3. Both teams making a play for it. Australia with wickets in the first session. Pakistan fighting back. 8 in the day so far. Shaheen bowls over the wicket. Marsh, all of no after lunging forward in defence.
I mean, we I guess in our conversation, we're thinking Australia, the lead's out to 130 now. It's almost like Australia are back on top and they're going to run away with this. But all you need here is 2 wickets. And then you could say 6 for 140. Wow. You're backing yourself in from that place. So still so much here for Pakistan to play for. They'll know that.
Shaheen needs to find it. Bowls to Marsh, who drives square. Out through cover point. Eases it out for a couple more. Marsh is 37 from 59. He's making his presence felt out there. 4 for 78. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? You said to Pakistan at the start of the second innings, well, you'll have them 4 for 78. They're going, you beauty, we're in this. But it just feels like the energy has changed through this partnership, which is now worth 62.
There's one thing I'll look back on, though, is I don't understand why they bowled a Freddie for 3 overs.
Yeah.
He got the 2 wickets before the break. The ball was new. He bowled 3 overs after the break.
Shaheen to Marsh. Knows the call as he pushes to mid-wicket.
And I think we discussed at the time whether he was going to switch around to the other end, but to the Shane Warne stand end. But then Jamal followed Hamza, and then he's brought back. And credit to Jamal, he found the edge. He created an opportunity, but I still don't understand why they took Afridi off. He was part of the reason why Pakistan were in that place.
Here is Shaheen Afridi, bowls to Marsh, who slaps it out through point. He's hit that so hard. There's a sweeper there for it. Near Hamza, Shaheen throws his head back in dismay because the sweeper didn't get there. Could have dived to cut it off. Didn't have the presence of mind to do that, but it mostly comes down to how well Marsh is striking it now, up to 41.
I think he did get there. I think the reason Afridi was frustrated is because that passed probably within a metre of his feet. He couldn't hit the deck.
Second look here on our replay screen, and you sense that there was a chance for him to cut it off at the pass, but
there's no point running after it.
No, you're never catching up with it. 6 boundaries for Marsh for Azito. Afridi bowls. Marsh drives straight back to the bowler. The end of the over as well. Afridi's bowled 7 of them. 2 for 21 is figures. It's 4 for 82 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off. Smith 19, Marsh 41.
Level up Dad's game. Skip the usual gift options for Spitwater's Aussie-made tools, not toys. Best models, bonus accessories, and savings of up to $630. Picture this: cold water petrol-driven and hot and cold electric diesel model pressure cleaners, plus the Vacstorm wet and dry commercial-grade vacuum cleaner. Visit spitwater.com.au or dial 1-800-SPITWATER to join the tool revolution. Spitwater, working as hard as you since 1982. Tools, not toys, because grown-ups deserve the good stuff.
Middle session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. And tea break that 28 minutes away for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. It's the delay between overs here. As they fix the boots of Mir Hamza. He's going to return to the attack. Fair enough too. 2 wickets after lunch. Bowling Warner, who chopped on, and Head with an absolute jaffa in consecutive deliveries. 2 for 9 from his 6. Getting another crack from the Shane Warne stand in the southern end. That gamble on Jamal, you kind of touched on it before. It nearly got them the wicket, so you credit where it's due on that front. There was the drop chance, but 3-4 balls in the first 4 deliveries you bowled to Mitchell Marsh as well. It's a balancing act, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you would have said it was worth a gamble if that catch had been taken, absolutely.
So tight to that point. Hamza bowls to Smith across him, lets it go. I mean, to that point, they were giving nothing away. I think Hamza was going at 1 and over or something like that, and Hassan Ali was playing a role down at our end.
Even as a choice by the captain, I mean, you know you're gambling when you bring Jamal on in that situation. I just think that it probably would have been even Afridi for 2 or 3. Then bring Jamal. It's not going to be much difference for Jamal, is it? It's not like he necessarily needs the newer ball. That was probably worth a chance, I think.
Comes 2 slips to the gully, bowls to Smith over the wicket, back defends.
Just the other thing is credit to Mitch Marsh in particular. I think it would have been easy to think, okay, what is the game asking me to do now? I've got to defend and try and get through this situation, but he didn't. He said, no, I'm going to try and put some pressure back on him. I'm going to ride my luck a little bit. Which he has.
Smith facing here, absorbing the pressure. Tucking into the onside from his hit. No run from Hamza. It's like...
But instead of it being 4 for 50 or, now it's 4 for 82 and the game's just starting to get stretched for Pakistan.
So from a coaching perspective, different players who are better suited temperamentally to absorbing pressure, i.e. Smith and those who apply it, like Marsh.
Yeah, probably what I've learnt more as well is some players, if you ask them to go and defend...
Hamza passes umpire Wilson, bowls to Smith, who drives straight and doesn't beat mid-off, not quite.
Or even try and read the game. It can confuse them a little bit, rather than just go and play their blueprint. How is it that they play their best innings? That's what they're not necessarily thinking, I think that this bowler's got 1 more over in his spell. If I get through, I get the change bowler on, because then that brings them back into their shell. It's just play your way. Keep backing your strengths in, and more than likely you'll come out on top.
Hamza to Smith, who leaves the lane, barely moves in shouldering arms.
Other players, though, you expect, like you challenge, you say, read the moments. Maybe when the best bowler comes back on, you think about locking it down for the first part of that spell so they don't expose the new bat for a long bit of the best bowler spell, things like that. Yep. But Mitch Marsh, I think he's an instinctive player, back his talent, stay on the attack.
Smith facing here, still 19 Hamza to him, and he defends.
And
so first over back in the attack, my apologies, Bucky, is a maiden for Hamza. End of it. On the Macca scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. Australia remain 4 for 82, Smith 19, Marsh 41.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs, and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Ship is up to 66. That's for Mate Internet and Mobile. The play of the day, well, it was Mia Hamza going bang bang. Could have easily been Abdul Shafiq combining with Jamal. Not to be. That play of the day for Drinkwise. The leading run scorer for Australia is Mitchell Marsh. He's on 41 for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Shaheen Sharafredi away from us. He's got 2 for 21. Bowling to Marsh here. Plays with soft hands and it's through the cordon. Had there been a fourth slip, they might have been in the game. Might have just carried to there, but there was no chance for the gully. Either way, Marsh is up to 45. Nice piece of bowling. Catchable, Bucky?
It's hard to see. I'd probably need to see a replay. But a good example of why, when Mitch Marsh defends, he has this interesting habit of his kind of back hip just comes around a bit and squares him up, and then the bat almost goes past the vertical. It gets inverted, and that was the reason it found the edge.
Okay. Shaheen up, 7 boundaries for Marsh. Delivers here, leaves alone. It bounces twice before hitting the pads of Rizwan. He stops it dead there. I remember you explained on commentary some years ago now where the way you would defend against balls that were moving, you would try and get almost backspin on the ball and try and play it in a way that if the ball caught the edge, it was more likely to go to ground than carry to the court.
Yeah, and Mitch Marsh, he's a hitter. He's not that kind of Steve Smith soft hands. If you edge it, you're backing your ability to get the ball to bounce in front of the slips.
Freddie to Marsh. There's his defensive posture. Out to cover, no run.
See how his hands go at the ball and then they stop, kind of thing, whereas Smith's hands are always moving and just absorbing the impact a bit more. So Marsh pushes hard at it, but that's the pros and cons. When he hits the ball, he hits it as hard as anyone, doesn't he? So it's probably why defensively he's not as strong.
It's up to 45 today. Facing a Freedy, driving again, finding the gap. Out through cover it goes. It should go for 4. It's dragged in at the last possible moment by Shan Masood. The question is, was the leg touching the rope at the same time? I'm sure they'll check that upstairs with Richard Illingworth. But either way, great timing.
I'd be very surprised if that's not 4.
So he did get his hand to it. It's whether the momentum dragged it into the rope. First replay here. It's very close to the rope upon touching the ball. Gosh, he's done well. But
that's 4. His
hard
hand
not
still,
to give that 4. Yeah.
Touching the Toblerone as he the ball still in his hand.
The ball just stayed in his hand longer than he wanted. He tried to flick it a little bit earlier, but the elbow, that's the offending body part. So it will be a boundary for Mitchell Marsh. So flashed up on the screen now. Takes him to within a run of a half century. Numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile.
And he's just driving this game so quickly for Australia that Pakistan, it has to be now or never, really, doesn't it?
Racing again and defending. The Freddie down the pitch. His family are here, just saw on the screen. His old man Jeff and his brother Sean, as they were last week at Perth Stadium. Some other members of the family too, by the looks of things.
Sean just played his first game back from injury for the Renegades. Didn't miss a treat. It's hard to believe how well he can still hit the ball. He's 40 now, is he?
And a bit, I reckon, possibly. Yeah. What a career it's been.
He was the best young player I ever saw come through. Watching him.
Shaheen finishes the over to Marsh on 49. He's hit on the pad. Afridi's appealing, but no one else is that interested, and Marsh is not that concerned. Just double-checking they won't review. The clock's ticking down. They won't. It's the end of the over. 4 for 90. Gerard Whateley is going to replace me after the break and take us through to the tee break. The lead's 144, Smith 19, Marsh 49 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
If you're planning to drink, plan a safe way home, as you never really know if you're under the .05 limit. Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. TAC.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Try Brick Lane Brewing's One Love Pale Ale, your perfect summer beer with a bright, refreshing taste. Find it in your local Dan Murphy's.
Cloud is massed back at the MCG. In this session, there's been 2 wickets right at the start, then 84 runs. The lead is 144 for Australia. 4 for 90. Hamza is in from the worn end and bowling to Smith, who's got it off his pads to backward square. They run the first hard and then don't come for the second. Just that stare off that happens 2 strides down. Marsh looking at Smith, Smith looking at Marsh. They went, no, return to their ground.
That's how you run between the wickets, though. Mitch Marsh there, he's in an awkward position because if he's looking at the fielder, then he can't see what his partner's doing. So he just has to trust Smith's call and look at him.
Yep. Smith knows it's the danger end, so it's all on him. 49 against Mitch Marsh's name. 2 slips and a gully in place. Hamza bowls to him and Marsh is wrapped on the pads. Not for the first time, they ask. The bowler ran a long way down. He didn't quite have the support that they have at various stages. High on enthusiasm still.
He turned around because he followed through almost down to Mitch Marsh, and he turned around to ask the keeper whether it was bat, but it just looked like he was asking Mitch Marsh because he was standing right next to him.
And it was bat. Yes. The inside edge onto the pad.
No doubt Mitch said, sure, mate.
Yes. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. It's been turbulent at the G. Mitch Marsh against that. Plays away through point for 50. Guiding Australia out of deep jeopardy. And the MCG crowd, which has found its love affair with Mitch Marsh, stands to applaud a vital innings. Some of what he's been doing has been happy hitting at other times. But this is when the stakes were at their most severe. Marsh is 50, Australia 4 for 92.
Well, it's been an innings to remember for Mitch Marsh. He's come in with Australia in all sorts of trouble, but he's backed himself.
Smith has the strike and defends to the offside.
He's backed himself to play his game. He didn't think he needed to defend, get through tough times. It was almost, I'm just going to take them on and see what happens. And he's been playing so well for so long now. It's really becoming a vital member of this side. Just so interesting watching him stand there, holding the bat in his right hand like it's an axe. Sometimes that's just how he wields it.
It's had its moments, but he is there for Australia. Smith's on 20. He's edging short of gully. Nothing's coming easy for Steve Smith.
Well, no, he's struggling, isn't he? He really hasn't been timing the ball at all. But this is another one too where are the Pakistan cordon too deep because they're getting scared off by how hard Mitch Marsh is swinging at it? And now they're having a conversation. I think is that Shafiq telling him where to go and stand?
I think Shafiq is... he was out of the cordon.
Oh, is that Bubba Azam now?
Yeah, that's Bubba. Jamal's had him banished. He's been there at the other end. Bowls and Smith just leans on a ball. Hamza, who's bowling, leans on a ball out through point and a single taken. So 3 in the over, 4 for 93 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golf Box. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up in essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 4 for 93. Mitch Marsh is 50. Steve Smith is 21. He's on strike defending the first ball of Afridi's fresh over. The Chief Executive of Cricket Victoria is with us in the broadcast box as well, Nick Cummins. Nick, great to have you in here.
Good afternoon.
Your local test is delicately poised.
It is. We've got a proper game of cricket on at the moment, haven't we? It's exciting. It sets up for an exciting couple of days.
And the pitch is playing a big part in that, which has been one hell of a salvage mission from 2017 and 2018. 2 slips in a gully. Afridi bowls. Smith drives out forward of points. And gets a couple. Didn't get all of it. You could hear it's just a little hollow off the blade, but it does the trick. 4 for 95. So what do you make of the characteristics of the local pitch?
Yeah, really pleased, as you rightly say. I think everyone's still a little bit scarred from the Alistair Cook innings, where I think the ball bounced twice at the first ball. So there's always a little bit of trepidation, and the amount of rain we had on Christmas Day for the MCC ground staff to get the wicket up and having a little bit in it for everyone is fantastic.
Afridi 2 for 31. Got the wickets of Khawaja and Labuschagne before lunch. He would like to strike again before tea. He bowls to Smith, who's in behind him defending. How active is Cricket Victoria with the MCC in all of what happens here?
Oh, not too much these days. Cricket Australia tend to drive the international, but we do a lot of work. We have Shield games here in advance, so they're always really interested in the feedback, and obviously Chris Rogers provides pride of that with the state team. But it's our jewel in the crown, so it's really important to Victorian cricket that the Boxing Day test and the wicket is terrific.
Smith readies himself for Afridi. Plays off his pads through the vacant mid-wickets. And through for a single with sweeper in the deep. 4 for 96. The other aspect, I think our crowd numbers are up beyond 145,000 on day 3. Does that feel about right?
Yeah, that's really good, I think. My understanding is that day 1 was the biggest attendance for a Pakistan test ever. And obviously it was greater than the WA test in total. And then it's really kicked on in the way the game's shaping up. We could expect this many people tomorrow as well, I reckon, Gerard.
Yeah, but it'll be a good ticket tomorrow. Australia with a 150-run lead. Still poised to be a thriller. Marsh is back and Padden together defending it down the offside. So the pitches at Junction Oval, do they need to be more competitive?
It's probably that you should ask the coach next to you rather than me. I think it's... Look, they have been flat on occasion. Brad and the team there do a terrific job. But, I think last year we had some really, really good games in the second half. I think in some instances they could be, but I think they've been good.
2 in the deep on the leg side for Marsh, and it is Doug Embies on the back foot, standing tall and defending. Into the over, 4 for 96 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Bevmarks, the Sleep Professionals Boxing Day sale, has 50% off all mattresses and 20% off all furniture. No exceptions. Available at all Bevmark stores and online.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today. Check out Hilux and Kluger, available this festive season at Chadstone Toyota. There's the tough and reliable Hilux Rogue workhorse or the sophisticated Kluger, perfect for the family and ready for delivery now. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. T's and C's apply. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The lights have been switched on at the MCG as the clouds have massed again overhead. Hamza trying to make the most of those. Smith, though, repels as he defends back down the pitch. Nick Cummins is the Chief Executive of Cricket Victoria with us. It's ever so slightly awkward because the coach is sitting here. Victorian side, so having a really good one-day season. 3 good Shield seasons as you've developed under a new captain. What is the trajectory of your Shield, of your state team?
We're really excited because, you know, some of the best performances are coming from players who are under 25.
Hamza over the wicket, bowls, and Smith defends.
So, you know, you look at Sutherland, Pekovsky, Chandra Singh, Kellaway, Perry, McClure. There are lots of names that we think have an opportunity someday to play at the MCG, you know, on this day. And I think one of the challenges when you've got a young group is it's not a straight line trajectory, that you're going to have really good days and really bad days, and sometimes you think you're going better than you are, and other days you think, geez, we've got a long way to go, as I'm sure the coach would agree.
2 slips in a gully in place. To Smith defends.
I think if you look at the talent that is coming through in Victoria and indeed compare it to other states of similar age bracket, I think Victoria's got the pick of the litter. I think that, you know, Todd Murphy is probably the best emerging spinner. I think Will Sutherland, probably with Aaron Hardy, is the best emerging all-rounder. And even guys, if you go a little bit deeper, you know, Harry Dixon, Ollie Peake, into the sort of teenage players, there's some really exciting talent coming through, and you know, we're sport for choice in some ways.
He's going to come around the wicket on the change of direction to Smith, who is squared up. All falls away to off, no run. Your older brigade, are you batting up for Marcus Harris?
Yeah.
Water's shown the way for him?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been a little bit frustrating, I guess, for us in Victoria, where Marcus has been outstanding for a long time, and you know, I don't really buy into the idea of bat off. You have to look at the body of work over an extended period, and Marcus, we've lost a few tosses this year, and he's gone and had to bat on pretty challenging conditions, and that can sometimes not tell the true story. You look in the scorebook and see that he's made a low score, but he's actually batted really well.
To Smith, who he left, he's wrapped on the pads, they're asking. That didn't work at the other end with Marsh, and they won't get any joy there, probably on height at first blush. Fraction too high?
Oh, I don't think that was coming back enough. Probably, if anything, he's around the wicket, he's trying to shape the ball away, so it's seen back in, but yeah, I don't think that's coming back enough.
Not enough to get to the stumps. Smith's 24. He's faced 68 balls. Marsh has faced 72 balls for his 50. There's been a distinct difference in fluency, which is there in 8 boundaries to 0. Smith to see the last ball of the over. He's got bat and pad together and defends. Yeah, so do you think Harris's game is sort of suitably in order?
Yeah, I do, and I think that, again, if you look at his international career, you know, he's had to play in England, he's had to play against India. You know, he's had some of the toughest assignments, and I think that he just needs an opportunity and a straight run at it. You know, and he deserves that chance, I think. And you know, there's been a lot of comments about should you have a specialist opener or shouldn't you? And I think that it's important that Sheffield Shield performances matter. And if we think that the solutions can only be gleaned from the existing squad of Australian players, then I think that's a great disservice to the Sheffield Shield.
Tyre Power scoreboard, Toyo 25% off. Australia's lead is 150. 4 for 96. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Afridi's in from the members' end. He's bowling to Marsh, who defends the ball to the offside. That's the state setup, the BBL setup, both men's and women's, which is in a period that is distinctly unsuccessful. Does that sit uneasily with you?
Yeah, very, very uneasily. Look, it's a combination of factors. I think one of the emerging factors is what we're seeing in some of the other those one-team states, that they are lining up their state program and their T20 program. They're almost one and the same. while in many instances we're bringing our team together, they're introducing themselves to each other in the first game. That's a reality, and we've got to start to think more broadly about our T20 program outside the kind of 6 weeks of Big Bash.
Freedy around the wicket to Marsh, clips him off the pads, out to the sweeper at deep square and a single taken. So walk me back. This is before your time. The Stars and the Renegades, Stars and the Renegades play in a final. I think in a moment of absolute hubris, Cricket Victoria brings it all inboard, dissolves the independent board, removes the general managers of cricket. So you pick it up some years after that. Was Cricket Victoria fully equipped to do what they did, bringing the two teams in-house?
Look, it's always hard to reflect on decisions that were made when you weren't in the room.
Freedy bowls and Smith tucks it off his hip down the fine leg for a single. It's 4 for 98.
And I had really good relationships with Clint Cooper and Stu Coventry, who I thought did a really good job at the two teams as well, and I think they did an outstanding job, actually. So it's probably not fair for me to comment on the decision-making landscape at the time. What I do think is if we acknowledge that the strongest Big Bash teams are those that are most strongly aligned, so the Scorchers being the best example of that, it makes sense that at a point in time that was going to be an inevitability. To have your state program completely disconnected to your Big Bash program is actually a disadvantage.
Marsh has the strike. Full ball, clipped off his toes to backward square. Presents the opportunity for a second, and Marsh will double up and take that. 100 up for Australia in a troubled innings early in the 29th over. So from 4 for 16 to 4 for 100.
So, yeah, I think that's an important factor to acknowledge. Whether that was the right year to do it. In some ways, it's probably the worst year to do it because Victoria won everything. Shield, one day, and you had both teams in the Big Bash final. Not in the women's the WBBL, I might add. They hadn't performed well there. But I think at a point in time, it was an inevitability in order to compete.
Marsh awaits a Freedy. Sets in and bowls. Marsh pulls out magnificently through mid-wicket. All muscle and strength. A pounding boundary. Marsh goes to 57. It's 4 for 104. That is the mark of a player of the day, thanks to Bingley with the 50 beside his name. Okay.
And I think, looking at Mitch Marsh batting now, that and what WA are doing in cricket at the moment, their absolute alignment in everything that they do is why they're producing the best players in Australia at the moment. I think that we can take a leaf out of their book in that regard. So I think the decision was right. I'm probably not the right person to comment about the timing.
It's 2 in the deep on the leg side. They were powerless to the previous delivery. Marsh is glancing fine from Afridi. It's sufficient lack of speed to suggest that's leg buys too. So that's an expensive over. It's a good one for Australia. They got 10 from it and build the lead to 160.
So, yeah, the trouble has been that pretty much straight after that COVID hit, which produced its own challenges and pretty much been chasing our tail to rebuild. The Stars came to the end of a very successful era with a lot of players retiring. Hastings, Hodge, Hussey, Faulkner. All those guys went out of the great Stars era, which while they didn't win anything, they were probably a bit unlucky, I reckon. The Renegades have always been a little bit up and down, and I think that they're starting to really assemble a good squad. Although the results at the moment wouldn't suggest it, I think they have a team that's got the ability to win it.
So how do you make the two-team model in this town work, given what you have identified? But that's the reality. Smith's on 25. Hamza around the wicket too, and it's down the leg side.
It's a really good question. I mean, I think if in a perfect world, I think a draft is actually the solution. But the ACA has made it clear that that's not something that they're entertaining at this point. That would be true equalisation, and there is obviously another sport in this city that's shown that is the path to equalisation. So then we have to turn inwardly and look at, well, if we can't expect the solutions to come externally, we've got to find, the solve. And number one is that we need to produce probably 20 players in Victoria, male and female, to staff both of our teams.
Hamza Rolls the shoulders, hits the crease, bowls to Smith, who defends.
So from a strategic perspective, that's actually that's got to be the goal. How many do we have at the moment? Who's coming through the pathway? Do we need to import? We have to work very closely with Chris in the state program, because there's still an expectation that we perform, in our traditional formats as well. So that's number one. So then work we're doing around the academies, for example, taking the next level of players to Darwin. Our involvement with the San Francisco Unicorns and increasing our IP around T20 as well. So it's a lot of different initiatives.
Smith faces up, hands the bowls to him, and Smith leaps.
Rather than one specific solve. I'll be interested to talk to Peter Moores, particularly his first year and first look at the stars, about what's working and what isn't, where can we get better. David Saker's had a few years at the helm now too, so it's always a challenge, because we understand our fans and we have a lot of fans and they want to win, we want to win, but winning is an outcome. Winning is an outcome of a whole lot of different inputs that ultimately produce a successful program.
Hamza to Smith, defends. So, just fundamentally, given how important the BBL is in the period of time, how important is it to have one or two, but certainly one team in the mix out of this town?
Very important. I think for the sports fan generally, you want the fan coming to the game expecting to win, or at least thinking that it's going to be close. We can't have fans coming here thinking, well, we need about 20 things to go right to even be competitive. So I think it's very important.
It's a couple to go. Will this be the last over before tea, or one more? Yeah, this is the last over. So Smith looked like he was playing out time here, and so it is.
The best game in the Big Bash is are the Melbourne derbies. Fantastic crowds. They're spectacular. So you want those games to be deciding who's going to finish top, not who's going to finish eighth. So it's extremely important, and I would say to all of your listeners who are passionate about Big Bash, we're not sitting back thinking that this is okay, and we're not sitting back hoping that things are going to get better.
This will be the last ball before tea. Smith sees it and survives it with a run as he tickles it away through square. So Australia 4 for 107. We'll wrap that up with Chris in just a moment's time. So just let me think, do you think, does it affect your crowds? So BBL is such a curious product. Does it affect your crowds that the teams aren't winning?
No, I don't think it does materially. I mean, it would be disingenuous to say that it makes absolutely no difference. I think it's probably single-digit percentages, because a lot of people come to the game for a day out. But there's a hardcore group of fans for both Stars and Renegades who deeply care. It's a lot to ask them to keep showing up and seeing the same game over and over again. So crowds is a consideration, and I suspect if it was first versus second, of course you would have more people. I think the 80,000 game here, which was BBL 5, the Stars made the finals, the Renegades didn't. So it doesn't have to be that both of them are there, but they have to be competitive. And I would expect that of all our teams. Our KPI going to every season is make the finals. So if we don't make the finals, we always ask questions. Is it a list, management issue? Is it a coaching issue? Is it that our players that we expected to perform didn't deliver? There are a lot of different factors, and I think that's always something I would say to the fans is it's always easy to sort of let's pull the sack the coach lever or pull the let's get rid of all the players lever. But the reality is, if you want to change the players, you've got to have other players out there that are going to come in and perform better. Firstly, I would say we need to let this season run out. The Stars could have a run of 5 wins in a row. They had a great win against the Sixers. And then all of a sudden we all look pretty silly if we're pressing the panic button. However, that doesn't change the fact that, as you identified, we're looking at a long-term trend. Everyone has bad years year to year. The Renegades finished third last year. But, there's a long-term trend where we've got to produce more of our own and start to develop our players and retain them. Agar's playing very well. The Scorchers, both Agars are playing very well. They're Victorian. Murphy's playing for Sixers. Short's playing for the Strikers. If those guys were playing in our Victorian teams, we'd look a bit different. So we've got to think much more holistically. The Stars and Renegades, who traditionally haven't worked closely with Chris Rogers' team, we're working much more closely now. It's a slow burn, but we need to be able to demonstrate that we're making progress for the fans. And I would say the same with the women's team as well. We were very disappointed, particularly with the Stars. We thought we had a really good team, and our overseas players didn't bring their best game with them. Our number one goal is to produce players for Australia in all formats, but number two is to win trophies, and we don't think that they're mutually exclusive just because you've got players missing playing for Australia. New South Wales have shown they're able to do that over a long period of time. So we have high standards at Victoria. We don't define ourselves by winning, but we certainly define ourselves by our approach, and we need to make sure that our teams are competitive.
They're great insights. Nick, thanks for sharing them with us.
Thanks, Gerard. Good to see you.
Good on you. The Chief Executive of Cricket Victoria, Nick Cummins. It's tea at the MCG, 4 for 107. Australia's leaders 161. Chris Rogers, it was imperilled at the start of the session, and Mitch Marsh and Steve Smith have now put on 91 runs. Marsh 57, Smith 26.
Yeah, and what a session that was, really. The two early wickets by Hamza lit it up, and from there you thought that Australia were in free fall. They were 4 for 16. The ball was doing plenty. There were a couple of moments, I think that Shaheen Afridi being taken off only after bowling 3 overs after lunch. But really, we can't go past the drop catch by Shafiq off Jamal from Mitch Marsh when the score was 4 for 46. That would have been 5 for 46. Alex Carey in. It could have been 6 for 50. And then we're looking at, Pakistan really, in a strong position to win. But from there, Mitch Marsh has just put so much pressure back on the bowlers. They've missed at times, and he's punished them every time with unbelievably hard shots. And he's carried this side. Smith's done a good job just to support him because he's not really playing that well. He's scratching around, but he's making sure he's there to support Marsh. And Marsh is 57. And really, at this stage, you think the game is getting away from Pakistan. They have to regroup at tea, and they have to come out with their 2 best bowlers, whoever they think they are, and this next half an hour is going to dictate the game.
Tyre Power scoreboard, Toyo 25% off, 4 for 107. The tea break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event on now. Over 20 Canon Utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Planning a summer road trip? Make sure to check the fire danger rating daily this fire season and stay informed by downloading the Vic Emergency app.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their demonstrator vehicle sale. Save on all demonstrator vehicles in stock, with new vehicles also reduced to clear. You'll also enjoy 5-year free scheduled servicing on all new and demonstrator models. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
2 all chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
So you've probably unboxed a fair few boxes this year, and you might be feeling all unboxed out. But then along comes an unboxing like you've never unboxed. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day Sale, with up to 65% off big brands like Kogan, Apple, Matt Blatt, and Samsung. That's up to 65% off. Hurry. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day Sale is now on. Kogan.com, Clickin' awesome. See website for T's&C's.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in-store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Where do you find Australia's fastest speedway action this Christmas? Play Per View, your place to watch all the greatest speedway events live or on demand. With over 15 massive events from Boxing Day to New Year's, including Sprint Car Speed Week, USA VWA Speed Week, the Late Model USA Summer Speed Week, and the Ultimate Sedan Weekend. Watch all the speedway action from the American Invasion this Christmas week live on clayperview.com or download the Clay Per View app today.
Planning a summer holiday? Discover the ease and convenience of parking at Melbourne Airport. With unmatched proximity to every terminal and options that suit every budget, they have the right car park waiting for you. Whether you're looking for affordability with value parking, convenience with terminal parking, or the ultimate parking experience with premium parking, Melbourne Airport has the perfect option to suit you. Nothing beats parking at Melbourne Airport. Book online today for the best rates at melbourneairport.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Book your next service at Berwick BMW and experience ultimate convenience with BMW Fast Lane service, next day service availability and a number of alternative mobility options. Servicing your BMW has never been easier. Book today at berwickbmw.com.au and save. Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Jamal was expensive in his first over. He is back and at Mitch Marsh. He's driving, he's dropped.
Oh, no.
He's dropped. Abdullah Shafiq has dropped an absolute soda, and not for the first time it slipped. Bowles. Marsh pulls out magnificently through mid-wicket. All muscle and strength. It's been turbulent at the G. Mitch Marsh against that. Plays away through point for 50. And the MCG crowd, which has found its love affair with Mitch Marsh, stands to applaud a vital innings.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Back live at the MCG, the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Simon Katich is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au at tea. 4 for 107, so all up. It ended up becoming somehow Australia's session. At one point, they were 4 for 16, wickets falling at 16. Warner and Head bowled by Hamza in consecutive deliveries. A golden duck for Travis Head, but a 91-run unbeaten stand between Mitchell Marsh, who's 57 from just 77 balls. In context, that's noteworthy. And Smith, 26 from 76, absorbing pressure down the other end, has pushed Australia's lead up to 161. Simon Katich, 44 overs left in the day. If Mitch Marsh keeps doing what he's doing right now, he'll be well beyond 100. What an innings it's been.
It has been, and the partnership, has been crucial in that because, Steve Smith was scratchy early, but Mitch Marsh, once he got going and obviously had the reprieve on 20, he's been able to really put pressure back on not only the Pakistan bowlers, but Shan Masood, the Pakistan captain. He's had to spread the field because Marsh has been aggressive, and that's allowed Smith to get going in his
innings because they've been able to rotate strike. Smith likes to be able to get on strike as much as possible. And, yeah, those two have put Australia in a very good position now. When it was teetering, 4 for 16, the test was very much in the balance, and now you'd say Australia is certainly in the driving seat.
Just complementing each other so well. I mean, Smith, 26 but striking at 34. Mitchell Marsh, 57, striking at 74. That's roughly what he's been striking at since returning to the Australian team. In that run, he's averaging 72. I mean, I know it's an unusual set of circumstances that got him back at Headingley back in July, but talk about making the most of this chance.
Well, he certainly has, and I think it's all down to mindset. I don't think he's a different batsman as such. He's still aggressive. He still has the same technique. There's times where he plants his front foot a little bit, and obviously the danger of the LBW is in play. But I think in terms of the big change, it's been the carefree mindset that he's got now to go, you know what, if I'm going to finish up my test career, I'm going to finish doing it my way, which is the aggressive way. And he's been backed in by Andrew McDonald and Pat Cummins, and credit to them for being able to identify that and allow him the freedom and give him the role to be able to do that.
All right, that's the wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Thank you, Simon Katich. We'll hear from you soon. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions and for Henley Homes Build with Confidence. On the other side of the break, it'll be Gerard Whateley starting the final session here. Australia 4 for 107 with Stephen Smith on 26, Marsh on 57 and the lead 161.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Ringing in 2024 from the comfort of your own home? Watch Melbourne's New Year's Eve fireworks live on Channel 9 from 11 p.m. Search Melbourne New Year's Eve for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM.
LMCT 8760. Racing right across Tasmania, right across summer. It's big races in fantastic places during the Ladbroke Summer Racing Festival. From the Devonport, Hobart and Launceston Cups to country venues like Burnie, King Island and Carrick, there's something for everyone across all three codes of Tasmanian racing. It's on, and there's no better time to enjoy racing in the Apple Isle. Make sure you're trackside in Tassie this summer. Visit goracingtasmania.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick, so go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in-store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has been Australia's King of Clean, offering comprehensive cleaning services that actually work for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more. Plus, with fantastic franchise opportunities, Jenny King has helped hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers. Need a comprehensive cleaning service tailored to your business needs? Talk to the King.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit JANIKING.com.au.
Why are you sticking around here? Take the lead and get out there this summer with TJM.
Get your tyres ready for beach driving with TJM's Pro Series Twin Air Compressor. Or level up your campsite with the new Walcher Hardshell Rooftop Tent.
The possibilities are endless. Take the lead and get out there this summer with TJM. Head in store or online to tjm.com.au. TJM.
Take the lead.
Kogan.com is busy tearing up prices, so you can get busy tearing into boxes. Because the Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale is now on, with awesome prices, like the latest Kogan 65-inch QLED 4K Smart TV, now $649. That's half price. And the Kogan Z11 Pro Cordless Stick Vac, just $159. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale is now on. Kogan.com, clicking awesome. See website for T's and C's.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley. Unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Whateley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road. An easy 8 minutes from Chadstone. Ends 5 p.m. Saturday.
On my way.
Licence 578.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The third session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It is a day of cricket that has already offered so much, and many a twist and turn in the next 2.5 hours, one suspects. Australia is 4 down and the lead is 161. In that, there are the tales of what if that sit heavily for Pakistan as they return to the field of play. This third session is for Liquorlands. Cheers, Liquorland, choose to drink wise. And the weather, so heavily overcast again overhead. Absolute authority in Melbourne say it's not expected to offer any more rain. We played through drizzle. We were delayed a little bit, but since then it's been okay. The weather update for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. Peter Lawler's by my side at the start of this third session. Hello to you, Pete.
Hello, Gerard. How marvellous has Mitchell Marsh been again? He's converted Australians to the Marsh cause. Australians, Victorians, Melburnians, the very crowd that booed him 5 years ago. What was going on then, Joe?
That was mean. I don't really know. I always felt terrible about that. But this was the precinct that really wanted him voted off the island. But he has won them over. So this is an innings, so you were there, I wasn't. This is an innings a bit like Headingley, where everything's running against Australia, and he's stood against it. And compare the two innings, Smith is scratching around. He's managed to survive, but Marsh has been able to thrive.
He hits the ball with so much confidence, doesn't he? Had to hold out the hat-trick delivery, first ball.
Yep. And he survived 2 tight moments. I actually don't think he should have survived either. Shafiq dropped him on 20. And then Michael Goff was way too generous on him when he didn't offer on 25.
He's past half-century the third time this series.
Smith's on 26. Session starts in the hands of Hassan Ali, who bowls outside the off-stump, and it's left alone. It was just head-spinning what happened either side of lunch, wasn't it?
We've been talking about Safraz Nawaz.
Yep.
That famous test match. What year was that? 79, was it? March 10, I remember that test match started. Yep. Took the 9 wickets then, 7 for 1 to turn the game on its head. And it just felt like that, didn't it?
Khawaja naught, Labuschagne 4. Then after lunch, Warner for 6 and head for naught consecutive deliveries. Smith watches Hassan Ali's delivery go by outside the off stump. So Afridi twice and then Hamza twice. And the ball to head was an absolute pearl.
Peach. Absolute peach. And had done their homework too. Sluggish footwork at the best of times. Always that first delivery. Just curled in and castled him, didn't it? You say castle down here or castle?
Castle.
Oh, we say castle. Sure, we still say castled in Bendigo.
Hassan sets in. The lights are on at the MCG. Smith across his stumps and leaves again. So at 4 for 16, Australia were in a position they are so rarely in on home soil.
Yeah, it took me right back to 2010, that Ashes series. Do you recall at Adelaide? Simon Katich's, what were they then, 3 for 1 or something like that, from 13 deliveries. Really felt, you don't see the Australians start that badly.
No. Smith readies himself. Hassan bowls. He drives. He can't beat cover. And it was the worst start to an innings at the MCG since 1911 for Australia.
Really? 1911?
And Sid Barnes ran amok.
Sid Barnes? Really?
That was Swamp who put that up. We were digging through scorecards with great delight.
Sid Barnes. His two children went on to play in Doug Parkinson's first band?
Right. Smith is driving. He can't beat cover again. So that's twice in a row. And then it feels like the day's play swings so heavily on the Abdullah Shafiq drop catch.
Was Doug Parkinson's first band? Two Sid Barnes kids. The daughter played bass. I don't know what the son played. There's some trivia for you, Jed.
Lovely.
You remember Doug Parkinson, don't you? Sang that song about AB.
Oh, yeah, I know who he is. Crowd touching 40,000. Hassan bowls and Smith's in behind defending. And a tight maiden to start 4 for 107. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Greater Gardner.
6 and out of playing at the Esplanade tonight.
I know. What a throwback. I saw Gav out the back before. Gavin Robinson.
It's not the SBI I knew and loved anymore, Gerard.
I know. What is Abdullah Shafiq doing at sleep?
Abdullah Shafiq. Man, oh man. Will he sleep tonight? He'll be tormented by that catch, won't he?
Yeah.
He'll see it over and over and over again.
So day one, Warner on 2. And today, critically, with the lead at 100. First ball after drinks. Big drive from Marsh. Regulation catch, split.
And all the air went out of Pakistan's tyres in that moment.
Yep.
You just felt the charge stop, come to us.
Hamza around the wickets into the pads of Mitch Marsh. It falls away to the leg side. So it was an interesting sequence just going back over in the 15th over, which was the over on the way to drinks. Smith edged that ball, which was just touched the grass before Shafiq got his hands to it. And Ian Smith is convinced that Rizwan should have gone, and Rizwan knew he should have gone once the slippers moving to his left. So Rizwan had the chance to take the diving catch in the 15th over, and then the first ball of the 16th over, Shafiq drops the regulation catch from Marsh. The lead is 100. Australia could have been 6 down.
6 down.
With
essentially 6 for 100, yeah.
For a country that hasn't won a test match, they've lost 15 in a row on these shores. Marsh in behind, runs the ball down to the deep point and collects his 58th run.
That's it, the opportunity is hand. First time this century to win a test match. And you'd back Pakistan's batters. I mean, this wicket's still got a lot of life in it. And more so when the cloud comes over. It was easier batting in that afternoon period when the sun was out, today and yesterday. But the clouds come back over again. And they're a good batting side, Pakistan.
As it stands, the lead is built to 162, and Australia has those 6 wickets in hand. Smith leaves Hamza outside the off stump.
Is Shafiq still at slip?
No, he got shuffled. So there was a curiosity as well. Jamal was bowling, Shafiq was out at cover, and Baba went in. But at the other end, Shafiq was at slip. So there was a curious period of about 20 minutes of off and on. I think he is.
Yeah, I think he's gone back to first slip.
Back there.
Yeah.
Salman is by his side. Smith leaves.
And you all know that feeling when you've dropped a catch in cricket. You just want to hide, don't you? Maybe elite sportsmen just want to get the next one, but I can't imagine that Shafiq's feeling like that right now.
So there are comical moments with touring fielders, usually fast bowlers in the deep, who couldn't catch a ball with a pillow.
Yeah, back in the bad old days.
Yeah, I can't really recall a slip fielder, a visiting slip fielder, just so awful across the first couple of tests. Smith in behind the ball, defending to Gully. So he's got 3 catches in the series, which is 2 sobers at the MCG.
They really do need a little bit more attention to detail, as Pakistan say. We're making that observation this morning too about the way they warm up in the morning. They're a very loose unit. They need a little bit of that Justin Langer discipline. because attention to the small things changes the game.
We live the volatility of Pakistan cricket as a badge of honour almost outside the off stump. Again from Hamza. End of the over. 1 run since the resumption. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Card.
Good afternoon. A couple of collisions to watch out for around town, starting with a crash in Malvern East. That's on Dandenong Road at Grange Road, and a crash in Epping will slow you down on O'Hearns Road westbound at the Hume Freeway too. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Sexy Land's Boxing Day sale. Get up to 70% off in-store or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexy Land, something real sexy for everyone. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
The Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. A bit of haste around Pakistan's change of ends. They're 3 behind on the over rate already. Hassan Ali bowls in the pads of Mitch Marsh, getting an inside edge on the way to bat, falls harmlessly to the offside. So the renaissance of Mitch Marsh, which you witnessed firsthand at Headingley, and then this imposing figure who hit the ball as hard as any batter I've ever seen in Perth. And then to do it when the chips are down at the MCG.
It's a mark of Pat Cummins' captaincy too, that he's emboldened Mitch Marsh to play this way, encouraged him to.
Hassan to Marsh, bat and pad tight together.
It was Cummins who said to him in England, mate, if you want to go out there and hit a 6 first ball, go for it. He says, we're just going to back you to play the way we know you are at your most dangerous. And conveniently, Marsh isn't at that point in his career where he's trying to establish his career or keep a place in the side. It was a bonus to him. I don't think he ever imagined getting that place back, which he got out by courtesy of Cameron Green being injured.
It's on 58. Marsh pulls up into the outfield. Another lusty blow. It pitches 3/4 of the way and stops. They'll come back for a third. Into the 60s goes Mitch Marsh. The lead grows to 165.
He's had a glorious time since coming back into it. Of course, there was that 118 that you were talking about at Leeds. In that second test back, the 51 at Manchester, and an important 31 not out too. They were important innings. And in this series, 90, 63 not out, 41 in the first innings here, and he's 61 not out now. And doing it with great confidence. And also allowing Steve Smith to fudge around at the other end, or whatever it is that Steve Smith does at the other end. He's become very difficult to watch. I don't enjoy watching Steve Smith bat anymore.
It's a long way from the glory days of the G of those 4 successive centuries, but that is a very nice off drive that he plays through cover. Didn't get all of it, and thus he'll get a couple down to the punt road end. 28 for Smith.
I think you're being generous there, Jed. It was a bit streaky.
Any bat flourish for him at the moment.
Totally fascinated by watching Steve Smith bat. But we were rewarded also. He had a beautiful placement, the ability to put the ball wherever he wanted. Now, he struggles to find the centre of his bat.
Yeah, I wonder how it makes him feel, knowing how he used to be able to do it in such a way and just searching for it. He's nicking, no, he's not. He's across his stumps and bites away from Hassan. This one enthusiastic, but there was no outside edge.
I mean, the Australian conditions are more difficult now than they have been in those years when he was in his pomp. I thought the Australian wickets had all been sedated and homogenised. But look at Mitch Marsh at the other end. It's not worrying him. See ball, hit ball.
9 fours. Smith, no fours.
No fours.
Just want one empirical measure to show the difference. Hassan's last ball of the over. Smith defends with one hand off the bat by at the time he does. 5 from the over. 4 for 113, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smarter gardener.
Experience a luxury BMW electric vehicle without the luxury car tax. Own your dream BMW electric vehicle today. Conditions apply. Search BMW Electric to learn more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The session of play for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Skies a little brighter than they were straight after the tea break. In fact, just a little bit of blue sky appearing as some of that heavy cloud starts to break up. 4 for 113. Marsh has the strike. He's 61. Hamza around the wicket to him. The back foot again jammed up into the pads. Are you running any theories on Smith?
I think it's an inevitable consequence of being such a complicated machine that at some point it will all go haywire and be too hard to put back together. Whereas compare and contrast the very simple technique of Mitch Marsh, almost a classic technique.
Bowles. Marsh was on the move, but he defended once he got there and went on, feeding quickly enough to reverse it.
Marsh has that advantage of being a big man at the crease too, doesn't he? He's hard to bowl a good length to because he can get that leg a long way down the crease and intimidate the bowlers.
Yep. Has Michael Goff been too generous in a game with batters who haven't played?
Yes.
Twice he's given them not out and twice the ball was hitting the stumps.
Every time that's out to me. Don't lose your bat, you're out.
2 slips and a gully. Bowls to Marsh, who's back and cutting straight into the turf, though. Took most of the pace out of it. There's a sweeper at deep point, so a single taken. Marsh is 62, 4 for 114. It's interesting, isn't it? The defence mechanism there is the DRS. If the ball wasn't going to hit the stumps, the batter can have it overturned. If there's any inkling at all that it might have got onto the stumps, I just think the umpire has to give it out and then let the system correct it if it's not quite going to get there.
Kim Hughes has joined the Marsh family over there in the box.
Smith, full face of the bat. Out to
West Australians flooding across the continent to see Mitch Marsh bring up his 100 here today.
It'd be lovely. As there was such a sense of expectation at Optus Stadium after that lunch break. He got bowled first ball when he was on 90. Everyone can go back to their lives now. A bit rowdy in the worn stands.
Brother got a 99 here some years ago back.
Famous run out. Got a bit nervous. They're nervous watchers still, I'm told. Smith's on 28. He runs the ball to point, but there's no run for him there either. Not quite able to manipulate the gaps. Mohammed Rizwan, he'll get you. If you're not paying attention, he goes on 5, I reckon, 3 times a session. He gets to the 5th ball, he's off. 1 to go. 1 to go. No, it's a bit sculling happening.
A good turnout by the Melbourne people. Good crowd.
Beyond the 140,000 for the test already. Smith in behind the ball, defending resolutely. 4 for 114. 1 from the over. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener.
Baby Bunting's 4-day Boxing Day sale is on now. Get 20 to 30% off selected products store-wide. Hurry, sale ends today at Baby Bunting. T's and C's apply. Take care around a crash in Melbourne East on Dandenong Road at Grange Road. And while you're at it, look out for a crash in Epping on O'Hearns Road westbound at the Hume 2. Barbecues galore. Epic Boxing Day sales are now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues, outdoor furniture, heating and backyard essentials. Hurry, online and in-store only at Barbecues galore. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL. You're at live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. Hassan in, bowls full. Marsh turns him to the leg. Comes down the fine leg and takes a single. 4 for 115.
Just makes batting look easy, Mitch Marsh. Juxtaposed with Steve Smith. Poor fans at home in Pakistan, Gerard, they've been denied this test match by their government.
What?
the broadcast got pulled. They pulled the plug on the broadcast on the first day.
On what grounds?
Some miscreant had inserted gambling advertising into the feed.
Oh, right. Smith's on 28. He leaves outside the off stump. Lightsaber move.
So there's a pretty strict regulations in Pakistan, as you'd expect, around gambling. And they were, what do you call it, when they superimpose the ads onto the grass? It's like a CGI thing or something, is it? I don't know. But imposed onto the grass was gambling companies that were being put into the feed back here, I think, in Cricket Australia, who sell the product back to 10 Sports in Pakistan and onto the government Pakistan television channel.
Hassan to Smith, who leaves.
On the first day, the feed wasn't allowed onto the public channel.
Yep.
I think on the second day, they got some of it, and on the third day, they've somehow extracted the advertising, and so Pakistan actually got to watch the excitement of today. Probably broke a few sets after Abdullah Shafiq dropped that catch.
Would have enjoyed the happy hitting of Jamal as Pakistan closed. They would have loved the wickets of Afridi and Hamza. But there have been moments. Smith leaves tight to the off stump. Shafiq's dropped catch and a missed opportunity along the way. I thought you were going to tell me it was when the feed played Smithy singing Country Roads, and they just went, oh, no, public decency, we can't have that.
Who was singing Country Roads?
There's an old clip kicking around of Ian Smith singing Country Roads, which I was lucky enough to see live, which I saw Fox pull out today.
It's a great song.
Oh, and he sang it so well.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's a very talented man.
He is. He's every bit of that. Smith is leaving outside the off stump.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River.
Oh, don't stop.
Life is so dead, older than the trees, younger than the mountain, blowing like a breeze. Chorus, Gerard, chorus.
Go on, Gerard, join in.
Oh, very good, very good.
Very good.
Smith's on 28. Sunbells team onto the pads. No run.
Cricket will never be that disappointing at any stage that has ever played again.
One from the over. 4 for 115. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 4 for 115. Ian Smith is back with us. In Place Living, creating homes for people to create memories. Hello, Smithy.
G'day, Gerard.
Lovely to have you there.
No, nice to be back, and really, I just keep thinking back to the opportunity Pakistan have had in this Test match, to blow the door wide open, and unfortunately, they've just absolutely blown the opportunity rather than the door wide open. It just, in a way, it's quite sad because we keep saying we need sides to come over here and put pressure on Australia and occasionally beat them just to make sure that the world knows that they are human. And they had
Australians?
Yes, I say that from a New Zealand point of view in a loose sort of way. But yeah, no, you're right. And I just... out the back there talking to a number of people, and everyone just looks at each other out the back thinking, wow, what might have been.
Somewhere in his grave, Douglas Jardine just clapped his hands twice, and we've gone to 5 on the leg side. The short ball theory is coming from Afridi at the worn end. So deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and fine leg, and then a wide mid-on, which you'd really call a second mid-wicket, and a square leg. There's nothing in the cordon other than a gully. There is a deep point and a third man. The bumpers are coming up over the top of Mitch Marsh. I hope this is close, because that Mitch Marsh is a tall man, and that's a long way over his head, and they would do well to start with a wide.
Well, he can only do that with that field set. He can only bowl short because he's got absolutely nil protection straight down the ground. He cannot bowl full because it'll whistle down there at a great rate of knots. In fact, he's got a very, very wide mid-on, and now he's got an extra cover, so anything in the V, as they call it, is going to go.
Michael Goff has switched sides. He's going to umpire from points. Bouncer, well over the top of Marsh. That's 2.
Freddie's not happy at being ruled a bouncer, but I don't know what else it could be.
So far over Marsh's head. So in comes the field. He's blown the 2 bounces on the first 2 balls, which cleared Marsh by a long way. So well done, Michael Goff.
It's curious, though. You don't have to, you can bowl chest high and challenge the batter with that same field. Yep. They did that to Marsh before the break in Perth in the first innings. And pulled in his periscope and let quite a few go. So they regretted it. He probably should have chased him and would have had his 100.
So back to 2 slips and a gully and something more conventional. Pitched up and defended back down the pitch by Marsh. Just indulge us, Smithy, that the story behind Country Roads, which is a great story. So your son played college football?
He played college football. He got a football scholarship, so like soccer, as some people would call it, to West Virginia University. And it's based there in Morgantown. And, of course, John Denver is associated with that song, Take Me Home, Country Road to West Virginia.
Marsh faces out to a Freddie, jammed down on a ball angling at the stumps.
For every game of sport they play over there, they play it. And they play it after it as well, and everyone sings it. So you get to know Country Road pretty well. Yeah. And it's like an anthem to them. And, so that's where I really got to know it by going over there and watching him play on the odd occasion. So he was there 4 years, and sort of it's become a bit of an institution in the Smith household.
So tens of thousands in seeing it ahead of a match?
Yeah, they can be doing that. I mean, they get, what it's like college football over there, and I'm talking the NFL style of football. Yep. It's hugely popular.
Freddie over the wicket to Marsh, who runs the ball to points and helps himself to a run. The lead is 170. Marsh is 64, and the applause is for the 100-run stand between Mitch Marsh and Steve Smith that has served Australia so well. The Red Energy switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au.
It's an anthem for the Brisbane Lions too, isn't it?
Charlie Cameron,
who
kicks his goals, which works a treat at a full gabba.
Can you do Take Me Home Country Road, Smithy? Take Me Home Country Road?
Smith tried to glance a ball down the final.
Sorry, I meant leaving on a jet plane.
End of the over. 4 for 116. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smarter gardener.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 4 for 116. Marsh has produced 64 of the 100-run stand. Smith 28. Hassan Ali is bowling from the members' end. Mitch Marsh has the strike. He's defending the ball to points and able to take that run. Just opens the wrists to guide it in that vacant direction and tick it over.
Unless I was out the back, Gerard, when it happened, I don't think Steve Smith's hit a boundary so far. And I think that Mitchell Marsh has hit all but 2 boundaries in Australia's innings. Very, very high percentage of them.
Smith flexes the knees, readies himself, jams the bat down. Yes, as Warner and Labuschagne each had a boundary, and then 9 off the bat of Mitch Marsh. So Great counter-attack when it was so badly needed. Police presence gathering over in the lawn stand where the rowdiness is coming from. Smith lets it pass outside the off stump. So it's going to be a busy time ahead. It's 4:30. It hasn't been as warm as the past previous days, but that hasn't stopped the imbibing. They've got the beer snake going. The plastic cups.
People in some very entertaining dates on Bridge Road last night.
It is the season for it. Hassan bowls. Smith lashes out, pulls just over the field at square leg, and he gets himself his first boundary. Smith could be contained no longer. He hit out, and the clearance was just there. An Azito boundary all day, every day.
It was just above helmet height, actually, so he had to go up quite high to control it, and Pakistan thought that they were in with a chance there. They have a fielder just in front of square leg. They thought for 1 second he may well be in business, but he got it well enough. Just as we were saying, he hadn't hit one, he's got one.
Hassan on the follow-up. Smith correctly defends back down the pitch. The lead 175. Will obviously take as many as they can get, but just thinking through, somewhere in the mid-250s will be hard. So Pakistan's first innings 264. Just a fraction unclear how it'll play on the last couple of days, this particular pitch. Hassan pitches up and is defended by Smith. So at the end of the over, 4 for 121, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smarter gardener. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg and Jabir.
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with up to 85% off cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery.
Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's all we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Here for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins in, Damien Fleming in as well, Ian Smith staying put. The fourth time that Smith and Marsh have added 100 plus in Test cricket together. Complementary skills on display this afternoon, and we're into plan B or plan C. Bouncer war. Afridi in, bowls to Marsh, bumper to start. So to set it up, there's the forward square leg deep, not all the way back, but most of the way back. The deep backward square on the rope, the fine leg on the rope. The catching square leg about 15 metres from the bat, just in front of square. And the mid-wicket more conventional, and on the offside, the fly slip most of the way back and the deep backward point 3/4 of the way back.
It's an interesting feel, but it's not working, and the reason why is because Shaheen Shah Afridi is overdoing the bouncer in terms of height, and has just been told by Joel Wilson again that that's one for the over to Mitch Marsh. So he's used it up early, he can't do it again.
So he's round the wicket from the southern end to Marsh. It's fuller and defended out to the offside. Flem, we saw loads of this when we were covering the Ashes earlier this year. But it tended to be, what would you say, rib to armpit to shoulder.
It was good accuracy. Yeah. Because, if you bowl that one bounce early in the over, you're giving a lot away. But England and Australia were able to get a lot of deliveries around that shoulder height. And no one really played it well, did they?
I think in that Lord's Test there was like 12 wickets fell to short bowl, something like that. Afridi again, bowls to Marsh. It's full enough that he can push it down the ground off the front foot for one. Just down to mid-on, Marsh to 66, the lead to 176, 4 for 122.
It's a nice plan, but it has to be accurate in the way you implement it. And so it's gone out the window already. 3 balls in. He did it in 2 balls last over because he's not getting the height right. And once you get the height right, then you're okay. You bring those players in. As soon as you don't, you get into a situation where your field's not set for their line. You can't link your can bowl.
Plenty of singles.
Field remains the same for Smith, but he's back over the wicket. Freddie bowls, short ball. Smith rides the bounce down the backward point for one. He's 33, 4 for 123. Just to go back to that England experience, Australia fell for the trap the same way that England did. So they both had bad days.
I bagged England, the batsman.
I do.
That first day, and then had to equally bag the Australian batsman the next day.
I think England lost about 8 for 100 from a very, very strong position.
And I felt like Australia had nothing else to go to. That was their last one. If England could just ride that out, what were Australia going to do? And they took it on. And it was costly.
All Marsh play it. It's full and wide and slapped and carved and 4. Marsh on top of the bounce. We said it when he was batting in the first innings. Through point and just behind point. He is such a force. Marsh advances to the 70s from 96 deliveries, 4 for 127, lead 185.
Well, it was his demise, wasn't it, in the first innings? He got caught at backward point, but his majority of his shots today have gone well in front of point. He's seeing it earlier, he's expecting it, and he's nailing it.
That's not the type of ball for this field. So you've just got to be able to deliver to the field that's set for you.
10 falls for Marsh for Azito all day, every day. Shaheen again to him here. There's the second bouncer of the over. To complete it, he knew it was coming because it was the last ball of the over. He ducked early. It's 4 for 127. Marsh 70, Smith 33 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Long drive ahead? Make sure you check your tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Our experts are Damien Fleming and Ian Smith for In-Place Living, creating homes for people to create memories. It's going to be Amir Jamal, who's had, well, an eventful middle session. Had 3 boundaries taken from his first 4 balls. Then beat Marsh on 3 occasions, caught his outside edge, had him dropped at slip inexplicably by Abdullah Shafiq. All told, none for 32 from 5 and gets an opportunity from our northern end. Into Smith. Bowls here, 2 slips to gully. Smith pushes down to mid-on, no run. So no field spread for Jamal, who, as it turns out, has been the quickest of the bowlers we've seen, but they're not going to go the short stuff here.
I would have thought he was probably the one most likely to be able to bowl to that bouncer field. Not quite as consistent, but he's quicker and bouncy than the other Pakistan fast bowlers.
I've noticed he takes like half an over to settle this guy. I mean, he's only new. He's very, very new on the block. But he takes a little bit of time to settle into his work. And he goes for boundaries early, particularly players like Marsh get him.
Bowls to Smith, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
He tends to bowl width in the first. I'll just be interested to see in the development of his career how he starts his spells, because that's been a bit of a trend.
Well, that first over he bowled 3 half trackers outside off stump that went for 4, but then bowled 3 crackers. The extremes were extreme, but, you know, I think there's something to work with there for Pakistan. So I'd say he'll get more refined with the more cricket he plays, and he gives every ball 100%.
A bit of depth as well when Naseem Shah's back, and experience in Australia invaluable. Bowls again to Smith across his stumps, through the leg side, through mid-wicket, where there is a gap. He's timed it well towards the Australian dugout. Well, return for 3. Smith 36, 4 for 130.
They've starved Smithy of that shot. He loves it, doesn't he, being able to whip through the leg side. They've been tempting him just outside off stump. But once again, as Ian Smith said, just takes an over to warm up to get it right. And instead of width outside off stump, he gets too close to leg stump. He pays the price.
The cloud's out. The ball should still look reasonably new based on what we've seen so far in the Test match. Both sides had balls that looked in pretty good nick. So it should be conditions we're seeing.
Was it 39th over? Yeah, you think that it could still be swinging around.
You get to see any real evidence of it in this session. Jamal's got 2 slips for it. Now 2 men back on the leg side with Marsh on strike. Bowls to him here. Marsh steers. Wide of the man at gully, in complete control. Deep backward point does the tidying up at around third man. Marsh to 73, make that 72, my apologies, with a couple. 4 for 132 the score, lead 186.
Well, we were talking about it during the tea break that it had to be the hour after tea, otherwise they're basically, and I'm saying this out of record on this pitch, and touring teams in the fourth innings basically out of this test match. It would be against the trend for them to get 240, 250, 260.
Remarkable how different this test match feels one full session on from where they were at 4 for 16. They were leading by 70 at that point. So much strife. Jamal bowls to Marsh, who defends to cover.
And the ball was hooping, wasn't it? Alex Carey with no real form with the bat to come in. Aussie tail. That could have been a very low total by Australia.
For about 10 minutes, it felt 3-day test.
Okay.
Felt like, they'll be chasing 120. It could be over,
Pakistan could have been batting by now,
Yeah.
They could have been batting by now, chasing a very, very meagre total to even the series. That's just how fine that was, that moment, that real moment.
Shafiq put Marsh down on 20. Bowls to him here, and he's cut in half by Jamal. It doesn't miss the off stump by far. Rizwan takes it diving away to his left. Something to work on there for the right armour. 4 for 132 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. The lead 186.
Create a home for the holidays with Oz Design Furniture and save up to 50% off selected items. Hurry, sale ends Monday. Oz Design for life. T's and C's apply.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
It's third session for Liquorland. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. That point you made before, Smithy, about away teams chasing. Pakistan zooming out. They've won 4 times here, going back to 1964 when they were first touring Australia. It's such a high mountain for them to climb at the best of times. Batting fourth against this Australian bowling lineup, they needed it to be a quick kill. Doesn't feel that way now. Marsh has faced 100 deliveries for his 72. Smith 107 for his 32. They're set.
Different tactic again.
Yeah, they've changed the field. Afridi over the wicket, around the wicket, my apologies, to Smith, who leaves it through. But yeah, as you say, Flem, we've got back to the conventional 6-3.
Yeah, I like it better from Pakistan's perspective. Coming around the wicket, he can still angle the ball away from Stephen Smith, who's, he's not in form. But it's been an important innings to play second fiddle to Mitchell Marsh, whose innings has flowed. He's getting really tested just around his off stump, isn't he? He's not as confident when to leave, when to drive hard. They've kept away from his pads. They've really dried him up.
They brought in that catching cover as well for Australia. Got a wicket earlier today. Shaheen to Smith, disciplined on the fourth stump line, lets it through to Rizwan.
Frustrating thing for Pakistan is that they've won so much of this test match. So many periods of play they've dominated, and the very small ones, the small ones that they've lost, have cost them so dearly. This time yesterday, when they were batting, they lost a procession. Pat Cummins was brilliant, and again, just prior to tea, they lost a big moment.
Shaheen up round the wicket, southern end to Smith. He drives to the man at mid-off, just wide of him, but he cuts it off Shan Masood. It was around this time of day, wasn't it? The final
exactly, where it changed for them.
The Cummins caught and bowled Flem, that half opportunity, athletic in his follow-through, and it
was
changed
an
the
amazing
game.
Catch. Yeah. I mean, Cummins grabbed the ball, just sensing we've got a strike here, and we've got a test captain who now can decide that himself, grab the ball and be able to change momentum, which he did.
Different kind of day here. It's cool. It's jacket weather. Lights are on. Shaheen bowls. Smith inside edge. Gets it out through mid-wicket, or at least the inside part of the bat. Gets one. Smith to 37. Not far from sneaking through. Watching the replay back here, it was inside edge on the front pad, actually, which is why it ballooned out to mid-wicket. 4 for 133. Our replays for titanium caravans, built tough.
But I certainly hope they can play more test match cricket, because I think there's been a lot of positives for them so far. I think the perception was Australia was going to, thrashed them, in particular Perth, but I thought they fought really hard but had to bat last on a really tough pitch. And Australia will probably go on to win this test match, but they were probably one drop catch away from being a sniff to win.
Shaheen bowls to Marsh, who drives square. But just in front of point. The man at catching cover chases after it in the end. The sweeper from deep backward point does the collection work. Moves up to 74, Marsh with a couple. 4 for 133. I mean, yeah, the lack of test cricket for Pakistan is glaring. It's their 5th test match this year. And it doesn't get an awful lot better than that. You look through the World Test Championship and what they have to come. There isn't a lot. They've got 2 test matches against Bangladesh in August, 3 against England in October, and then the year after that, 2 against South Africa, 2 against the Windies. I mean, it really is sod all.
The big blank is obviously if India and Pakistan were playing each other in test match cricket, I mean, it doesn't get any bigger, does it?
Definitely worth revisiting. Shaheen bowls. He squares up Marsh, hits him on the pad. Umpire Wilson gives it not out. Shaheen passes Marsh and walks straight to Rizwan. He wants them to at least consider a review. Body language of Shan Masood is it too high? 8 seconds, 5 seconds. They are going upstairs.
They're going.
Right, so
the bowler's keen, but we know with their follow-through, they can never be totally confident from the bowler.
So to set it up, how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise for the shout. The third umpire, Richard Illingworth. Hopefully he's in his chair, Smithy. He didn't get lost in the lift again.
Man, what a weird day it's been.
Let's play some elevator music.
IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13IMAR.
I think it's worth a gamble, and the reason I think it's worth a gamble is that they're not getting in any other way at the moment.
You reckon the cricket gods might look after them?
It's ruthless enough to suggest, and I think it's going to be high again because it's hit him high up on the pad. He's such a tall man that the odds are it's going to be going over the top, and it was given not out, so they won't even get umpire's call in his favour. But yeah, I understand why they're desperate enough to do this. What is he, 6'6", 6'7", Mitch Marsh has hit him on the crease line, folks, and it's hit him on above the knee roll on the up.
So here's the projection. 2 reds at the start, no concerns there for Pakistan, but it's going over the top. As you foreshadowed, Smithy, by, well, I would have missed leg stump as well, truth told. So the review is struck off.
The DRS over the years has hurt fast bowlers, hasn't it? It's helped spinners. They've got more LBs, but the quicks are generally going over.
It completes the over as well on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, 4 for 135.
The Kogan.com unboxing sale is now on, and Kogan.com are tearing up the prices so you can tear into boxes. Don't miss out. Kogan.com, clicking awesome. Take care around a crash on the Westgate Freeway. That's inbound before Williamstown Road. Speed and lane restrictions are in place there, so be sure to drive with care. Ready to play by your own rules? Powerball's massive $20 million draw is on tonight. Buy in store, online, or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. And the Hurricanes take on the Stars in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Mission on day 3 is for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We're getting a change of gloves. In fact, there've been sort of 2 changes of gloves there. Steve Smith did one, then Mitch Marsh. I'll have one as well, please.
Well, it's only little things, and we sound like grumpy old men at times, but they had a whole review to change their gear. And now we're sitting waiting up here. Umpires are... I mean, I know it's only 30 seconds a minute, but it happens too often.
Stop clock. We've got to bring it in. The stop clock. 60 seconds or 90 seconds between one over to the other.
Jamal to Smith, new over, away from us. Smith, short enough to pull, doesn't get much of it out to mid-wicket. No run. I mean, these one-dayers that have been played in the Caribbean last week had the shot clock for the first time.
What was the feedback?
A colleague of mine working over there said it worked fine. Pretty much the players responded to the price signal.
There you go.
And because it was too lenient anyway, they had to stuff up 3 times for it to affect them. And no one got pinned, right? Easily see a world, Smithy, where it comes to Test cricket. A version of it anyway, whether it's between overs or between balls or some mechanism that'll get the players working in unison. Bowling here is Jamal, and Smith top edge, goes over mid-wicket, running back with the flight is the fielder who was inside the circle, so to speak. They'll get back for 2. Wasn't far away from being a chance to claim that. So Smith pulling 2 consecutive deliveries, getting onto neither of them. He's 39 with a couple, though. 4 for 137.
Food for thought for... And it's twofold shots that have come from foolish deliveries, really, to me. I'm not sure he's picked the length up well enough to control it.
Oh, he's tried to make something out of that. It's short of a length.
So Jamal, what does he do next? Passes umpire Goff, bowls here. Smith, Fuller, driving, but straight to cover.
So why this should be a stupid question. I'm so old, I should know the answer to this, but why are you given timed out? I mean, why are you timed out as a batsman?
Because you're not...
Why is it there?
Yeah, what's the rule?
You're not faced up in the time limit.
And so where's the fault there? Like, you're taking time out of the game or whatever? Or
The idea
they're not
was,
really these days.
No, well, that's what I'm saying.
The law was brought in to avoid taking the you-know-what with getting towards the end of a day's play or manipulating the game that way. Where it took 5 minutes to get out there. That's when they brought it in officially in the 80s, I think it was. Bowling here again is Jamal, defending into the offside. No run. Before that, you
it never happens either. Like,
well, no, only in World Cup games.
It happened. Yeah. No, I just like the stop clock. I think Jason Gillespie, who's over there in the Ashes, was starting to time them in between overs. I think there was one up to 3.5 minutes between the last ball of one over and the first of another.
It was an absolute disgrace. Some of
that at Lords.
I mean, honestly, some of the stuff we saw at Leeds was farcical, and it was tactical as well. They wanted to drag the day out. In that case, England. Jamal bowls here, and he hits Smith on the pad. Big decision to make for umpire Goff. Turns it down. They went upstairs last over and lost a review. I just can't see them doing it again unless they're certain. Shahn's body language, as it was last time from mid-off, is, I reckon it's high. Last time he changed his mind at the last moment, and he won't this time. Week before shouts, how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Watching the replay, what do you reckon, Smithy?
Well, I think this has hit him outside the line of off stump playing a shot. That's my first impression of that. And and high as well.
I don't think it's him.
It's not even close, to be honest. And he got absolutely no support. I mean, no one even came towards him.
It's almost like you've got to hit them, unless it keeps really low, is on the back foot, under the knee roll.
And only the second test that Shah Massoud's been in charge for. It's not a process that he's that advanced in, making his mind up on these. Jamal again bowls to Smith. It's full and driven awkwardly past the stumps. He was trying to place it out to cover, and it kind of skewed out, and they don't get a single. But yeah, with the shot clock, I think how it would work in practice, my apologies, it's the end of the over. We'll come back to this. 4 for 137, the lead 191. Smith 39, Marsh 74 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
The end-of-year clearance sale is now on at David Jones. Take up to 50% off the SRRP of selected mattresses from Sealy Posturepedic. Offer ends January 28. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golfbox. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up in essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
We're here with Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Shaheen Shah Afridi. What's he going to here? Back to bouncer war? Kind of half bouncer war. 2 back for the short ball on the leg side and the man at deep backward point. But the rest fairly conventional. Around the wicket, bowls to Marsh, who cuts in front of point. Thumps it for 4. Mitchell Marsh again, just getting into position all the time in the world. Moves to 78 with his 11th boundary for Azito all day, every day, Australia. 4 for 141.
He's played that shot really well today, Mitchell Marsh. Bit of width outside off stump. Back foot going across, hitting down on the ball, right in the middle of the bat. And no one's hitting the ball harder in world cricket than Mitchell Marsh at the moment.
Moving through the gears perfectly. Lead 195. Shaheen to him again, and Marsh in the same direction. Might be the same result. Didn't hit it quite as hard. Cut off just inside the rope, and they'll be happy with just 2. So Marsh skips through the 70s, up to 80 now. 4 for 143.
Yeah, that wasn't as wide, was it, Colo? So that was more a back foot punch, which he hit a little bit inside out. That's what probably stopped it going for 4.
here with his family here. Nearly 40,000 people here at the MCG.
Oh, brilliant.
This could be a big moment in Mitchell Marsh's career. 39,256 at last count. All of our numbers for internet and mobile. How does Shaheen respond? 2 balls into the over. Pressure on him. Squares up Marsh. Defensively, soft hands, out to cover. No single. Yeah, just to go back to finish that point from before, I think the sense is from those who've been writing about it, the shot clock could be that there are 2 parts to it. One between balls and the other between overs. And the match referee has a pretty good handle on what that clock's doing, in the same way that they keep a bit of a stopwatch up there with over rates. So it's not hard and fast. There is flexibility given to the officials.
Yeah, but that's interesting that it wasn't harsh and they had 3 warnings, but they still committed to getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, that's right, isn't it? All you need is a soft signal, and it seems to work. Shaheen up and bowls, and Marsh defends to mid-on where there won't be a single. It's just one of those tweaks that feels inevitable. So with that in mind, it's a little bit like the front foot no ball. When they gave the front foot no ball line to the third umpire, suddenly everyone started bowling behind the line. There was that test series we did together 4 years ago, Australia-Pakistan in Australia, where poor old Naseem Shah bowled about 12 no balls. None of them were called. And what do you know? When he finally did take a wicket, his first in Test cricket,
it's not out.
It's not out because they weren't calling it. Shaheen bowls here and Marsh plays defensively to cover. And since they've brought that in, bowlers have just simply adjusted. And so would fielding teams if they had some measure in place to punish them if they didn't behave.
Yeah, I'd first start with in between overs. See how much you improve there, and then what about in between balls?
I mean, today we're 3 overs behind, and I doubt they'll improve on that, so we'll fall way short of the number of overs. 33 left in theory. I think the cut-off will be about 6:45. They'll get nowhere near that. Shaheen bowls to Marsh, defends down the pitch, no run, and that will be the end of his 14th over. He's got 2 for 56. They were both before lunch. Australia 4 for 143. Marsh 20 away from a ton. Smith on 39, and that's on the Drain Man scoreboard. Block drains. Call the experts. The Drain Man.
The demo event is on now at Berwick BMW. Take advantage of a limited time offer across the BMW demo range and enjoy savings equal to the GST, along with a 5-year BMW warranty. Get in fast and leave even faster in a BMW. Don't miss the Berwick BMW demo event on now. Seize the moment. Visit Berwick BMW on Coventry Road today. Offer must end December 31st. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Alal Financial Solutions. Our last over together, Flem, before I jump out and Gerard Whateley jumps in. Won't he be excited to call a Mitchell Marsh ton if it plays out that way? Smith on strike here. Jamal, northern end, bowls to the vice-captain, who prods it into the onside. Loud call of no. It will be no run.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Mitchell Marsh getting back into the team with an injury and taking it, playing with real freedom. And this 80 off 108 balls, you know, the strike rate goes against what the other batters have been able to do in this game. So it's not just the actual amount of runs that Mitchell Marsh has got to today. It's the actual strike rate.
That's a great point, Flem. 2 slips to the gully. Jamal in, bowls to Smith, works it off his hip 1. He's weighted it pretty well. No, they're happy with a single. He's 40, half of Marsh's score, 4 for 144. Since Marsh has returned to the Test side, his strike rate's 73. I mean, he's averaging in the 70s as well, but that's strike rate, the pressure.
Yeah. And you chuck that in with Travis Head.
Yeah.
That's a 5-6 that accelerating the Test match constantly. And, you know, just gives the bowlers so much more time to get 20 wickets.
And there's no criticism of Cam Green, by the way, but he wasn't doing that, right?
No.
He was doing a different thing.
No, overly technical. I think the times he has scored quick is when a declaration's been on.
Jamal to Marsh. Inside part of the back, quickish shingle to mid-on, takes on Shaheen through comfortably. 81 for him, 4 for 145. The lead 199.
And as an unselfish team player, Cam Green commits to that, but then starts launching bombs for 6, and you think you hope that where he's going to grow as a batsman, that he'll enforce his own time that he needs to go and not the game.
He's got a 50 ball IPL 100, doesn't he, Cam Green? So the ceiling's high on that front, but so far in his
and his bowling, and then what about the gully? His fielding.
Jamal again, this time to Smith in the jumper, hits him on the pad, but that's going down the leg side on the impression of the batter and the bowler. It was more the Corden who were keen. Much as it was in our conversation an over ago, it will be a bold call from Shan Masood to go up on.
Rizwan's, he's the one. The wicketkeeper's the one that controls this.
2 seconds to go and he does go. I mean, I've got to say, just based on the body language of Jamal, who really didn't go up, and Smith had no concerns at all, although, to be fair, Smith's not a particularly reliable
I think this has come from Rizwan, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah. Okay, so we go upstairs again.
Director, we have a player
for Imar, call 1-3 Imar, Richard Illingworth.
On-field decision is not out. We've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If you can have a look at front on, please.
So a second review, Shan Masood, big call. First replay doesn't look particularly good for Pakistan, I've got to say. Flem, what do you reckon?
Appear to be any bat there, but
It just looks like it's missing leg.
Hotspot, please.
A height's better for a change.
Okay, there's no bat.
Low on the knee roll, isn't it?
Hotspot, so let's have a look at RTS, please.
It could be Bale height, but I feel like it's missing leg.
Nothing on Snicko, so we'll go up to the projection in a moment.
Roll through. Okay, we've got daylight between bat and ball. And
it needs to be one of these. It's an illusion, right? We saw one at the
Yep.
World Cup with Smith that was a
ball
illusory.
tracking.
He's ball tracking. 2 reds, and it is umpire's call. So it's not out. Goes with the umpire on the field. It's quite a bit of the ball hitting the leg stumpy, in fairness, but Michael Goff, once again, he's made the call to go not out with the ball hitting the stumps, and it's broke against Pakistan. It stays at 4 for 145. The DRS 4. Centimetre perfect. 199 remains the lead.
Yeah, live it just looked like it was going down leg side. I like the length there from Jamal. It gave him a chance to get an LB or bowl Smith through the gate.
2 left in Jamal's over. Stuff happening when he's bowling. Gets it into Smith here, leaves alone on length. Not full enough, but, you know, in that channel, he's been okay.
Yeah. As Ian Smith said, it sort of needs that over to warm up. It's 140 kilometres. Yeah, he was pretty disappointed with that LBW not getting reversed. But I love how he put his energy into his action. You know, got it through to Rizwan. Excellent pace, good length again.
Watching the replay back here for Titanium Caravans, built tough. That did move back through the air as well.
Yeah, if your bowl's a bit straighter, there's a green patch just outside Smith's off stump.
Last of his over to Smith here, and Smith drives, but straight to cover. At the middle of the bat, but well fielded. It'll complete the over. There'll be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley in for me with Marsh 81, Smith on 40 Australia. 4 for 145 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
The Audi Summer Demonstrator Sale event is on now with exceptional opportunities on select demonstrator models at your Audi dealer until January 31. T's and C's apply. Take care around a crash on the Westgate Freeway this afternoon inbound before Williamstown Road. Speed and lane closures are in place there, so give yourself a little extra time if you can. The end-of-year clearance sale is now on at David Jones. Take up to 50% off the SRRP of selected mattresses from Sealy Posturepedic. Offer ends January 28. T's and C's apply. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, 4 for 145. It means the lead is 199. Mitch Marsh is 81. Steve Smith is 40. After a tight run thing in the previous over, Hassan Ali has been tossed the ball at the worn end of the MCG. He'll start his work to Mitch Marsh, who's advancing and slicing the ball across the turf out to deep point. And moving to 82. The lead is 200. And a couple of hours ago, that looked like a long way off, Damien Fleming.
Well, thanks mainly to, the Pakistan slips fieldsman, Shafiq in particular. But Mitchell Marsh, can't say he really was looking back at that, Nick. He's just been so proactive. His strike rate's been amazing. And Stephen Smith, it's been a battle But guess what? He's hung in there. He's batting with someone who's batting fluently, and he's doing a good job.
Sun bowls. Smith in behind it. Tip and run as he plays with soft hands to mid-on, and Afridi had no play. 4 for 147.
And the bowlers have continued to charge in there. Just hasn't been as much in it for them. But I think Masood, the Pakistan captain, at the end will go, well, you gave it all. But unfortunately, we didn't take all our opportunities.
Yep.
And they're missing a gun spinner. That would be what they'd be trying to unearth. I think these quicks have got a bit of potential. I think they need more ball speed when they're in the subcontinent, but when they tour England and New Zealand, South Africa, a lot of these guys will get wickets in those conditions.
So Hassan's in the mid-120s. He's bowling his 10th over of the innings, and Marsh is stroking him away to mid-off, no run. Salman bowled a handful of overs in the first innings. Took a wicket, might have taken a second one, but not having the front line spinner for the
No, if you had a left arm orthodox or a leggy, then Salman is a handy bat, and they're handy offies.
Yep.
They're not bad, but it's not Nathan Lyon.
No,
who's good off spinners. Sorry, any good spinner will enjoy the bounce here at the G.
Marsh plays on the back foot, returns it to the bowler. Lyon's taken four first innings wickets, and he's going to play a big role in the second. So not having the specialist spinner of quality is a gap in the attack.
Well, then the quicks are bowling less, and they can bowl 100% every delivery. But we can see now that their spells are getting shorter, their speeds are dropping down.
And the lead is growing. Getting out of Pakistan's grasp. Marsh on the back foot defends again. So keep in mind those flash points happened when the lead was 100. As Rizwan didn't go for the catch. In the next over, Shafiq drops it. So the lead was 100 when Australia might have been 6 down.
4 for 16. Take that catch. It could have been under 50. Because the ball was hooping, like the tail ender wouldn't have enjoyed the ball swinging both ways.
It was an incredible phase of play. Marsh tried to play across the line. It squirted out the wrong side to the offside. Nothing there for him. 2 from the over. 4 for 147. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
40 runs without loss in this session. 4 for 147. Smith is 41. Marsh is 82. Smith has the strike. And he's playing back, standing upright and carving a ball through backward point for 4. That left the blade sweetly. Smith picks up his second boundary. He's 45.
That's probably his best shot, isn't it? He was able to just use the pace from Jamal, controlled the stroke, hit it square of the wicket on the offside. It was just a bit shorter, so he could open up the face a little bit. They've actually bowled really well to Stephen Smith. They've been straighter and fuller, and he's looked very uncomfortable defending on off stump. But that's a beautiful shot.
Boundary for Zito all day, every day. 150 up for Australia in the 45th over. Smith on the follow-up leaves the ball down the leg side.
He's trying hard here. He's still bowling quite quick, Jamal. Still seems the one most likely with the older ball to bowl that wicket-taking delivery. The LB shout last over from him wasn't far away.
You all felt as you did live, it felt leg side, and then it was much closer in the projection. Jamal, this is his 9th over, none for 45. He bowls to Smith, who's in behind. They thought about the single, but don't go. So the bowling readout from a Pakistan perspective. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 14 overs, no maidens, 2 for 56. He got the 2 wickets at the start. Khawaja for a second ball duck caught behind, and Labuschagne caught down the leg side for 4. Hamza, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 15. He struck with consecutive balls after lunch. Warner bowled at the bottom edge for 6 and head a first ball duck. An absolute cracker of a delivery. Smith is leaving outside the off stump. Hassan Ali, 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 26. And Amir Jamal is in his 9th over. No maidens, none for 45. He was the unfulfilled bowler from the edge of Marsh that Shafiq dropped. So 4 for 151. Pakistan looking for their king bowler of the match, Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. To come in the over. Jamal heads off bowls. Smith jams down on the ball, coming at the off stump. In the experts' chair for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Chris Rogers. Hello, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Steve Smith just, I think you can hear him scratching the pitch. He just got his spikes caught in the pitch and just fell into the ball there.
So there's been a lot of ungainly stuff.
Yeah, it's not. It just hasn't been natural for him today, has it? Just so interesting. You watch one of the best players in the world in full flow at times, and you think that's just how he bats every time. But today he's searching hard.
He's playing the ball out to cover to close the over. No run to be had. 4 for 151, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event on now. Certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles. Now from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event on now until 5 p.m. Saturday. Just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Blue sky breaking through as the clouds part again over the MCG. It's been that sort of day. Mitch Marsh is on 82. Hassan Ali bowls to him. Guides the ball to cover. So they've got a cover and a forward point who's close in. They're pretty tightly packed there, as well as the sweeper in the deep. So it looks like a safe harbour, doesn't it? A lead of 200 when things were totally awry at 4 for 16.
Yeah, the danger seems well and truly past. And it looks flat now. It almost looks like they'll have to make a mistake to get out.
Hassan bowls to Marsh, who stands tall and knocks it to the short cover, no run.
Which is, I mean, Pakistan will be absolutely kicking themselves because this pitch is probably getting even better to bat on. If they could have got that 5th wicket, and then even though it's flat, you're probably thinking Carey at some stage will give a chance, and then you're into the tail, and they're not going to be perfect. But as it is, they've still got 2 of the top 6 in who are looking well set now.
Marsh has 82 to his name. He's playing back and he beats the cover this time. He'll pinch a single out to mid-off. 3, 4 for 152.
I don't know if you've spoken about the technique of Shafiq when he went for that catch.
No, tell us, because you've been studying this in the back of the box.
Yeah, just having a look at how he tried to catch that. In the end, his right elbow, which is his back elbow really, because the ball came to his right side, and usually, you're swiveling to your right when you're taking that catch.
Hassan over the wicket, Smith leaves.
But his right elbow was actually above his hands. And from that, it's almost hard to give, go with the ball. So he's kind of got these hard hands. It's hit the hand and then ricocheted forward towards second slip. Usually you'd have your kind of elbow just below the horizontal and then catching it and swiveling it. You're almost kind of doing a little pirouette as you catch it. But he just stood there hit the hand, stop, and bounce forward.
Smith leaves.
And that just suggests to me that he's just not a good slips catcher. So the issue will be is, do they actually have enough good catches? And maybe, like even if you look at Bubba Azam, he's in there now, but he didn't want to be in there. The captain, Masood, he's at mid-off, so almost like it's a matter of deduction who ends up in that first slip.
Last ball of the over. Smith is back defending to leg. 4 for 152, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
If you're planning to drink, plan a safe way home, as you never really know if you're under the 0.05 limit. Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. TAC.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
In-Place Living. Design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion. Because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golf Box. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up in essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
Bowl. Smith lashes out, pulls just over the field at square leg, and he gets himself his first boundary. Smith could be contained no longer.
And the wicket bowls to Marsh, who cuts in front of point. Thumps it for 4.
Smith has the strike. He's playing back, standing upright and carving a ball through backward point for 4. That left the blade sweetly. The Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break, the great Australian brew. Australia 4 for 152. The lead is 206. Marsh is 83. And Smith is 45. This partnership is worth 136. And so much more than that, Chris Rogers.
It is. It's been the best innings of the best partnership of the match, and from a time when it was 4 for 16, and you thought, Pakistan, they're going to win this game almost from nowhere, and outstrode Mitch Marsh, and he's played one of the great innings for his country. I think you think back to innings when it was Matthew Hayden and Andrew Simons, when they came together and played and had that partnership. What was it, Justin Langer and Adam Gilchrist?
Yep.
Down in Hobart. And here we have, a partnership that is going to win a test match from what looked like a losing position. And, they'll get a lot of credit for that. And I think Pakistan will just be absolutely kicking themselves. They had a chance here and they've just missed it.
45 runs added so far in this session at the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break, and the really only moment of concern was a review that was actually closer than it looked live. Smith survived on an umpire's call. He'd been given not out. He was on 40. Jamal had been the bowler. Michael Goff gave him not out, and it swung on umpire's call on the leg stump.
There was an earlier review too, wasn't there, when was it Smith left the ball?
They didn't go on that one. Afridi got Smith high up on the pad, and because they had the full 3, maybe it was Marsh. I haven't written that down properly.
I think
they
there was
shot one off. They didn't go on the.
I thought there was one where one of the players left the ball and it was hitting the stump, but it was umpire's call.
That was Marsh on 25. Marsh, after the drink spray, pulls out into the mid-wicket region. It pitches and lands. It is protected, so he'll be held to 2. 85 for Marsh. Yeah, so the quick sequence was Marsh was dropped on 20 by Shafiq and then played no shot when he was on 25. He was given not out and he survived on the DRS umpire's call.
Yeah.
So they kept their review there, then they burnt a review with a Freedy.
Yep.
And then used a more judicious review, which they've kept on the umpire's call. So they've been unlucky on a couple of occasions. Or one in particular. 4 for 154. Jamal is bowling and Marsh is opening the blade in his defence running to point, which has been left wide open. They've got the point sweeper and a cover. So that's a single every time he can find that. A 6 for Marsh.
I think it's getting to the point with Mitch Marsh, whether you try just a short ball tactic for a while to sustain one. Get someone in under the helmet at short leg, 3 out in the deep. And one definitely in front of square because he's got the 2 behind square, so every time he goes to pull, he's pulling in the air, but it's going in front of square into safe territory.
Smith's on 45. He's defending to the leg, no run. So there was a bit of cat and mouse around that as Afridi set up for the bumper attack. He bowled the first 2 balls and they were both called as bounces. He objected to the second one, but you've got no rights of appeal there, at which point they abandoned it. And then the next over, he started with the same setup, bowled a bouncer, disputed that, and they sort of balked at it from there.
Right.
So he couldn't get it chest or helmet high.
Yeah.
And they didn't stick with it long enough to see if he could make it work.
Even the different angle, though, that's the left arm angle. Have one a right arm angle, more maybe targeting the left shoulder.
Yep. Jamal has to clear the pigeons at the top of the runway. He bowls to Smith, who keeps a ball that the batter made it look like it kept low. That is what we don't quite know is how this pitch will play day 4 or day 5, do we? So we didn't get a look at it today because the covers were on. But there is a suspicion that there's some cracking.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of variable bounce, but it's not too bad. I think Smith made a bit of that, but I just think that the other difference is the spinner. That's
Jamal to Smith. Runs the ball to cover no run.
I mean, if you look at the Pakistan innings, 5 wickets to Cummins, and obviously he bowled the house down, but 4 wickets to Lyon. And I think we spoke about, Imam Al-Haq and Shafiq got through the opening spell, going well, and then Australia have the luxury of bringing on Lyon, who then breaks the partnership. And Pakistan just haven't had that, really. I don't think they've even tried it, have they?
No, Salman hasn't bowled an over in this innings yet. Sun through again at the G. Smith see the last ball of the over. He turns to the leg. There's no run at square, though. 3 from that over, 4 for 155, the Holman Industries scoreboard. For the smart gardener, Colo's going to jump in here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
The Hyundai 2023 SUV sale event is now on. Get a factory bonus of up to $2,000 on selected models. T's and C's apply. Visit your local Hyundai showroom today. Take care around nasty delays as a result of the Westgate Bridge works citybound, which have 3 lanes closed, speed set to 40 kilometres. Traffic is back as far as Williamstown Road, so give yourself plenty of time. Amart's Boxing Day sale is now on. Save big with up to 60% off a huge range of furniture, mattresses, homewares and more. T's and C's apply. Stores open late this week, so hurry into Amart. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins jumping in. Chris Rogers with me for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, Victorian coach. The MCG. Hassan Ali bowling from the Shane Warne stand end to Mitch Marsh, who steers through the cordon and advances to the 90s with a boundary. He spent a long time in the 80s comparatively, Bucky, and now he's galloping again. soft hands.
Yeah, I'm not sure he steered that one through the slip score, but even if they had a second slip in there.
Let's have another look here. Is it more a steer or more an edge? He's looking in that direction
when he defends. I said it before. His back hip and his back knee just come forward, and it causes his bat to go a little bit past the vertical, and that's when he edges the ball.
So Marsh in the 90s at the G. He made it there last week at Perth. He knocks it on the head down to mid-on here. 12 boundaries along the way. There for Rizito all day, every day. Sun's just come out again, and as we said all week, when the sun's out, it just feels like a different ball game, doesn't it?
It's like the rule in England. At the toss, you don't look down at the pitch, you look up at the sky. If it's blue sky, you bat. If it's overcast, you bowl.
Simple game sometimes. Hassan Ali bowls to Mitch Marsh, who's forward, defending to cover point. No.
Well, he's been in the 90s before in this series, hasn't he?
He rather threw it away last week. He just didn't give himself that opportunity after lunch. He played an expansive shot to Shazad first ball after lunch on what would have been the second day, and had the middle stump bent back and threw his head back and smiled ruefully. And his family there that day. They're here as well today. Hassan Ali on the approach, and Marsh pulls out. In fact, that was a bit of a three-way thing going on here. So there was, I think Rizwan saw something at square leg. Then Marsh heard Rizwan, then the bowler pulled out. So it's all a bit of a shambles, really. But back to where they came from.
I reckon you'd be pretty happy if you were Jeff Marsh, wouldn't you? You've had a pretty good life as a dad, watching all your three kids. Because Melissa, she was a sports person in her own right, wasn't she?
Hassan Ali to Marsh here, he defends. I've got this memory of watching Jeff Marsh at Adelaide Oval. It would have been the day-night test match, the first one in 2015, where it was either Mitch or Sean was run out. I can't remember. First innings. I think they were batting together. There was a mix-up and one of them was run out. And it was all a bit shambolic and all a bit kind of like, oh, well, this sums up where they're at as players or something like that. And he kind of stormed off. He threw his head back. He couldn't believe it. I know Sean goes on to play a vital innings in the fourth innings there, making 50-odd on the final night. Bowling again here is Hassan Ali, defended by Marsh, and Hassan Ali throws it back through his legs at the bowler's stumps. Stephen Smith then, as he's fully entitled to do, indoor cricket style. Doesn't hit though. But yeah, seeing him then and thinking like it would have been a big part of him for a long time, I reckon. It would have been, oh gosh, these lads of mine, they're so close to cracking the code. And Sean gets back for the 17-18 Ashes, 200s there, a number of other contributions. Mitch comes in, a couple of centuries in the same series. Hassan Ali finishes to Mitchell Marsh here. Defence. We'll come back to that. 4 for 159 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Mitch Marsh 90, Steve Smith half of that. He's 45. The lead's 213.
Planning a summer road trip? Make sure to check the fire danger rating daily this fire season and stay informed by downloading the Vic Emergency app.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Back to Steve Smith. Between overs, we got more shots of the Marsh family in anticipation. Smith's turn against Jamal. Northern end bowls here. Hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before. Not as animated as they were with those couple of reviews just after tea, though. Goff turns it down and they won't go upstairs.
Yeah, I think they think that was too high, but he's bowling a pretty good spell here, and it's hitting that crack, which I think Pat Cummins hit to bowl Hassan Ali earlier in the day, and that's nipped back quite a bit.
Just interested in your perspective on this sort of father and son thing we were touching on in the previous over. So Jamal up. Smith's 45 from 137, and he defends a ball just. Goes back to defend off the stickers of the blade, reared up. We have seen a couple of balls, I wouldn't say misbehave, but really take off when bowling from the northern end. We'll see a replay here. Smith just went back for a conventional back defence and, hit him on the handle of the blade. Replay screen for Titanium Caravans, built tough.
One's seamed in, one's jumped. I remember watching the game, first test, when Marnus Labuschagne got hit. And you just watched the Pakistan team all look at the pitch for about 5 minutes. And you knew right then they had no chance in that last innings.
Jamal with the extra yard. Bowls to Smith with 2 slips. Smith pulls. What a great response that is from the vice-captain. Over the top of mid-wicket. Gives it everything. Gets a boundary. Steve Smith, one short of a milestone himself. He's 49. 4 for 163. That lead to 217. He hit that with authority.
Yeah, I think he thought, I've had enough of just nicking and nudging around here and copping them one on the handle. If I get something in my zone, I'm taking it down. And maybe we'll see a little bit of a fresh approach from Smith after that ball that kicked and hit him in the handle.
So the slow clap with Smith nearing that half-century mark. He's hit 3 fours. Jamal to him here. Smith leaves the lane outside the off-stump. Just at that previous point. I mean, your old man would have watched you play so much cricket. I know he can't be a bigger supporter of you than him. He used to send a lot of correspondence to people around the world and say how well you were going in England, making piles of runs in county cricket. WA
loves an email.
Does love an email. Subsequently for Victoria, and how much that meant for him. How special it was when you finally made it.
Yeah, and you're a parent too now, Collo. I mean that journey you get to go on with your child, it's going to be very special, isn't it? So
Jamal bowls to Smith down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Just in terms of him feeling like you had more to give, and I think they think it's the end of the over. There's 1 more to go. Going on that journey with you, watching you, following it so closely, and feeling like you hadn't been able to give all you could give until you were recalled to the Test side in 13.
Yeah, and also seeing your child realise their dreams. I think that's the other thing, isn't it? You'd ride the roller coaster with them. The privilege you'd get to go and watch in a Test match. It was funny because people say my mum would go to every Test match, but she'd never watch a ball.
Really? Jamal to finish the over to Smith, who goes back and defends that one up to the height that he thought it would be. Jamal's bowled 11 overs, none for 52. Australia 4 for 163 on the Drain Man scoreboard. Block drains, call the experts, the Drain Man.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. We're at Sunderasen, jumping in with Chris Rogers and me. Chris, so your mum was not watching any of the balls that you faced, despite being at all the matches. What was she up to?
I can safely say she wasn't in the bar. No, just too nervous. Too nervous to watch. Have her head in her hands while I was facing up, which I just find amazing. It's like my brother used to say, he'd often kind of listen on the radio, and he reckoned every time he listened on the radio, turned the radio on, I would get out. So I came to realise it was never my fault when I got out. It was always my brother's.
Was your mum here at the MCG 10 years ago for that special ton?
Yeah, she was here. Yeah.
Hope she stepped out of the bar for that one.
The ball ring.
Catching mid-wicket. Good time to bring Hamza back. Round the wicket, first ball to Marsh, and he flays him through the offside. Square driven for 4. Just gets on that front foot and goes bang. Marsh up to 94. One lusty blow away from a special 100 here at the G. 4 for 167. They lead by 221.
Well, he's fully in his groove, isn't he? That's just a wide half volley, a loosener from Hamza, and he's just given it the absolute kitchen sink. He leans back on those shots to give it the full power.
Partnership up to 151. All our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Hamza 2 wickets earlier. I'd love one now. Bowls to Marsh, goes back and defends down to mid-on. Sunderasen's with us as well. It's a nice feeling, isn't it? Feeling so invested in somebody's career that you are nervous watching them, as I'm sure Gerard is right now as Marsh gets to where he is. Who was it for you when you were a kid? Or even indeed as an adult?
Yeah, well, I had a cousin who played for India a little bit, because as you know, Adam. So 8 test matches that Katich played, I was heavily invested.
A lot of Victorians listening would remember when Dino was near enough back to the Aussie side. Hamza bowls to Marsh on 94. He'll make that 96 with a couple down to fine leg. Worked with some ease. Marsh now 4 away. 4 for 168. Make that 169, I should say. The lead's 223.
Michael Nisa for you too, wasn't it?
It still is, yeah.
It still is.
I thought we were speaking about the past. Michael Nisa is in the present.
A lot of cricketers with the Marsh surname are up now in that family area. They are waiting with bated breath. Hamza, 2 slips and a catching mid-wicket. A lot of space on the offside for Marsh, where he loves it. Hamza bowls here and Marsh defends somewhat awkwardly to mid-wicket. Back of the length. There is something nice about cricketers who become so part of the journey with as a fan or a supporter, and of course family goes to a whole other level. A game which is defined by failure most of the time, right? Celebrate the successes when they come.
Yeah, listening to Chris talk about what it was like to be the cricketer, talk about the other side.
Hamza up to Marsh on 96. He edges and he's taken it for a slip. What a snaffle that is. So much attention on the eyes of the Pakistan cordon when Shafiq put down Marsh on 20. They're going to check for the no ball upstairs, I suspect, but it's not going to matter because Mitchell Marsh's brilliant stay is complete. It came off the shoulder of the bat, diving away to the right, dragged in just above the turf. Mitchell Marsh made 90 last week on his home ground, 96 here. Salman, who's a fantastic catcher behind the wicket, he's moved to first slip in the nick of time. Australia, after a 152-run stand for the 5th wicket, have lost that wicket with the score on 169. Chris Rogers, dear me, so close.
Oh, just so disappointing. I mean, that will be one of the best innings Mitch Marsh ever plays in his life. Coming in at 4 for 16, Australia in all sorts of trouble, and he counter-attacked the whole way through. And on a pitch where Steve Smith, one of the best players in the world, has struggled, he's really driven this partnership. And cricket's a strange game, isn't it? He got dropped by an absolute sitter early on, and then it gets caught by one of the great... I'd say that's... Someone would probably put that in his top 5 catches. That was an absolute screamer.
Yeah, Mir Hamza back in the attack, and it does the trick. Game situation, Australia ahead by 223. That is a screamer. Macca's catch of the summer. Clean bowl your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac. And Pakistan get to celebrate their 5th wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. And Marsh would have thought when that was trending through, it felt like between first and second slip, I might get away with this. This could be 4 and 100.
That's the luck of the game too. That not even a foot, maybe half a foot further away, and that's 4 runs.
Okay, game changes. Alex Carey, 1 ball left in the Hamza over, defended out into the offside. Hamza, he's been excellent. 3 for 21 from 13. Pakistan need to strike 2 times in a hurry here. 5 for 169 Australia. Marsh gone for 96. Smith still there on 49 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
What's up, thrifters? Get set to save 50% on clothing at Savers on New Year's Eve. That's today until 9 p.m. at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Real adventure awaits with exclusive deals during the Opus Campus Summer Sale. We've added over $3,500 in value, so don't miss the chance to upgrade to a proper tough luxury. Find out more about these Ripper extras at opuscamper.com.au.
It's a catch that gets better with every replay. For Titanium Caravans built tough, I think the fact that it was Marsh on 96 meant that we were so focused on that at the time. But boy, oh boy, grabbing that one hand a couple of inches above the turf at a key moment in this game. And Marsh throwing his head back when realising that he was gone 4 runs short of what would have been his 4th ton. But this Melbourne crowd who booed him 5 years ago, they love him now, the Bison. Time for Smith. He's on 49. 2 slips, a catching mid-wicket, and he works it just in front of square where there won't be one.
I think when you play sport and you retire, you think back. It's the moments. You remember those moments that happen that mean so much to you. And Mitch Marsh will always remember this innings and the value of it. But the moment he would have had if he got to raise his bat, I think would have been one of the best ones he'd ever have in his life. So he'd be so disappointed.
Jamal up, bowls to Smith, who on his pad shout for leg before, spills into the onside. It could be his 50, it might be leg buys. I fancy the ladder. Looking towards Michael Goff. The crowd want 50, but no, it is a sundry. 5 for 170 to lead 224. There won't be a review for leg before either.
You were speaking earlier, Chris, about how your brother felt he was always responsible for you getting out. The Marsh family might feel the same about Mitchell Marsh and him not getting to 100. He got to 90 last week in Perth. They were there. And once again, here they are on Mars.
I actually think that was worth a closer look at that review. It might have been a bit high, but I think Jamal said it was going down leg. I'm not sure it was.
Seeing it again for Titanium Caravans, built tough. Jamal up, round the wicket, bowls to the new man, Carey, yet to get off the mark. Won't do so here with a defensive prod into the offside. It become a bit of a habit too, can't it? Getting out close to 100. It can become a little bit of a mental hurdle.
Did it happen to Steve Waugh? Was that a thing for him?
He had more Test 90s than there might be anyone to play Test cricket, something like that. Certainly for Australia.
Michael Slater was up there as well.
Michael Slater,
9 of them.
9, I think. Chris, you had 7 half-centuries in a row that didn't move to 3 figures without wanting to remind you of the ladder.
That's a world record, though. So
Jamal around the wicket, here to Carey, defending again. Doesn't get a single for it. Right at the middle of the bat, the defensive shot from Carey. I remember we were, I wouldn't say we were hoping you were going to get out in the press box, but we did think this will make for a really good story for us all to write if you do get out. What, out for 95 at Cardiff from memory? Something
yes,
like that?
95. It was to a Mark Wood ball that kind of one that he would bowl that seemed to be 10 kilometres quicker than every other ball that just kind of took off and took my outside edge off the back foot.
Jamali and Carey, Yorker digs it out. I suppose the good news there, Buck, was next week at Lord's you made a brilliant ton to set up a Test victory, so all's well that ends well.
All's well that ends well. We didn't win that series though, unfortunately.
One ball left for Jamal here. The importance of them getting another here. One more and they're into the bowlers. And sure, Australia's tails wag nicely through 2023. But one more and they open the door for themselves again. The lead's up to 224. Still got about 40 minutes of play tonight, something like that. Jamal finishes, bowls to Carey, who plays off the back foot out to backward point. There won't be a single. End of the over, 5 for 170. Australia on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled and a very unhappy man, I suspect. Gerard Whateley's coming in for me.
You made everyone else happy over Christmas. Now it's time to get yourself a present at Sexyland's famous Boxing Day sale. Up to 70% off Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, sexy lingerie, costumes, and loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
Take me now, Sexyland.
sad. Steve Smith's on 49. Hamza bowls to him. He leans on a ball to cover, no run. Just the injustice of playing that innings for the nation when it was so badly needed. And as he leaves the field, he is entirely crestfallen. So he gets no enjoyment out of setting Australia up from a perilous position. Just the agony of being 4 runs short, and it's etched all over the family. So Mitch, head tilted back, eyes closed to the sky. Jeff Marsh rocked back in his chair, hands behind his head. Sean Marsh can't even look at the field. Smith drives straight to mid-off, no run. And the crowd, who they know their place in all of this. It's not that everybody was here 5 years ago, but Melbourne owns that. It's a bit of a shameful moment. And this is a chance to make good against it. And everybody misses out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of ways to look at it. Gerard always used to say, like, better to get 96 than get a duck. But in this instance, what it could have meant for Mitch Marsh, I think, is just amazing.
Hamza bowls. Smith plays straight. There's a mid-wicket in place, no run.
And in so many respects, he deserved that.
Yep. Sport just doesn't give you what you deserve at times.
It's like watching the David Beckham documentary and what he went through when he got the red card for kicking out and the public beating he got, and then to turn it around. And I know it's on a different scale, but the booing Mitch Marsh used to cop, and now what a hero, you know.
Get the full circle.
Yeah.
He's been such a centrepiece of his days in cricket. Steve Smith drives directly to mid-off, so his milestone is just elusive at the moment as well. 96 runs from 130 balls with 13 boundaries, having arrived at the crease when the score was 4 for 16.
There are a few contenders for 2023 for Australia, aren't they, Gerard, for the cult heroes of Australia? And Travis Head led pretty much all the way in the last 6 months or so. But Mitchell Marsh, if he had got to 100 today, I think he would have just overtaken Travis Head and finished 2023 as the cult hero.
Yes. Like those were the stakes. Smith's on 49. Hamza bowls to him. He's in behind it, but can't find any space on the leg side.
Meanwhile, there's Steve Smith looking...
He's actually batting terribly. He went to hit a drive. He went to hit a square drive, I think 3 balls ago, and he scuffed it to mid-off, and then he was trying to hit, what the shot should look like. Then he went to hit an off drive, and it hit nowhere near the middle of the bat, and his bat kind of came down on a weird angle.
Hamza bowls and Smith defends. So we'll have to wait through the over. A maiden, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, 5 for 170.
The King Living Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed indoor and outdoor furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King Living showroom today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
To the cricket, cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Maybe a stiff drink in about 12 minutes' time. 5 for 170. Final crowd posted at 39,802. Carey says the first ball of the new over. He punches to cover. And it's a lovely piece of fielding to prevent a run. And Jamal has ball in hands. So that means the 3-day crowd stands at 146,842. And you would think, with the cricket offering plenty on day 4, that there'd be a healthy turnout tomorrow as well. the game state has taken a back seat. The lead is 224 with 5 wickets in hand. So this can still be a thriller if Pakistan can get through late. Jamal in on the pads of Carey. He played it away to mid-on, no run.
Just back on the Steve Smith innings. I think what's so impressive about it is he probably knows he's not playing that well, but he also knew the importance of being there to support what Mitch Marsh was doing. So if the worst thing you can do, I think, in that situation is get out and put more scoreboard pressure on the player who's looking to be aggressive, because then Mitch Marsh might think, I need to change my game or try and farm the strike or something. And it's better to, when you're looking up at the scoreboard, you don't look at your number, you look at the partnership number.
Yep. Jamal over the wicket, bowls, carrying the back foot defence. It's Hassan Ali who's taken up under the Warren stand, and he's delighting the crowd with his version of a warm-up. They're dancing along with him, so he's winning plenty of favour. For the well-lubricated crowd.
What makes you think that, Gerard?
Whatever are the signs of these things, but Carey is yet to score. He's got his own pressures building around him. Jamal bowls and defends the ball out to cover.
We went into that box yesterday, Gerard, to meet, was it Tony?
Tony.
From Henley Homes?
Yep.
And I actually met...
It's terrific from Hassan, who's dancing, hand on hip, arm outstretched, back and forth and back and forth. They're all in it with him. Sorry, mate.
I met one of the key members from the Barmy Army. He actually used to work for them.
Really?
Yeah, he was in marketing for them. And he said that the backing up day after day.
Jamal around the wicket now, bowls to Carey, who defends to middle.
Was just wreaked havoc on his liver. And you just look over and you think, there's probably a number of those who've been there every day. What are they going to feel like in a few days' time?
So now signing the mini bats that have been held over the fence. A quick way to become a cult hero. Amir Jamal. 1 for 52 from 13 overs. It's been eventful at times when he's had the ball in hand. 2 slips in place. Trying to remove the Australian keeper. Carey's beaten past the outside edge. They're asking, and they are denied by Michael Goff. No feather. 5 for 170 on the maiden over, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gun.
Ready to play by your own rules? Powerball's massive $20 million draw is on tonight. Buy in-store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. Take care around delays on the Westgate Bridge citybound thanks to works. We're seeing traffic back as far as Williamstown Road, so give yourself plenty of time. Get happy new deals at BWS like a 10-pack of Kirin Hero Ketsu lemon cans from $45, save $7. End Sunday, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Ball on the previous over, studying replays for titanium caravans built tough. No ripple on the line. So all eyes back to Steve Smith. He's on 49. Hamza bowls to him. Smith plays back down the pitch. He's faced 150 balls, Bharat. Now 151.
He's played 2 innings in this Test match, Gerard, which I don't think we'll remember very fondly. Neither will he, but 2 very crucial hands. The conditions were not easy at all when him and Manas stitched that partnership together on Boxing Day. Just as a neutral, what a moment it felt like when that 4th wicket fell. And Mir Hamza was running in for the hat-trick ball. The MCG was behind him.
So he's in again. He bowls to Smith. He can't find that run. So knocks it to the leg side.
And the collective sigh. It's not that every Australian fan here wanted Mitchell Marsh out, but when that catch went down from Abdullah Shafiq, I could hear a sigh. I think suddenly there was this excitement about this test match, this test summer, and it all just went down. And then it was the Mitchell Marsh show. And the dropped catch and that brilliant catch just sums up the ridiculousness and brilliance of Pakistan, doesn't it? That's just how they are.
It does. It would have been out for 20 and it was all academic. Hamza bowls to Smith. He tucks it off his hip and brings up a half century the hard way. There are times when Steve Smith has bent cricket to his will. This has not been one of those days, but it is a vital half century. And it has guided Australia to something that looks like safer harbour. 153 balls to get there, Simon Katich.
His second slowest 50 in Test career. The slowest was 154 balls in Lahore. So he just pipped it. But it's an innings of note because of the position Australia found themselves in today at 4 for 16. So don't worry about the balls faced. He's done his job beautifully.
Comes over the wicket when he bowls to Carey, who stands and punches on the back foot through backward points. He gets one, hairs back for the second. He has it safely as the throw's a bit wild.
Does this Steve Smith innings count as hard yakka? Just for my own Australian education.
Hard yakka, definitely. And even he would say that, given the way that it's been for him. But it's an innings of substance because he's fought through it, even though he's not been at his best. And I guess the other big part of this afternoon now is whether Gerard's going to need some therapy tonight after Mitch just fell short.
5 minutes till I go on sulk for a while. Carey wrapped on the pads. They're up and asking not to be. Joel Wilson unmoved. Hamza went a long way with the appeal. They've sort of given up on their system a bit. They used to gather. Now they're sort of stayed about 8 paces.
I think they're sick of seeing the ball just clipping the stumps and then it being umpire's call.
Oh, that would have missed.
Going down leg, do you think, Bharat?
Yeah.
You're our umpire.
You know, it's a bit too high in my opinion.
Yeah, up on the front of the pad. Yes, Crash has a lovely phrase for things like that. Dirty day runs, which I think is a lovely turn of phrase. So necessary for the overall cause. Hamza bowls. Carey was all jammed up on a ball that jagged back in at him. 5 for 173 at the end of the over. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
To the cricket, cheers Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 5 for 173 Australia, leading by 227 runs. Smith is 50, Carey is 2. Shaheen Shah Afridi is re-entering the fray from the members' end. 14 overs, no maidens, 2 for 56. He took those wickets in his first 2 overs. Khawaja caught behind for naught. Labuschagne caught down the leg side for 4. Afridi begins his new spell to Smith, who watches a wide delivery go by. Then it was Warner who fell to Hamza. Off the bottom edge of the bat, pull shot onto the stumps. First ball from Hamza rocked the middle stump of Travis Head. A beautiful delivery. And a 153-run stand between Smith and Marsh ended with an edge that was brilliantly caught by Salman on the dive that slipped. Hamza has 3 in a row. He's got the figures, 3 for 21. Marsh is the top scorer for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. It's been the tail after Australia turned 54 runs in front. Afridi around the wicket. Smith off his toes. Batted down at the short mid-wicket. Parried away to mid-on. No run.
How difficult is it, Simon, when as a batter you're struggling as much as Steve Smith is struggling, but just keep telling yourself, no, I need to I mean, there is the match situation and Mitchell Marsh is batting well at the other end. But to look ugly and still somehow hang in there.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Smith read the game situation beautifully because Mitch Marsh was going so well. He was just happy to keep hanging in there.
Smith rides the bounce of a ball, plays it out near gully, no run.
But now, once you're in for that long and face that many balls, he would expect himself, because of the standards he sets himself, to be a lot more fluent. And that's probably the thing at the moment. He's just fighting himself for that fluency. And you can see it in his footwork and in his hands at times. But it hasn't been an easy wicket to bat on, as we've seen. You know, there was that one over there where one ball really leapt at him off a back of a length.
3 balls to him, and Smith drives back to the bowler, shovelled away, no run.
So on those sorts of wickets where the ball does deviate, that's why it makes it so difficult to get your fluency, particularly with your driving when, you know, one ball nips back in, like we've seen a few times. The ball's nipped back in off either Jamal or someone like Hassan Ali, who's seamed it. And then the odd one nips away, and it's hard to get into any sort of rhythm when the ball's deviating both ways.
Deep point comes in, so too deep square. So just fine leg back. 2 in the over. Smith defends down the line of the onside. 1 more to come. So we'll spill into the half hour. Pakistan have fallen 4 behind the over rate. Since lunch. This is not having the spinner has been costing them a couple of fronts.
It's going to be an ongoing problem for them, because when you keep rotating 4 quicks for the bulk of the day and you're not, you know, rushing between overs, you're always going to fall behind.
Stats from Mate Internet and Mobile. Last ball of Afridi's over. He delivers to Smith, who strokes the ball to mid-off. He can't get a run there either. Australia 5 for 173, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. I'm done with sport for the day. I'm going to hit the car. Colo's going to come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Liquorland, a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, invites you to be part of the action this summer. To secure your spot in the stands, head to cricket.com.au/tickets and join us in celebrating the summer of cricket. If you are watching at home, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Shop in store or online. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Harms at Golden Arm today. Arrives here and bowls to Carey. He's in behind it, defending out to the offside. No run. I've got Simon Katich and Bharat Sunderasen for company. I think we're still deflated from the Marsh dismissal, but the game has moved on again. It stopped to an extent. There have been 3 runs made in the last half an hour, but if they don't get another wicket here soon, Kat, the partnership will get frustrating on the basis that it'll just creep. And at 2:27 as a lead, that's already a lot to chase in the 4th innings here.
Deflated is an understatement, Colo. Gerard's as flat as a pancake.
Arms the bowls to Carey, who plays it through the gap in the offside between point and cover. Nicely timed for a couple. Maybe even 3. Great running. Carey through to 5 with that, and it takes Australia to 5 for 176 lead, 230. Yeah, I had the sense that when he took over from me that it would take some recovery time.
Yeah, I feel for the Cat and Claire tonight when he walks in the door, because he's not going to be happy.
See those shots?
Cats might get kicked. And
yeah, it'll be like one of those batters when you get out, you just clear the dressing room.
Yeah. Who were some of those you played with, Kat? The dressing room clearing batters when they were making their way off after probably one of them, to be fair. Arms a pulse over the wicket, and Smith leaves alone the Croatian blood in you and all that. But tell me, who else was in that category?
Yeah, every now and then I got angry with myself, but I was generally pretty good. I didn't sort of throw my helmet or anything like that, or I never destroyed a bat, which is amazing, really. But given my heritage, but in terms of the worst, I reckon old mate Langer down there.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, he had some good blow-ups. He was a punchy little 5'2" Western Australian.
Was it of the more self-hating variety? Self-flagellation. How did you do this, Justin? Or was it a bit more external as Hamza bowls here and Smith defends? How did he express his emotion?
With plenty of anger and frustration. But Michael Bevan was up there as well. He was known for a blow-up, or going out and getting in the showers fully dressed in his kit and just turning him on full pelt and sitting under the showers on a seat and cursing himself and asking why he'd just done what he'd done.
It's good material for me. I've got Michael Bevan for a live show next week. I might use that. Arms are in, bowls to Smith. He's hit on the pad for a moment. I thought it was an outside edge. He was squared up. Harms has bowled beautifully. Smith on an even 50 from 162 balls.
Well, ask him about the day that his wife, Tracy, came to the front of the dressing room because one of the back windows in the dressing room was open and he was letting out the F-bomb a few times. And when I say a few times, I think it got to maybe into the 40s. And that's when Tracy had enough and she came over and knocked on the door and wanted to have a quiet word to her husband.
So it was audible around the ground.
And let me just say, I reckon he quietened down after that.
Here's the finishes. And Smith off the pad. That didn't quite get up, so he's adjusted well in the crease. Over complete, 3 runs from it. 5 for 176 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart Gardner. Smith 50, Carey 5 to lead 230.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Michael Bevan in the shower in his clothes. It's like a game of Cluedo. Here's Shaheen Afridi. New over here to Carey. Yet to really get settled into a rhythm. Such as it's been for a while now. Him defends the first ball into the onside no run. We had that classic graphic flash up on the screen. Between overs for Titanium Caravans built tough. The highest 4th innings chase at the ground we're at. We seemingly get that every test round. 332 if you're wondering. That was in December 1928. 28-29 Ashes where Australia set England 332 and they got it 7 wickets down. Pretty good names on that scorecard. Shaheen Afridi bowls here and well forward defending into the offside is Carey. Herbert Sutcliffe made 135. Opening with Jack Hobbs, they put on 105 for the first wicket. Contributions from Jardine, Hammond, Patsy Hendren. I know you like him, Bharat.
I love Patsy.
Yes, the Australians lost that test and got thumped in that series. Bradman's first in the Aussie team.
Now, did Sir Jack Hobbs make about 60,000 first-class runs?
Spot on. No one will make more than Jack Hobbs. And here is Shaheen Afridi, and he beats Carey with one that angles in and tails away. That is precisely what Afridi is trying to set Carey up with. Still trying to find his way in this innings. Jack Hobbs, 61,670 runs, 199 first-class centuries, which got adjusted up. It was 197 for a long time. Then they found a couple down the sofa next to the old chocolate wrappers. 2 that he made for a side that played, if I recall correctly, what was then Ceylon. 1 or 2, and they go, they're first class, they'll do, they're in. And 273 other scores above 50. Afridi bowls, leaving alone is Carey. That's short and wide outside the off stump. 834 first class games. Took a while to get going too. I don't think he played a lot for Cambridge.
834 first class games.
And there could have been more. Like he didn't play much when he was a younger fella. He played in Cambridgeshire for the minor county side, and he was spotted by Surrey when playing against them. You'll come over and you play with us, and missed years through World War I as well. Of course, didn't play between 1914 and 1919 when they came back. So it could have been even more than 199 first-class centuries, and 15 of them for England. One of the great test openers. Shaheen bowls here to Carey, driving out to mid-off, no run.
And is the last man to get 100 first-class hundreds Mark Ramprakash?
He'll be the last as well.
Yeah.
He was the 25th, wasn't he, Baz? Ramps, and in order to get to 100 hundreds now. I mean, what did you finish with, 60 or something like that?
I think it was around high 50s.
High 50s. Bucky finished with 76. He made his 75th and 76th in his last first-class game. Langer...
Can I round up some of my 90s? I reckon I had about 20 of them.
Let me do it. Jack Hobbs, fine. Do by the couch.
Yep. Afridi to finish here. We'll come back to this. Carey defends out to mid-off. End of the over. 5 for 176. Smith is 50. Carey's 5 to lead 230 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
With NHP's N line of electrical enclosures, you can save without compromising on quality or performance. Thanks to the workability of ABS material, N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes are easy to install, drill, cut and modify. So it's a breeze to customise to suit your specific needs. NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes help deliver efficient projects for a range of applications without breaking the bank. Get NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes from your local electrical wholesaler.
Our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile, just to finish that thread. Langer 86 first-class hundreds. Lehman 83. Ponsin 82. And at the bottom of that list, so it's a pretty good list to be on. Chris Rogers 76. Brilliant first-class career. Yeah, twin tons in Bucky's final game for Somerset. For about 5 minutes, they were leading the county championship on the final day. Then Yorkshire and Middlesex cooked it up and got themselves a result, and Somerset missed out and finished third. 25 men have done it 100 times. Salmon bowling, bit of spin from the southern end, worked into the onside towards mid-wicket, no run. Hobbs 199. Hendren, Patsy, mentioned him before, 170. Wally Hammond 167. Big numbers. Salmon bowls, Smith leading edge. That's a bit off. Point of difference here, Salmon. He's caught magnificently Bharat through the series. Took an important wicket on day one, David Warner. Good all-round test cricketer. Bowls here, Smith. Works into the man at short leg, deflects it up. No dramas there, though.
I haven't seen him fire with the bat, though. 2 test hundreds this year.
And back at long on for Smith. Not going to hit it there. He's just knocking it on the head all day long, as you would expect at this stage of the day. 20 minutes until the close, all about occupation here. A test that for a little while thought might be finishing in 3 days. Now may go 5, who knows. Salmon bowls and Smith. Past mid-wicket, doesn't quite thread it through.
It was interesting because I reckon this morning I heard one of the players get interviewed saying that they thought the wicket was going to get better.
Salmon to complete his first over. It is a maiden. Smith forward in defence again. 5 for 176 remains the score on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
All golfers miss-hit a putt from time to time, but Odyssey's revolutionary AI1 urethane insert delivers more consistent ball speeds, even from off-centre hits, and leaves putts up to 21% closer to the hole. Sink more putts with AI1 from Odyssey, the #1 putter in golf.
McCafe is the place for iced coffee. The place where rich iced lattes, cool long blacks and deluxe iced coffees are just chilling. Whatever flavour you're feeling, drive through for an ice-cold coffee at McCafe today. Available at participating restaurants.
1 wicket and 69 runs in the session. The wicket, I'm afraid to say, if you're just tuning in, Mitch Marsh for 96. Sun back out at the G. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls to Carey, deflecting down to the gully, no run. All of our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. I suppose that was the beauty of when the championship, county championship, there were so many games per year, 27 a year, and you played a lot of cricket over there when it was one division, and you could rack up so many hundreds in a season if you got on a roll.
Well, and yeah, and back in the day, there was a lot of 3-day cricket, which meant there was contrived results at times, which meant there was lob-ups. And that was a party time for the guys that opened.
Carey facing Afridi, defending to cover. Just explain what you mean by that, setting up a game with lobs.
So one of the umpires out there, Michael Goff, actually played for Durham my year at Durham in 2000, and basically because there wasn't enough time left in the game, both captains agreed to try and set up a game on the last day. So they'll set a target, and it might be 320 off 80 overs or whatever it is. And to get to that figure, you obviously need to set it up with the third innings. So whoever's lucky enough to be in that position goes out there and they have to get 120 runs off 10 overs or whatever it is, and a couple of guys cash in.
Shaheen Afridi bowls here. It's defended off the inside edge by Carey, no run.
And basically a couple of part-time spinners lobbed them up to just be getting that scenario to where it does. But unfortunately for Goffey, he whacked a quick 50 or so, and basically the fielders are there just to pick the ball up from the boundary and throw it back, so they actually don't really field. He whacked one straight to Robin Smith at mid-wicket, and rather than let it go through for 4, Robin Smith caught it. And Goffey had to walk off, and he was dirty. He was so filthy, because that's not what was supposed to happen. He was supposed to get a nice little 80 not out.
Competitive to the end, Robin Smith. The Freddie bowls, bouncer, misdirected, Carey ducks it. They don't count those. They count the hundreds in the spreadsheets, but what would you call them? The dons of cricket scoring, the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Scorers, don't count the balls faced for those innings. So is it Mark Patini? He would have played a bit against him, and also
he was at Essex,
and also Glenn Chappell. They've both got 26 ball hundreds, and neither of them count for the balls faced.
I didn't know, because I know Tom Moody got a really record one at Swansea one year.
What a great ground that is, Swansea. Here's Afridi bowling to Carey, and he beats him. Stands up off the seam. He did that the previous over as well. He's still in the fight here, Afridi. Cannot throw in the towel with quarter of an hour to go. One more wicket, especially from a ball like that, will keep them fired up into day 4, Kat.
Yeah, and this is the technical challenge that Alex Carey's got with his game. This happens a lot to left arm over the wicket that's trying to take it away. He squares up, and a lot of it's due to his right hip. His front foot will try and go towards the line of the ball, but his right hip then tries to take him away to the leg side.
Very slow going since Marsh was dismissed. Afridi bowls and Carey skews it out just behind point. Keeps strike with a single. He's 6. Smith 50, lead 231 on the Drain Man scoreboard. Block drains, call the experts. The Drain Man Australia 5 for 177.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event on now. Certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles, now from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event on now until 5 p.m. Saturday. Just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
Coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan has celebrated 1 wicket in the session thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Salman, the spinner, maiden to start. They've brought up mid-off for Carey. They want him hitting straight and defends straight down the pitch here. Whole slew of messages when Mitch Marsh was out on our tyre power line. Big December deal sale. Someone there calling me a jinx. Never. There's context to that. Defending here into the offside, no run. I reckon I've burnt Mitch about 12 times in his Test career when saying things about how well he was going on commentary. So I'll have to pay that. 043390 at 11:16 for tyre power. Big December deal sale. Salman bowls Carey full and gets it over the top of the man at mid-on. So they've got their plan, Kat. He doesn't mind having a crack in that direction, Carey. Didn't clear mid-on by an awfully long way. He moves to 10. We'll see the replay here. It was more a checked drive. 5 for 181, lead 235.
Yeah, he just punched it beautifully over mid-on. Quite full. He just made sure he didn't hit it too flat, straight to that mid-on fielder.
Salman up, sun's out. Carey's defending. Crowd enjoying it. Carey's faced 32 balls for his 10. No hurry whatsoever. Time on their side. Bowls again, Carey. Pushing to mid-off for a quicker shingle. 236 down the lead. He's 11. Can they buy a wicket? Can they create a mistake? This is probably where they want a frontline spinner as well, right?
And particularly being -4 with the over rate.
Salman to finish his second over. Smith defends it down the pitch. So 5 runs from the over, 5 for 182. Third session to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland choose to drink wines. The lead 236.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Get up to a massive 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save $400 on Samsung bottom mount fridge with water dispenser. Now $1,098. Take a further 10% off already low prices on selected mattresses, adjustable bed bases, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Hot deals on lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. Plus bonus local delivery on purchases over $999. Save up to a huge 50% off rugs in a range of sizes and design. More in-store and online. Harvey Norman clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Alex Carey waiting for Shaheen Shah Afridi, trying to become our player of the day thanks to Big Lee. Willard with one more wicket here. Doesn't come from this delivery. Pushed into the offside, no run. Leading run scorer, Mitch Marsh. 96 of them for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
Just on Alex Carey's technique, Simon, after he was left out of the World Cup playing 11, must have spent hour after hour with Andy Flower, who's there as a consultant, assistant coach. Almost felt like he was remodeling his batting technique. He would spend hours just batting with the top hand and then just with the bottom hand. They would have at least 1.5 hour sessions.
Afridi from our northern end gets to the crease and bowls to Carey, well forward, defending to mid-off.
And I asked him about it before the Perth Test, like what he was working on. And he just felt like he'd lost the fluency, the timing with his batting, and he didn't say it was a remodel, but just trying different things to get that back. And yeah, they seemed very, very, they seemed to know what they were doing, obviously, but
Afridi in the sun. Shadows lengthening to Carey on leg stump. Helped round the corner. Moves to 12 with a single. 5 for 183.
Yeah, just watching him, and obviously we don't have the beauty of slowing it down and sort of freezing what he's doing, but it just looks like he gets very square on with his top half. And part of that's going to be because he's bottom-handed player. So as soon as that bottom hand takes over, and if you front shoulder for him, which is his right shoulder, if that starts breaking, then basically you in a really front-on position, which is fine for cutting and pulling because it's a bottom-handed shot. The danger is for driving, you're not in a great position to be able to drive through the line of the ball. It's not to say you can't do it, but you have to have quick hands to then adjust your bat plane. Whereas when you lead with your front shoulder and everything's just straight through the line of the ball and you've got a straight bat plane, you've got plenty of time.
Freddie around the wicket, catching mid-wicket in. Smith defends down the pitch.
And there was a great example last over after he'd been beaten. The next ball, he went to drive it and he was so front on and bottom-handed shot. He sliced it and played it inside out through backward point. Now that exact ball, he's looking to probably hit through cover or wide mid-off. And the problem with the ball going to backward point is, yeah, he doesn't get out to it and he gets a run, but it's the confidence that he doesn't get from hitting the ball exactly where he wants, and that becomes part of a problem because then it becomes a mind game. And I know, having been through it all myself, when you're not hitting them where you want to, you then lose confidence to really hit the ball hard because you're second-guessing yourself.
Freddie bowls to Smith across his stumps before defending it. How hard is it to tweak once you're in the national team? I mean, I think we sort of see the side when it's all set, that the coach is more there to guide them and to facilitate. I know Andrew McDonald talks a lot about that, but from a technical perspective, tweaking mid-series or mid-summer.
Yeah, it's hard to do during the summer, but I guess you've just got to have little cues that you can try and keep in mind when you're out in the middle, and then you just groove them in the nets. And that's why you spend hours in the nets trying to groove things. But then once you get out in the middle, you just switched on for the ball and you have to forget about the technical stuff.
Freddie finishes to Smith, who knocks it on the head, out to mid-off, ends the over, 1 run coming from it, 5 for 183. All our stats on SEN Test Cricket are for Mate Internet and Mobile, and our coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golfbox. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up in essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
We've had one Macca's catch of the summer this session. Clean bowl your taste buds with the Chicken Big Mac, and that was courtesy of Agus Salmon, who's bowling now. Great catch at first set to get rid of Marsh on 96. Go! Shout for leg before, not quite to Carey. Ballooned up into the offside. There was no silly point, but no concerns.
Is it even the angle at which his bat is coming down these days, Simon? Like, it seems to be coming from almost a gully.
Carey slipping a leg slip, facing up and defending the cover.
Yeah, so you're spot on. His bat's pretty much out towards gully, and then he has to bring that bat playing around sort of in a circular motion to then get it to play straight down the line, compared to when you got a straight bat and you can just go straight through the line with your hands.
Salmon give them something. A bit wider on the crease. Carey forward, nearly slipped through. That was the one that goes on with the arm. Out to slip it goes, maybe via an inside edge. Either way, he's fine.
And the drive you spoke about, that was his strength. I mean, throughout his career, driving through the offside. If anything, he's had to work on his onside play.
Solomon. Shane Warne stand behind him. Bowls here. Carey more expansively. Drives and beats Smith off. Got it just straight of him for a rare boundary in this final session. Well, rare at least since Mitch Marsh departed. 5 for 187 the score. That's the first time Carey's found the rope. He's 16. Our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile.
Yeah, that was right in the slot, and Alex Carey just punched that beautifully past mid-off, and the bowler, it was exquisite placement.
Will help with confidence. Salmon again. Carey back defending with bat and pad close together to the offside.
I just wonder, because he's spent so much time trying to work on his white ball game to obviously get back in that white ball team, I wonder whether clearing his front legs played a part in all of this, because he does open up that hip a lot.
Salmon to finish his third over. Carey driving again on the up to cover. No run, but no dramas for the South Australian, who's 16. Smith on 50. The partnership's worth 18. 5 for 187. Lead 241. Play of the day. A number of candidates for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment. If you Drinkwise, I suppose Mia Hamza going bang, bang, knocking over Warner and heading consecutive deliveries will be a strong candidate for that. Now apparel for Ringers Western on our coverage. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep Bharat Sunderasen cool this summer. Always a stylish Baz.
And it's also a question for you, another question for you, Simon. Sorry, I'm nerding out here. When you are a punchy player like Alex Carey, just compared to someone who waits on the ball and plays it really late, I guess so much has to go right when you are that kind of player who's always going at the ball, right? Everything has to fall into place.
Spot on. And that's where these last couple of wickets haven't been like those sort of wickets where you can go at the ball. You have to wait for it because it's deviating. There were cracks in Perth. There's been movement here. And the problem with that is as soon as you start reaching for the ball and then it's changed its course late, then you obviously get out in front of yourself and create openings for inside edge, outside edge, gaps between bat and particularly if your front foot's not going towards the line of the ball.
Here comes the short stuff. Change in field. Afridi around the wicket to Smith. Field spread on the leg side. Smith rides the bounce back of a length down to backward points. We've got a deep third man, quite square, not quite fly slip. Normally we've got the fly slip for this cat. Fine leg. A man round the corner, a deepish leg gully. Another odd position, but we'll roll with it. A deepish square leg about 20 metres inside the rope towards the city end. A mid-wicket who's giving him one but not two. And a catching mid-wicket. So a really unusual configured field, but they're working to some sort of plan. And now a silly point.
Yeah, they've just thought they'll lose the mid-on. There's no point if you're going to keep banging it in, lose mid-on.
So trying to get Smith to do something silly. Nearing stumps. Bowling here, bouncing here. Underneath it.
It's very reminiscent of the field that Neil Wagner bowled to Steve Smith. I think it was at the Perth Stadium a few years ago in that test match. I've obviously looked at the footage of that and thought, you know what, we'll use this as a plan when he gets set and we try and unsettle him.
Quite a lot of data on this, isn't there? I don't know, Joey Kimber, our colleague on SEN Test Cricket during the Ashes, was crunching these numbers about just the sheer volume of times that Smith has been caught in that part of the ground. Afridi bowls here, bounces up and he's caught in the gully late in the day. Just what Pakistan needed. Afridi bends his back. Smith is hunched over his blade. He cannot believe it. It ballooned up to gully. 6 for 187. A short ball that Smith tried to ride down, but simply couldn't. So 2 catches in the cordon in this final session. Afridi has 3. And Pakistan will walk off the field now. That's going to be stumps with a spring in their step, knowing that Stephen Smith is gone after his very long stay. 176 balls he was out there for, caught on an even 50. A big moment, maybe, in this test match. Simon Katich, stumps day 3.
Yeah, it's a big blow for Pakistan, that, getting Steve Smith out now. It was a magnificent knock of 50. Yes, it was painstaking at times compared to Steve Smith of the past, but in terms of the context of this test match and where Australia are at 4 for 16, it's a huge knock, and his partnership with Mitch Marsh has enabled Australia to get into a comfortable position now, 241 runs in front. Still feel like they'll want another 60 or so to really make it hard for Pakistan, but a fantastic day from Pakistan to fight back the way they did. They'd just be so disappointed that that golden opportunity was grasped. Mitch Marsh on 20 off Jamal, and Shafiq put it down in first slip. So that's the big talking point from today, the missed opportunity, and Pakistan could have been in a really dominant position, but Australia have got themselves back in front of this test match.
As I come to you, Bharat, as we wind up our coverage on day 3, that's a Macca's catch of the summer, albeit a very easy one for Sod Shakil in the gully. Clean bowl your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac, and Pakistan get to celebrate a late wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. The wrap for the Australian team for Red Energy, switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Bharat, your reflections on that dismissal, then we'll run through the bits and bobs and say goodbye.
Steve Smith couldn't believe it after all the hard work he put in, but Pakistan deserved to finish the day on a high. I mean, they would obviously look back at that moment. Simon, you spoke about the drop catch from Abdullah Shafiq and what could have been, but 241 runs on this pitch already looks like a big target, or 242 would be the target at this point. But they finally had a plan for Steve Smith, and it took 2 balls for it to work. They moved the field around, went from a more leg side field to have 2 catches on the offside. And yeah, at least they walk off the field with some confidence. If Steve Smith was still there, then maybe it's purely hope. Now there is a little bit of belief. You could see just the body language, the energy in that Pakistan camp. There were smiles, and the shoulders and slumped, which they seemed to have when Marsh and Smith were batting. So they deserved it, and they sort of kept the series alive.
Baz, we're just going to go down with Mark
You'll get to your innings and your performance, but a late wicket there, a lead of 241. It's developing into a fantastic test match. How are you seeing it, mate?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, that one probably hurts a little bit at the end. Good ball. Yeah, Smudge a bit unlucky, but I think at 4 for 17, if we took a 240 run lead in the day, would have taken that. So it's evenly poised. I think, as we saw, there's still enough in the wicket. So another few more runs tomorrow and we'll get into them.
There's been so much discussion about your attacking mindset. It's all right when you come in at 4 for 200, but when you come in at 4 for 16, you're stuck to your guns.
Yeah, I actually I thought about it when I walked out, actually.
Did you?
I was like, right, here we go. It's time to grab your kahunas and
and you did.
And go for it. So I think I felt the ball was going around the corners when I first came out, so it was just important to keep my intent, and I think in that situation it's just one partnership, and being the second innings, getting more overs, getting spells into their bowlers, we knew it would get easier, and then probably about the 35 over mark we sort of thought that the seam started to slow up a little bit and got a little bit easier, but I mean, as we saw at the end there, the ball was still moving around, which I think if you look back to the MCG maybe 5-6 years ago, there certainly wasn't any of that. So Paisley and the boys done a great job, and we've got a great test match on our hands. Batting with Stephen, there were some numbers come up. You've got a tremendous record batting together, you two. Yeah, it's he's probably the best ever to do it, so it's always a pleasure to bat with him. He's quite calm. As you know, Smudger does his own thing out there, and I just tag along. So it's always a pleasure to bat with him. You walked up to me and you said bugger, and the first thing I said is it's such a funny game because the difference between 96 and 100 is 4 runs, but you've batted brilliantly, yet you walk off the MCG with your shoulders slumped, which is rare for you. Tell us about your emotions and the dismissal itself. Yeah, that one stung a little bit. Yeah. I think myself, Sean and Dad all have 90s in a Boxing Day Test match here, so it would have been nice to get 100. But I think, obviously, the personal milestones, the history of this ground, to get a Test match 100 would have been nice, but ultimately, I just wanted to prolong that partnership, and it would have been awesome to bat for the last hour and get us into a really good position. But as we said before, the game's evenly poised.
And what do you think about the state of play? 240-odd run lead. Obviously, Alex will work out there tomorrow with Mitchell Starc. What type of number is the bowling unit, of which you're a valuable part with your 136 pluses?
Correct, Howie.
What type of number are you comfortable with?
500. No. Look, I think, our bowlers can bat. We've got a lot of faith in them. So if we can sneak out another 60, 300-run lead in the fourth innings, it'll be a great couple of days.
Well done.
Thanks,
Appreciate your time.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Great to hear from Mitchell Marsh. Gilly, where are you roaming around?
Thanks to Fox Cricket, Mark Howard there with Mitch Marsh, who made 96. A 153-run partnership with Stephen Smith. And, well, Caddy put it well, didn't he? Time to grab your kahunas, as he said of himself when he walked out there. Our player of the day for Drinkwise was...
Well, he certainly did, because the way he went about it, he had a little bit of luck, but at the end of the day, once he got through that, he made the most of it, and he made it in a convincing fashion with his footwork. And I think a lot of his footwork and his aggression has come from his mindset. He's taken that T20 mindset into his test game, and he's transferred that, and it's helped his technique and his footwork, because he's wanting to attack, so it means it's getting into better positions earlier. And then what we saw today, he was just dominant. As soon as he got any width, he threw the sink at it through point, and then anything on the front foot, he was driving powerfully through cover and down the ground.
So you won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Bharat, our player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. I want you to talk about Mir Hamza, a man who's been picked for this test match, let's say with measured expectations around what he could be capable of, and, well, he's exceeded them so far.
Yeah, going into this test match, the only talk in the Pakistani media was, some great cricketer in Victoria was scoring easy runs off him. What are they doing picking him here? He was impressive in the first innings. Yeah, lacked that little bit of extra pace that would have made him really dangerous on this pitch. But to see him run in for that hat-trick ball and the MCG behind him, playing his first test in Australia, was quite must have been really special. And who knows, the catch of Mitchell Marsh goes to Abdullah Shafiq, hangs on to it. Mir Hamza comes back, and like he did come back and take out Mitchell Marsh. I mean, it was a moment that this commentary box in particular will mourn for a long time. But it was a really good piece of bowling as well, as good as the catch was. He'll never forget this day. But he has a chance to come back, maybe finish with a fifer, and strike early. And if Pakistan are chasing anything below 300, who knows?
Mir Hamza, 3 for 27 from his 16, picking up David Warner, Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh, a player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. Our king bowler of the day for Janny King, king of clean. Shaheen Sharafredi got them going before lunch. Just what they needed to do, lay a glove on Australia. Gets Warner, fairly conventionally, lovely nut, and then bowling to a plan with Labuschagne down the leg side.
Yeah, look, I think we've been expecting him to fire up. He's the leader of their attack. Obviously, a big wicket to get rid of Khawaja for a duck as well, because he's been, consistent in this series at wearing down that new ball and then allowing the middle order the freedom to play aggressively. So that was a big wicket. Labuschagne, he had the leg slip in, so you could say it was part of the plan. And they were 2 big wickets before, the lunch break. So, and then this big wicket of Smith late in the day. I mean, that's a good strike for Pakistan. It might not win them the test because, Australia might have enough runs already. It's not going to be easy for them to come out and face this Australian attack on. But you never know. They were 1 for 120 odd, and if that partnership can be even better in the second innings, then they'll feel like they're a chance to maybe chase down 300.
Indeed, you never know. The 2 left armers picking up 6 wickets between them, and the Janny King, bowler of the day, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. Simon, thank you for your company throughout the day. Bharat, you as well. We've been dressed by Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Australia 6 for 187 at the close in their second innings. They lead by 241. Smith out on the stroke of stumps for 50. Mitchell Marsh top scoring with 96. We'll be back tomorrow morning with our coverage beginning at 9 o'clock. First ball at 10 o'clock. Do not miss a ball of SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. See you tomorrow.
Jamal was expensive in his first over. He is back and at Mitch Marsh. He's driving, he's dropped.
Oh, no.
He's dropped. Abdullah Shafiq has dropped an absolute soda, and not for the first time at slip. Bowls. Marsh pulls out magnificently through mid-wicket. All muscle and strength. It's been turbulent at the G. Mitch Marsh against that plays away through point for 50. And the MCG crowd, which has found its love affair with Mitch Marsh, stands to applaud a vital innings.
Hamza up to Marsh on 96. He edges and he's taken it for a swim. What a snaffle that is. So much attention on the eyes of the Pakistan cordon.
Hamza bowls to Smith. He tucks it off his hip and brings up a half century the hard way. There are times when Steve Smith has bent cricket to his will. This has not been one of those days, but it is a vital half century.
Out of the ground, 3D bowls. Yeah, bounces up and he's caught in the gully, late in the day. Just what Pakistan needed. Afridi bends his back. Smith is hunched over his blade. He cannot believe it. It ballooned up to gully. 6 for 187. A short ball that Smith tried to ride down, but simply couldn't.